Yo. So guys, I have some very bad news. I know that everyone's really excited for the tier lists. And you know what? I actually really respect that. I love tier lists. I mean, who doesn't? However, something's come up. And this is no longer going to be a tier list stream. This is now going to be a Plenix solo HC vanilla watch party stream. Let's begin.
Okay. I'm gonna take the sailor off you. Gonna be nice.
Excellent choice, Plenix. Coltira Sailor. Very nice. Level 6.
I like the damage I do. It feels so much better
love
than
it too,
playing a
Plenix.
mage or warlock. No, no.
Dude, he loves it. He loves
so
vanilla.
much better.
Yeah, this is React. This is great React
Wait,
content,
are they doing
guys.
the big pull?
They're doing
oh
the
my
big
god,
pull.
they're Okay. Let's watch
Marine.
this unfold. I am genuinely interested.
They're not gonna die. I mean, I don't think so anyway. Imagine they die.
Alright.
No, there's so many orcs. There's like a million orcs, dude.
Take one.
It's a fucking orc party. Stream on Twitch? Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch right now, Frankenstein. We got both going on. Do the pot, guys. Pog! Pog! Yeah! Yeah. That's crazy. Shrek. But no, tier lists are not cancelled. Raid core cancelled. You know... You know what you've got to do, Nike? This is what you should do. Get everyone to play in the raid tournaments. If everyone plays in the raid tournaments, you can then only play with people who have a high rating. There you go. Because think about it. Look at these raid rankings. Here you go. Here you go. We have a skill level for a variety of players. You could then, you know, I'll only play with tier 1 or tier 2 players. I will not play with tier 3. Do you have a plan for today, Mr. Streamer? It's tier lists. We're actually doing tier lists today, guys. Yeah. We are doing content. QT is now ready for the entry-level tour. Yeah, very funny. I don't think so. Yeah. Confident we wouldn't finish last place. If you guys didn't win Ready Check Cup, that would be unhinged. Although, to be fair, I don't know how much of, like, original QT is still playing, to be fair. Grim played in the entry-level tournament. Yeah, but that actually isn't, in itself, something that isn't going to happen again. In fact, we actively encourage that, actually. We are actively encouraging really good players to actually join and help and coach some of the entry-level teams. That's actually by design. Like, the reason Grim played in Raid Check Cup is because of the rule that says you can play. You're allowed to have one, like, tier 1 or tier 2 player in your Ready Check Cup roster. And, you know, that's an allowed thing that you can do. So that's kind of like the rationale there. Mind giving your thoughts on an idea of improving Heal Untamed? Hit me. What have you got? How do you want to improve it? Yeah. So that's absolutely something that we want to happen. Like, we want very experienced players to go in there and coach and help out. You know, the newer teams, like, can spread the knowledge. We want to incentivize knowledge transference, right, as much as we possibly can. Yeah. Some of those times are pretty good. Yeah, they are in Rage Check Cup. It's still a little bit too fast. It's actually there's one thing that's very bothersome to me. Like, realistically, the teams that have actually got screwed over the hardest, in my opinion, is actually Cute Gamer Girls and Wicked Frogs. Because, realistically, Cute Gamer Girls and Wicked Frogs are now actually a little bit too good for Ready Check Cup because they've continued to play and improve. They're actually above the level that we want for Ready Check Cup, but they haven't actually won it yet, which actually feels really bad because, in my opinion, they really deserve to win. They deserve to have an actual tournament win. But yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I will just straight up say I'm likely to be lenient to increase the probability of that happening, purely because I think they deserve it. Yeah. Yes. There we go. All right, what do we got? Heal Untamed. Sure, I'll click on it. Okay. Nature's Shield. Okay? Cantrips can't barrier around you and your pet. You're going to say make it AoE, right? What this trait accomplishes is giving heal Untamed easy access. Ever gets used unless it's in PvP. Yes. It does indeed see play in PvP. What this trait accomplishes is giving heal Untamed easy access to stability and not just a single stack. No, 3 stacks of stability, so it's more robust. Okay, I feel like the cantrips could be a unique way to give out boons to allies. You easily choose which boons to give your allies because of the unleash mechanic. Okay. Oh, I see. This is the rework. Okay, it's like an image link. Enveloping Haze grants stability to you and your allies. In addition to these effects, cantrips now spread their boons to allies in a small radius around the user. Yeah, actually, this would be pretty good. I like the RP there as well, to be honest. Yeah, I don't hate that. Reduce all boon. Oh, yeah, I guess the sharing the cantrips thing is fucking interesting. Jesus. Yeah, because then you'd be sharing, yeah, you'll be sharing the boons from your elite skill there. It wouldn't be that insane, though, to be honest, with the power level of the game. Yeah. Wouldn't be that insane. From 10 to 3 in World versus World on PvP. The problem, yeah, this ability would be an issue. You might have to... what you might end up having to do is actually just change the way that trait works a little bit. So it doesn't give the same amount of boons as the elite, because you kind of don't want to do this. Like, this change here would fucking nuke it. It would make this so much worse in PvP, in particular, and World versus World. This would be a absolutely brutal nerf. I'd probably keep the duration the same in PvP and World versus World, and I'd probably leave the stability stacks in World versus World and PvP as well, actually. Yeah. Because otherwise, this would just, like, delete it from existence. I don't think it'd be a crazy big problem as well. Like, sharing... You'd have to make it share less. I think you'd make this a little bit more like the Soul Beast trait. So in other words, whenever you use this, you share a stability stack. Rather than share... Or you share 2 stability stacks. So in other words, you just make it custom, in my opinion. As opposed to just copy the entire boon. I'd make it only share 2 stacks instead of all of them. Because the problem is, if you do it like this, you just dismantle the entire ability everywhere except PvE, which, honestly, I don't think is really that desirable. And the other thing here with this, I actually like the idea of this. I definitely see where you're going here, like with the cantrips. However, I don't think you actually want to... The problem with this is that this would essentially lock you in to a lot of these abilities to apply certain boons. I think what I would aim to do is actually kind of what you did here, which is make the Untamed abilities supportive. So, like, you know, add some traits, maybe a Grandmaster trait that makes each one of those abilities, like the F1, the F2, and the F3, all do something interesting, and interacting with ambush attacks, right? As opposed to making you take utility skills. Because Ranger utility skills are actually already pretty damn decent. You know, you have the spirit, like Stone Spirit, for example, for your Aegis application. It's already there. So I think that you kind of want to keep that flexibility. There's a lot of good skills that you can leave in there. So I'd probably look, again, a little bit more like what you did here, and make the actual abilities themselves have a supportive component, rather than kind of putting it onto the utility skills. Definitely not a bad idea to make the cantrips more supportive. And I definitely think there is room for a cantrip share trait or something like that. But we kind of already have that with Soul Beast. So I think going for a slightly different idea. I do like this, though. I think this is pretty cool. So I'd say more of this. More of this. And maybe just make this trait do all of those things. Like, all 3 of your untamed abilities, unleashed abilities, apply boons. You know, to allies or something like that. Like, make all of them. So just make this trait, like, the boon trait. I think that could be pretty interesting. Yeah, the weapons as well. Yeah, I think that could be interesting too. Because right now, I'm not a huge fan I am not a huge fan of builds that, I'm not a huge fan of builds that use the same weapon twice. Staff Mirage is actually a notable exception, because I actually think that is pretty cool. But Heal Untamed, I'm not a huge fan of it, because it uses Staff. And it's kind of worse than that, too. The way Heal Untamed is set up right now, you almost need Staff, if that makes any sense. If you don't run Staff, your entire build kind of crumbles. It doesn't really work if you don't do that. And I don't think that's where you want to be. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Wait, what is this mail? A plea to join the Hardstucken. Hello, I'm a veteran Peepo player since beta. I've tried to join lots of guilds to talk with about the game or anything. And usually I just ask some question like, are you excited about patch notes? And people ignore. And then some conversation starts, and it's very local, like, haha, Katie, you are so freaky today, and I can't participate in that. Like, I just want to find a guild that is alive somewhat. So if I could join any branch of your Hearts like a mega corporation, that would be great. I can help out with anything. Like, this is big. I like it. Yeah, so I think that new weapons are... To make Untamed, Heal Untamed, like a proper thing, I think it needs, like, the full weapon support. Maybe the maces or something like that. That's actually kind of sad. I will reply to that. Yeah. I will reply. What is this tier list? Meta? Yeah, because VDH is insane now. It actually looks like you are going to run double DH in M+. So I do need to actually level my Demon Hunter. We've got to get that Demon Hunter going crazy, guys. Look at that. Possible meta. Look at all these possible meta things. Insane. Damage of the F1, F3 into healing. Yeah, that's probably the direction I would kind of go in. You know, I think that's the thing there. Yes. What do you think about the whole hero talents thing? I think it's a pretty interesting idea. I think there's a risk of bloat, so I think they need to make sure that they really rein it in and they don't keep layering more systems on. But it seems that they actually do want to make it pretty evergreen, so I think that seems pretty good. Like, they want to keep that system around for a while, which, in my mind, is a good idea. That's for sure, so definitely seems good to me. Seems good.
I yield. Yeah. I know when I'm beat.
I can Fire Mage and never do a single mechanic. Yeah, I mean, the VDH just shuts down all the mobs. Like, the double silent sigil is actually very disgusting, to be honest. And Sigil of Chains as well. Does a lot of damage too. Like, it had low damage, but then they fixed the tier list, and now it has high damage. So, all that remains is maybe Snizzle's going to play Aug, you know? Like, maybe he's done with healing. He's going to just get on the augmentation evoker, right? Have some fun there. He's going to enjoy it. There's a 37k HPS Disc Priest in my 20 key. Is this normal? I mean, I guess it could be. Maybe the tank, maybe no one's taking any damage and the tank is just healing themselves. Maybe. Copium. Yeah, I mean, it's fine if no one's dying, yeah. Yeah. Look like Vengeance, Havoc, Boomkin, Org, and then Disc or Mistweaver. You definitely want a Druid, because otherwise you're not going to have a CR, right? So you're going to have to squeeze that in somewhere. Wise Mystical Tree. Boomkin is Druid? Yes, bro. Boomkin is Druid. You guys are going to relax with the tree spam. Nike's right. Trees are cringe, guys. Trees are yesterday's news. Maybe I ban trees early. You know, maybe I actually accelerate. Maybe I give Nike full rights to destroy all trees earlier. That could happen. I could see that happening, actually. Oh, great. Thanks for the tier 1, by the way. What if the guilds merge and form two teams? Wicked Cuties and Gamer Frogs. Both those names are actually pretty good, yeah. think people are sleeping on the Ranger pet buffs. A lot more things, including merged Soul Beast skills. Yeah, I don't think people are sleeping on them. It's just that people aren't sleeping on them. It's that it's really hard to evaluate it until you see it in game, because there's so many variables that changed. Like when a million things change, it's really hard to figure out what is actually going to end up good, right? If that makes any sense. So I don't think people are sleeping on them. It's people are waiting to evaluate them more than anything else, right? Like that's what's going on in this particular situation. Yeah. HOI first pulls do no damage. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you do the Giga pull on hulls correctly, you will take no damage. The tank is the only person who'll take damage. There's no group damage on the HOI first trash whatsoever. It's just expulse. And as long as you stop correctly, no expulses will go off. Honestly, there's actually a bit of subtlety on the HOI that it can actually be quite difficult to understand what you're doing wrong. But one of the biggest mistakes people do is they let the demoralizing shouts go off, and that nukes your damage. Holy shit, it absolutely nukes it. And of course, if you lose damage there, you're going to need more stops, more rotations, more CC. There's a higher chance that something goes wrong for you. So, yeah. Not good! Yeah. Wing 1 FC, some LIKP, DPS, let's go. Pumper! There you go. I've volunteered, guys. I've said that I'm a pumper! I'm playing Scourge. Let's do it. I am the big epi man. I feel like it's impossible to survive multiple containment beams. Yeah, so what you want to do there, Saraxa, is you stop when someone has 2 on them. So 1 beam is fine. 2 beams is not. So essentially, what you look at your unit frames, and when you see a 2 stack, you stop. And then that will interrupt their beam and they'll refocus their targets. And you rinse and repeat that process. Yeah. Here we go. Let's do it. To ADPS, I can ADPS if needed. I am an Alack DPS. Greetings, squad leader. I've arrived to consume the DPS role listing. Indeed. That is what we have done. This guy's very polite. Look, can you swap back to Alacrity DPS? And this guy says, yes, of course. With pleasure. I like that. This is a very well-mannered group situation here, guys. Oh, no. I have been spotted, guys. I'm just going to say the word gaming. Yeah. I will never die. Yeah. Restoration Druid. An attempt at attaining salvation with the power of trees. Incarnation Tree of Life. Shapeshift into the Tree of Life, increasing healing done by 15%, armor by 120%, and gaining protection from polymorph effects. Functionality of rejuvenation, wild growth, and regrowth, and entangling roots is enhanced. Does blinding light work on orbs? Yes. Disorient. The one that doesn't work is like the pushes. Although that will cancel expulse, but it won't cancel their beam. Let's go. There's no way Tiba only has 37k AP. Yeah, I mean that's actually funny. Yeah, I don't do achievements, guys, at all. I would sooner uninstall than do achievements. Let's go. I'm going into the Spirit Veil. Achievement points. Now, listen up, gamers. I'm gonna do something here, okay? I might be playing into this guy's hands, but I am fascinated. So, you guys know that Arahad guy who came in and went full unhinged after he got permabanned from Hardsuck Discord for promoting his giveaway video? This is very, very interesting, right? This is fascinating stuff. This guy's YouTube channel is weird, okay? Like, a lot of his content almost seems AI generated. Yeah. And I can't look away. Right? So interesting. I'm just not sure if it's real. Is there any Elementalist base worth playing Raid without CC? Wait, I mean, you have CC on Elementalist, though. Like, Weaver, for example, has very respectable CC output, actually. Yeah. So, yeah, I would try a Weaver if you want to play, like, an Elementalist build that has some CC on it. Yeah. Yes. Indeed. Do you have Tourette's? I do not have Tourette's. The voiceover in his videos is 100% AI, but I think there's almost more to it. Like, for example, there's one video that I found particularly interesting. He has a video list of like the most expensive items in the game, but the items are very... A human wouldn't pick them this way. Like, it singles out particular legendary weapons. And it also, it refers to an infusion as, like, oh, man. It refers to the infusion as if it's vertical progression, if that makes any sense. So it basically talks about, like, I think the Dragon Void Aether as, like, one of the most powerful infusions, or it says something like that. And it's just, that's not right. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, it's almost right. Like, you know, you guys know what I'm saying, right? When you see something that's been written by ChatGPT or something, it's got, like, this uncanny nature to it, right? There's this, it's kind of right, but also kind of not. And a lot of that channel is like that. And I don't know, it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating, guys. I'm just wondering if a lot of it is AI generated, right? Like if it's actually some kind of AI setup. Oh, and actually, it's your 4th time commanding. You'll be fine. We're gonna destroy this raid. What do you got? Something in the mail. Love your videos. It's 5 silver. Let's go from this guy. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, very good. I'm on the wrong weapon set. Unlucky. You hate to see it. One guy got teleported in. Whoa! We pulled the Seeker instantaneously. Not sure if that was the play. Are we blasting? Maybe I should have played Reaper. Although I guess we do need some Condi. We have Emboldened too, so it's basically going to be no way for us to actually fail. Nice. Well, I will go to red. Nice. This time. It is time. Emboldened. Emboldened mode. Red Guardian has been defeated. This guy's dead. I'm gonna res him though. Oh yeah. Nice boons. I love Firebrand. It is actually really funny how Firebrand has kind of been power crept at this point. Very notably by Herald, of course. I think I'm gonna die here. Oh no, I got healed. I do quite notably not have many boons. That's, you know, it is noticeable. Oh, the tank got teleported. Unlucky. We're going to get another green. Hope we don't. Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, our healing's a little bit on the low side, isn't it? But, you know, we're making it work. Nice. What the fuck is going on in the chat with Man Rank? What is this? We did it. The CC has happened. I mean, I do have Fury. Well, I give myself Fury as well. You got to bear that in mind, right? There's self-Fury application on Scourge. I'm actually going to save my little bit of barrier here. There we are. Reduce the damage a bit. Let's go. I think we're getting the kill here. We did it! Good job, team. The usual. Come on. Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah. Society is over. Besides Scourge and Herald, what other Condi spec would you choose? Well, I probably wouldn't play a Condi DPS Herald. I'd play a Condi Quickness Herald sometimes. But for Condi spec, Virtuoso is very good for the Condi DPS. Nice. Very nice. You know, even with this rancid squad, VG is a joke. Guild Wars 2. I mean, I think the way you got to think about this is the game is easy. And honestly, the squad is fine as well. You know, the boon up time, maybe a little questionable. But other than that, it's working out pretty well. And the thing is, look, you know, is the game easy? Yes. The game is very easy. But there's nothing inherently wrong with that, guys. You know, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I think it's a little ridiculous to be like spamming like, you know, XDD tree at this point for Guild Wars 2 being easy. Yeah. Very nice. Solar was right. Well, I mean, in some ways he was. I'm gonna tree. I'm just here to see Scourge in its own tier. I don't think Scourge will be in its own tier. In terms of thinking about DPS builds, what do I think about DPS builds? I think... I think Vindicator is very good. And I think Scourge is very good. Virtuoso is really good. I think Reaper is very good. That's what I think. Soul Beast animation locks. I really don't like the sword build. But the thing is, I actually wouldn't downgrade Soul Beast based off sword because axe is still good, right? So you don't have to play, you can play Axe Soul Beast, and then it's fine. Then it just doesn't, you know, then it's not an issue anymore. Enjoy. So you can still play Axe, right? It's not really a problem. And Sword is obviously good on certain encounters where, you know, it's not as annoying to deal with the animation locking, but, you know, a lot of the time you can just play Axe, which is, you know, that's fine. Yeah. Bladesworn is still the best DPS. I think Bladesworn is very, very good, but I do think it is a little bit more niche. More niche than it used to be, even. More niche. Never played Sword main hand on top DPS on most bosses in Fungus runs. Fungus. Yeah. You know... I felt like it's time for Magrest to move on. Yeah. It's Magrest is, you know, in pain. Magrest feels neglected by Guild Wars 2. And you know what? You have been neglected by Guild Wars 2. When I spoke to Max and I said that we get 2 raid bosses a year, he said almost immediately, yes, you are being alienated by Guild Wars 2. Massively alienated by Guild Wars 2. Those were his words. And you have to accept that, guys. You have to go, you know what? That is what's happening. I don't care. I'm amused. I'm not sure if you are amused, actually. That's the thing. I'm not actually sure if you are. You know, I think we should call Dr. Nike in here, and he'll give the diagnosis. I'm not sure if you are amused. I think... Wait, well, this guy's just gone immediately. Holy shit. Oh, no, they went over to the gliding spot. You know, I think you're still in the phases. I'm not sure if you've reached the acceptance phase. Yeah. Let's go. I love Warrior. Sometimes I couldn't grasp the idea of Blade Sworn. Well, it's very different to Warrior, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Yes. I'd rather this community didn't continue to degenerate into a hellscape. I mean, what do you consider to be a hellscape? Yes. Depends. Depends what we mean by this. Snails. Let's look and see what phase he's in. Oh, we have a tweet from Nike here. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 acceptance phase gamers rise up. Live in the present, my friends. Yeah. Oh, man, what a meme. Whoa, a portal. Very nice. I am the hellscape. Yeah. Joy of being Peepo Pondering Stream. Yeah. I am in Guild Wars 2 Nirvana. Nice. Yes. Why do people like tier lists so much? Because I think it's kind of funny. It's fun to argue over what's best, and I think it's an interesting format, right? Like it also takes a pretty complicated idea and makes it very simple, right? Which I think is also quite a popular thing. Save raids. Look, this is like saying, you know that guy who died 7 years ago and his corpse has been, you know, essentially completely recycled by nature? We can save him. You can't. That is, that's the deal. Yeah, it's like saying, you know, we can still save Harambe. No, it's too late for Harambe. It's far too late. Blubbers. You know what's really funny, guys? I fucking love this. This is the funniest shit ever. Right now, guys, check this out. The WoW community are complaining that they're only getting 3 raids for a total of 28 bosses this expansion instead of the usual 40. I fucking love it. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. You want to see? I mean, you hate to see it, right? Like, you definitely hate to see that. It's unlucky, guys. It's a dead fucking game, dude. I'm unsubbing. I've already unsubbed. It's too late. At least raid bosses rewards to strikes. Well, I mean, you know, I don't know. Like this is a conversation that comes up a lot, like the reward conversation. You know, like regarding. Oh, I've got the wrong gear on, haven't I? Oh, wait, no I don't. I think it's just emboldened. I was like, why do I have so much health? It's because I have emboldened. I was getting worried there for a moment. No, I think we're alright. Have I got food on, though? Oh, yeah, I do. Almost thought I was trolling there. We did it. What are Bill doing in that game? Sounds raiding. Is the only thing I hear about in WoW. I mean, it's basically a raid dungeon game. That is its purpose in life. Bosses gives you first kill per week as raids, 4 gold plus shards. Yeah, I think when people complain about raid rewards and strike mission rewards, I think they're mostly complaining about the fact that nothing feels rewarding, rather than the rewards are actually bad. And also the fact that they aren't repeatable. There's 2 things people are complaining about. It's that the rewards just aren't very interesting overall. Like, gold is not very interesting to people who like raids. And also, the other thing is you can't repeat them. So the game essentially punishes you for doing strike missions more than once a week. And that sucks. It feels incredibly bad. Funnily enough, the way other MMOs get around this is actually by being slightly less convenient in a way. Because in other MMOs, your raid lockout will be per character. It will not be per account. So in other words, you can raid on every single one of your characters. And you will continue to gain rewards for that lockout, for that week. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, your raid rewards are account-wide. So, you know, you can only do it once per account. So I think that it's honestly not like the actual rewards are bad. It's that the structure, like the reward structure is bad in Guild Wars 2. But the thing is, though, when we say bad, what do we mean by that? We mean bad from the perspective of somebody who wants to raid all day. But Guild Wars 2 doesn't want you to play the game that way. I think it's actually really interesting. Like, talking about Guild Wars 2 as a game that's like, play how you want, that is true, but in some ways it really isn't. Like, Arena really want you to play the game their way. It's you do daily fractals and no more. You do a daily meta event and no more. You don't come back to that same event for the rest of the day. The game is actually quite rigid in how it wants you to approach it. And this is very punishing for hardcore players and veteran players, right? Like, they, you know, raiders and people who really like fractals, they want to do fractals and raids all day. But the game says no. The game says you're not allowed to do that, actually. You're not going to do that, because if you do, I'm going to punish you. And therefore, people don't do that, right? And, you know, people don't like that. You know, that's how it is. Also, again, that respects your time. That's underrated. Well, it doesn't if you're a raider. Because it wants you to wait until next week before you play again. It wants you to do a weekly clear and then not play again for the rest of the week. Because on the other end of that, a game respecting your time also means, what if you have a lot of time to play? Like, what if I want to play all day? What if I want to sit down and do like a 6-hour grinding session? I think this is actually why people like Rifts, because Rifts actually do let you do that. Rifts do enable that kind of like full grind, full blast perspective. That, you know, that is actually very uncommon in Guild Wars 2. Like, most things are time locked, right? Most things are daily or weekly gated. Whereas Rifts are not. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a very interesting one, honestly. Really interesting question, like the reward thing. Because, again, I don't think it's like the actual thing. If you actually look at the gold per hour of doing raids, it's actually extremely high. As long as you can do them consistently anyway. Same thing with strike missions. I mean, strike mission CMs are very good gold per hour. Like, when I'm doing like one-shot HTCM, one-shot every CM in the game, the gold per hour on that is very high. The gold is worthless to me. So, you know, I'm basically getting nothing for it. But then again, there's, and I think ArenaNet probably understands this, there's going to be a really big overlap between people who play hardcore and people who don't care about rewards. Like, I do not care about anything in a video game. It's pixels. Who the fuck cares, right? It's literally, by definition, it's worthless. You can't, you know, it's useless. And I think players who kind of lean in that direction are, what is going on, what the fuck is going on here? Are probably going to lean in that direction a little bit overall. Why do I not have quickness? Okay. What is going on here? Oh no, my firebrand is kiting, bro! What the fuck? Oh my god! That is a mistake. Nice. Let's hope the convergence raid is fun and rewarding. I'm not gonna lie. You know what, guys? I'm like, I kind of don't want to have this conversation again because this is one that comes up very often. But in my look, here's the reality. There is no way that the raid community will ever be satisfied with Guild Wars 2. There is absolutely no way it's ever going to happen. I actually just don't even think it's a very... I don't think it's a particularly good idea. I don't think it's a particularly good idea for Arena to even try to appease that community, because it will never happen, to be honest. It's just not going to happen. Yeah.
Stop it.
Yes. Here we go.
I can take you to it. I can lead you to...
Bite your tongue.
More bosses, at least 1 week, is quite fair. Well, I mean, a full clear takes about... It takes my group under 2 hours. Just bear that in mind. So it's 2 hours of gameplay a week. Not a day, a week. And, you know, look, people always talk about respecting your time, but it actually does go the other way. Like, this is something that Angels brought up. I think it's a really good point. What if I want to play for like 4... Whoa, dude, what is going on? We're getting absolutely mass murdered by the own bloody team here. Yeah. Like, you know, the thing is here is that a lot of players actually want to say, yeah, I want to play like 4 hours a day. You know, I want to play, you know, a lot. And that's part of respecting your time as well. Like, if a video game is basically saying, hey, you know, you're done, come back next week, I wouldn't say that's actually respecting your time. You know, not necessarily anyway. It depends on the perspective, right? In terms of what you're looking for out of the game. I'm just running away. I don't trust these, I don't trust the red bombs. I do not trust them. A solid, variety of content? No, you wouldn't say that. That's ridiculous. Like, that's not how it works. Everyone knows here that everyone kind of has preferences, like the type of content they want to play, right? Like, this is like saying, oh, you've run out of PvE content, then go and play PvP instead. This is absurd, right? That's not how it works. Like, players have interests, they have particular things that they like, they have particular things that they dislike. Like, you can't just say, oh yeah, you finished doing that thing you like, why not go and try something that you don't like instead to fill up your time? No, we don't evaluate it like that.
Okay, everyone, gather round. There's more to this situation than we thought.
I don't think you can satisfy both camps, and the people who want to play less out of the... Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think, I'm not gonna lie, I actually think you can satisfy both camps, to be honest. I think simply making raid rewards semi-repeatable, I think would really help, for example. Would be pretty good. I don't know what you could do with fractals, to be honest. And fractals are not too bad already, it's just that tier 4s are really overpowered. Tier 4, like, daily rewards are very OP, right? We did it! Yeah! Very nice. You love to see it, guys. You absolutely... Wait, what the fuck is this? No! Wait, what happened here? Why do I have fear of death? Bro, I have a dog shit trait on my DPS necro. What is this? Oh, no. Why did I change that? When did I change that? How long has it been this way? I was like, what? I was thinking, like, what is wrong with my DPS? Why is it so low? Well, I mean, now we know, you know? Now we have the information. It prevents burnout and ultimately increases player retention. That might be so, but that isn't my problem, right? That's the game's problem. Oh yeah, maybe when I was looking at patch notes or something. Yes. Ah. Insane. Let's go. I'll do a little bit more content, guys, in its tier lists. A little bit more juice. A little more juice in the tank. And it's time. Cryptus Rift difficulty, the perfect. Sorry about that end. I mean, you know, it's Sabbather. Definitely does turn into a bit of a clown fiesta. That's to be expected. It is to be expected. It absolutely is. Tier lists, dude, I love tier lists. Wing 5 need com. Pusher for golems. That's a group that Nike would join. 100%. He'd be in on that action immediately. Maybe there's a Demos CM or something. I kind of want to do some Wing 4 CMs. Let's see if there's anything going there. Yo, Godino's there with the Prime. Boom. Nice. Not a lot going on in the LFG right now, to be honest. Pretty quiet. No, like, super interesting groups, to be honest. Maybe I'll join this Demos here. Yeah, maybe. Let's see what happens here. DBVW. Thanks for the Prime. Yeah. Go and leech off Asman. He's playing retail. Ah, it's a good call, guys. Go and leech Asman gold. I will become a React Lord. A React God. Let's do this Demos. See what we got. Any role except HK. Omega lol. There we go. Wait, this guy's name is Leech Zone. That's actually big. He is a Leech Lord. Yeah. Insane. Oh, wait, you know this guy? All right, a lack heal tank, please. You got it. Wait, someone else left. Everyone's leaving this group. Yeah. All right, we're in. The big boy. Deep tank Scourge, guys. Deep tank heal Scourge. Yeah. Yes. Very, very nice. Dorky wants it on Asman group? What? Wait, like he wants to get in like the raid or something? Are they raiding? He knows he will never get the kill if he's not in the group. Wait, what are they doing? What's going on? Yeah. Raids? Are they doing Aberrus? Are you ever as critical in WoW as you are in Guild Wars 2? Yes, absolutely. I already have been. Yeah. Again, honesty here. I'm going to be less critical because the game is more to my tastes. But absolutely, yeah. If you want me to tell you all of the dog shit things about retail World of Warcraft, let's fucking do it. I'm ready. I'm down. Yeah, I love telling people why games are bad. I love it. It's so good. I should just enable the CM. Lowford. That's the tier 1. I appreciate it. This time. We're in. Yeah, I mean, honestly, wouldn't I need another account to leech Asmon anyway? I need an NA account just to, like, break into to NA. I'm trying to find an easy spec for raid strikes and PvE. What do you think? So... this is a question that comes up a lot, and I'm trying to figure out an actual good way to answer it. Because there are obviously some specs that are easier than others. But I'll tell you this. If you can play any spec you want, and if you put effort in, any spec will be easy for you. Okay? And if you don't put in effort to learn and improve, then every spec will be hard for you. Every single one. Right? Also, get in here, guys. Join this thing. Join this Demos. Wing 4. Yeah. So, looking for an easy spec, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But if you aren't willing to put in the work and learn, it doesn't matter what you'll play, you'll have difficulty. And if you put in the work and learn, you'll be fine with everything, right? T-Bot, will you lads ever host a PvP contest again? I would actually like to do Motor 3, Master of the Arena 3, because, funnily enough, actually, I would say that Masters of the Arena 2 was the closest I've got to what I want my tournaments to look like. That's it. This was actually the closest it has been. I also actually really enjoy doing content with Helseth as well. And a lot of the PvP guys. Like, it's really fun to do some stuff with Rom. It's really fun to do stuff with Helseth as well. And yeah, this tournament was the closest we've got to what I want my events to look like. I really like the overlay. I will admit this. I don't think the level is quite as high as we would have perhaps liked. It wasn't as competitive. Like, Master of the Arena 1 was more competitive. The top 4 teams in Motor 1 were razor thin, right? The margins between them, like, it was really close between USA, 55, Ultra Scuffed, and Dark USA. It was very competitive there. Motor 2 was a little bit less so. Team USA kind of steamrolled people pretty hard. Just in general, rather, you know, Team Zero Missing kind of just ran away with it a little bit. But yeah, it is what it is. Do you reckon Roy would be interesting in casting in tournaments? Yes, I think he would. Yeah. Yes. You also can benefit from solo instance content, especially challenging ones? No. I don't. I don't think there will be... There's an audience for solo content, but that's rifts, basically. I think solo content is good, and, you know, they're making that. But solo challenging content, absolutely not. People would not like it. Especially if it was rewarding. That's just not what the audience is looking for. The unwrap maps will be really interesting. Honestly, the unwrap maps aren't good, so we probably wouldn't use them. The biggest, you know, here's some honesty for you guys. You know what was really brutal about this? We raised a lot of money for charity as a result of this tournament, which I'm definitely a really big fan of, but I lost so much fucking money running this thing. I think we actually raised over $10,000. Yeah, we raised $10,000 for charity during this entire tournament, but fuck me. I lost so much money. It was so personally expensive to me to actually run this tournament. It was pretty brutal, to be honest. Kind of a little bit of an unlucky one there. One really key thing that I would really need to run stuff like this, it just has to be financially sustainable. Like, and doing stuff like this is not financially sustainable in Guild Wars 2. It's actually some of the content that generates the lowest revenue. Streaming a tournament is lower than a normal stream. It's less less subs per hour than a generic random stream that I do. It's pretty much the lowest revenue content imaginable. But yeah. It should be no money. It's working with ANET. Well, no. You got to understand. It cost me to run it. It wasn't like the prize money. Funnily enough, this actually was pretty brutal. I ended up paying out of pocket for some of the, I just straight up paid some of the prize pools, especially for the qualifiers. That was pretty rough, to be honest. But it's not just that. It's the production element as well. Yeah. It's really sad, though. It should get way more attention. Well, I do think it's kind of my own fault. People expect me to do this for free because I always have. I always have done it for free, so people expect it. People watch it. People don't pay for it, though. Like, that's the big thing. It is popular content. It has, like, a good amount of viewers. I think this tournament had around 3,000 viewers for the second day for the finals. But I made fuck all money, though. In fact, I lost a huge amount of money. I was down 4 figures for this. Not good. And that's not even including my time, by the way. That's including just pure financing. That's not including... the cost of my time that goes into this, which was honestly more. Like, all in, if you include hours worked by me on this, it probably cost me around, I want to say it cost me around $4,000 to $5,000 to run this. Negative, right? It was, I lost $4,000 to $5,000 to run this tournament. If you include time served, right? That includes hours worked. All right, are we in yet? Ah, we are in. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Here we go. How so? Because I worked a lot of hours and I paid for stuff, including video editing, artwork, music composition, right? A lot of stuff. And then I'm including hours worked as well. Because you got to bear in mind, look, my time is worth money, right? In the same way that yours is. We all have we work and you get money per hour, right? Usually. Some kind of arrangement like that. So you can put a dollar value, right, on your time as well. Couldn't those be tax write-offs, though? Well, yeah, but, that's not super useful. Because, like a write-off is nice, but, it's still negative money. A tax write-off, guys, is not free money. As much as it's not a fucking infinite money glitch, yeah? I kind of wish it was. I'm going to be moving to movies with applications. Ah, yes, I've seen that things are... Wait, okay. Things are indeed changing for Emmy. Very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff indeed. I'm gonna give an Aegis him. Yes. Get in the ward. Yes. It's time. Yeah. Let's go. And also, I can't really write off hours as well, right? Because when I come to that figure of like 4 to 5k, I'm talking about something quite ethereal, right? I'm talking about how much time I put into it, basically the opportunity cost. I'm talking about the opportunity cost. So in terms of actual dollars spent, I think I want to say I spent around 2,000, as in I paid people $2,000 total. But that's not really where the actual cost comes from. The remainder of that cost, the other $2,000, or honestly, yeah, maybe a little bit closer to 3,000, was the amount of hours I put into the actual administration of the tournament. And of course, the actual dev hours as well. Because bear in mind, guys, a lot of the development was done by me. And also by some other devs who actually donated their time as well. Like, if I'd had to pay for the well, I mean, that's not good, is it? They touched the... Oh, it despawned, though. Nice. We're actually in business. Like, if I had to pay for the actual full development time, holy shit, it would be brutal. Like, because, again, a lot of that stuff, some of it was actually done by volunteers as well. So I paid some people, and some people volunteered. Hell yeah. It's real money there. Indeed, it is. You know, it'll cost you. It'll cost you. Probably doing sacrifice. Man, this boss dies really fast on when you got that signet up, right? That signet is just going crazy.
Stand in the ward, quickly.
Let's go. So yeah, like, and look, I'm not here to tell you a sob story, guys. I'm just saying that this is the reality of the situation, and if you're wondering why I'm not running tournaments like every fucking month, that's why. Is because I'd fucking bankrupt myself, right, incredibly quickly. You know, not only because of, you know, the actual expenses, but also because of, like, just actual my own time as well. Like, you know, I can't afford, I can't afford to just keep giving up all of these hours, right? I can't do that.
I was a slave to the bottles. I lost everything.
Were there sponsors for Rage Hit Cup? No. A lot of the events are just not really, they're not really big enough to kind of garner that type of interest, to be honest. Like, it's very easy, it's very easy to get like an affiliate link sponsor, but to be honest, those are just not, they're not good, right? I'm not gonna lie, they aren't good. It's not a good deal. I just stopped running anything out of spite if ANET doesn't give out the titles. I'm not a very spiteful person, and the problem with thinking like that is not only I like running tournaments, so I'd just be screwing myself over there, it's also something like that. The way I describe it is, it's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die, right? Like, why would you do that? Like, ANET don't give a shit. Like, they don't care whatsoever. And I say that in a very literal sense. It honestly makes no difference to them. I don't know, maybe some of the devs would be like, oh man, that sucks, I guess. But hey, that's fair enough. Like, that would be the response, guys. The response would always be, hey, you know, it sucks. I think those events were good, but hey, you know, like, if you can't run them anymore, that's fair enough. Like, good luck. Right? That's obviously going to be the response there. So it's just, you're not really doing anything there. And honestly, I just don't think that's a very healthy mentality. Like, I think being spite-driven is... that's a meme term right there, but being spite-driven, I think, is a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. Do you think Hardtech could have official sponsorships? There's a couple of things that are problematic there. Is one, it's... not really. I think it'd be really hard to get that, because to be frank, you know, it's like a, you know, it's a flea of an organization, you know, compared to like a lot of the things that sponsors are going to be interested in. The second is I also just kind of despise the concept of sponsorships inherently. So it's, you know, there's a slight personal barrier there as well. Would guilds be willing to sponsor prizes? No. No. The Barons do sometimes. Like, Enko is going to throw a lot at... Enko, okay, is going to put, like, 40k for the next Rage Check Cup, I believe. So that should be pretty exciting. But obviously, I can't expect Enko to be basically, like, hard carrying every single prize. It's not sustainable. And ANET will give out the titles. The thing is, look... I can be very transparent about this one, guys. So, the thing is about, like, titles, is there's no documentation for how, like, the ArenaNet rewards work. So we just didn't know about the fact that it couldn't be that frequent. We simply didn't know. And now we do. I'll find out the details, and then we can move forwards from there, right? And there you go. There you have it. Again, It's just not something that's viable right now. Yo, Michael. Doing a full clear? I guess it's just Doom, isn't it? I'm porting in. You have plans to do one again, but not soon. It's... I mean, I would like to. I wouldn't say I have plans, though, no. I'd like to. But I am not willing to screw myself over in order to do it. That will be how I would describe it. Nice. Powerful. What the hell is this? Some kind of watermelon situation? Finally finishing Vision. Ah, very nice. Monkey out of watermelon and trays. It's kind of, I mean, it is kind of crazy, I guess. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong there. This is content. Daily full clear. I mean, yeah, it's always daily full clear. We'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. Daily stalling for tier list. I love watching you play PvP. Not seen you play it in a while. The thing is, I struggle with playing PvP because if I wanted to play PvP, I'd only want to play it competitively. I don't like playing casually. It's very difficult for me to do that. I don't like playing video games casually. Especially competitive games casually. I just don't have any interest in that. Ranked in PvP is big pain. It's probably not that bad, to be honest, but, yeah. I had to Gamba. Well, that's alright. Not the end of the world. Do you have an AT team? No, I do not. I think I probably would play if I had a team. I think I'd probably play PvP. It's probably something that would be kind of interesting. Just go and win the monthly or something. But no, I don't really have people who'd want to do that. Funnily enough, the best opportunity for that, I was talking to Angels about this, and it's very true. The actual best way for me to get an AT team in Guild Wars 2, unironically, is just to meet people in WoW and then get those people to play Guild Wars 2 instead. Because you're just not going to find people who want to play Guild Wars 2 competitively in Guild Wars 2. You're much better off actually going to another game, finding them there, and then recruiting them to come and play Guild Wars 2. Yes. Mystic Clovers. Yeah, that's crazy RNG, actually. What the fuck? That's a lot of Mystic Clover scales. That's wild. That's some wild gaming right there. Dude, no one's joining this Doom. Is everyone in the fucking Labyrinth, man? I guess it's Sunday, so everyone's basically done with their clears, huh? Some AT content. Well, the thing is, I'm not interested. The thing is, I am not interested at all in just playing the AT. This is the way I see it. If I'm not trying to win the monthly AT, I'd rather not play at all. I don't consider that in any way a good use of my time. And I wouldn't enjoy it. It would suck. It would be lame. So I simply wouldn't engage. Why would recruiting them from WoW be easier when they just want to stay in WoW? Even past that, it would be easier because there are just so many more competitive players there. I think it will just be way easier to find people who'd want to be competitive in general. And then, yeah, I think people would probably want to try out Guild Wars 2 and mess about in it. And Guild Wars 2 doesn't really require, like, a big commitment. You can very easily compete in this game without having to, you know, put a lot of hours into it, to be honest. So, that's why. There would be the obstacle of people wanting to stay in WoW, obviously, because the game is competitive, but I don't know. You know, maybe I can convince people. Yeah. WoW players just suck at anything that isn't WoW? That is very incorrect, actually. It's kind of amusingly incorrect, actually. Given the performances we've seen, I think Max was very obvious, actually. That's very obviously not true. But yeah. Is there a use for the one-hand legendary? Very niche case of having 2 weapon sets of the exact same one-handed weapons with different sigils in each sets. So, technically, yes. Yeah, Preach did very well, actually. Yeah, Preach did really well, and Max did really well as well. Yeah, like, Echo cleared the ultimates in Final Fantasy as well. Like, they're... Like, it's so funny. Dude, it's so weird to me. Like, Guild Wars 2 players have such a big ego about their game. They're like, our game is by far the most skillful game ever. All other MMOs are far less skillful than Guild Wars 2. Meanwhile, the game is so easy that multiple story instances literally don't let you fail, and raid bosses literally die in 1 minute. Okay, and fractal bosses die without using a single mechanic because they die within a single burst window in a Defiance bar. It is a fucking joke. It's actually hilarious. Like Guild Wars 2 players are so egotistical about the game. Because you guys have a fucking dodge key? Oh my god. It's so funny. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We made it. Yeah. This is going to be tier lists. Isn't that because of bad boss design, though? I mean, yeah. Well, power creep and some questionable design, for sure, yeah. Would you say Guild Wars 2 is the most skill expressive? Game doesn't require you to express any skill. This is like a really... big question. How would you even evaluate that? I mean, would I even agree with that? I don't even know, to be honest. Because those two things are so linked, right? Like the content and the systems are really interwoven. Like, so it's really difficult. Because the thing is, the amount of skill you can express is going to depend on the difficulty of the content, if that makes any sense, right? So it's, I don't know. And now you're talking about like this is making me want to stop. I mean, the game is really good. It's just that some people who play the game are a bit delusional. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You evaluate it with high-level PvP. The thing is, though, I feel like the high-level PvP in WoW is fucking unhinged, right? Like, it's extremely skill-based, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. But yeah, this is a really boring topic. Yeah. Markers for Doom. Or should I stand on one? I'm going to go stand on a triangle. Here we go. Let's go. Upgrade the engine. Probably in some minor ways, yeah. Time. It is a bit weird, actually. Is this true in other MMOs? I'm actually really curious, because I'm genuinely curious. People who play 14, are 14 players insecure about the difficulty of their game? Because I wonder if this is actually more of a Guild Wars 2 thing. Do you kind of have... People are like, oh, yeah, WoW is so easy compared to 14. Because I'm not actually asking us. I'm not saying this. I actually don't know. I don't know if that's how it is. Because this is very true in Guild Wars 2. People are like, bro, every MMO is so easy compared to Guild Wars 2. Like, people are very like that in this game. I just wonder if it's like that in other games too. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Una Gona there with the tier 1. I appreciate it. Doesn't talk about skill. Like they usually say Archimedes is much nicer and better, but they're toxic as well. This is one of the things that people say about Guild Wars 2. I mean, like, I don't even know, man. I can't take any of this shit seriously. When people are talking about like, oh man, our community is so friendly, it's like, oh, you want a little sticker because people are nice to each other? That's the fucking bare minimum. Like. Why aren't we playing the game, by the way? Yeah. Oh, no. Maybe all the games are toxic. Maybe none of them are toxic. Yeah. But we'll see. Every MMO community is the same. Yeah, this is true. Everyone's a bunch of fucking losers. True story. How do I buy Gift of Exploration? Well, you can't yet. Maybe in the Wizard Vault at some point. Have I got the right gear on? Yeah. Toxicity is a bit more enabled by the game, though. Yeah, I mean, any game where you have a little bit more influence over other people, or your actions matter. Like, this is the really important thing. Your game literally can't be toxic if you can't interact with other people in a meaningful way, right? Like, this is the really important thing. The really important thing to understand about toxicity is you cannot be toxic if your actions can't affect other people. Like by definition, you can't do that. And there's varying degrees of that in other MMOs. Like, for example, in Guild Wars 2, you guys know, like, these weird... Isn't there this weird film? I think it's about time travel or some bullshit, where these two people have to, like, they can only interact, like, through a plastic sheet or something. Like, if they touch each other, they're gonna fucking die or some shit. I don't know, I'm pretty sure that's a movie concept. That's basically Guild Wars 2. Whereas EVE Online is, like, fucking Mad Max, okay? You know, you can just absolutely destroy each other and like, completely ruin someone else's day. This is the big difference. Like, it's a sliding scale of interactivity. Guild Wars 2, you're much less interactive with other people, whereas, you know, something like, again, like Albion or EVE Online is, like, maximally interactive. Wait, am I supposed to be doing that? Am I trolling? Nope, I didn't get assigned. Who's green 3? Taria Mata is the most toxic thing I've ever seen. Is it really, though? I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah. People who mildly know how to play immediately turn to anybody who shows up with assault while building Guild Wars 2. Do they, though? Like, I'm not sure if that's true. I don't think people give two shits, to be honest. Like, are you gonna run into that one asshole who thinks he's hot shit? Sure. But I don't think people even care, right? I just don't see it. Like, when does this happen? Like, you know, where is this? Where are, like, the armies of people who are like, oh, yeah, you're not running, like, a perfect meta build. Get the fuck out of my Icebrood Saga 5, right? Nah. In metas, people don't give a toss. I don't think so. Like, unless you rock up to Icebrood Saga 5 and you're doing 5k DPS, I do not think anyone cares, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, like then people are going to be a little bit annoyed. But just for context here, you know what's really funny? Other MMOs do a way better job at preventing this. So if you're playing another MMO, it just straight up won't let you see certain parts of the LFG unless you're experienced. It straight up will not let you join if you don't have a certain item level, right? You know, all this kind of stuff. Like, this is, like, very, very normal. I guess I'm going to do this green, I guess? I'm not tanking, by the way. I don't know why do they think I'm tanking? I'm not. I lack DPS. I am really a little bit lost on what exactly is going on in this group. Oh, I actually shouldn't get the messenger. There we go. Yeah, I'm not tanking. It's not me. Boop. Let's go. Oh, hang on. What's going on? What is this? I think we are in a Freg situation, guys. This is Frogman Frenzy. I am uncertain as to... Ooh, yo! Wait. What is this? Okay. I'm just gonna do the green. Dude, what if I fail green? That'd be kind of goofy, huh? Can have Shack. I'm gonna bait it. Count him out. I have baited. That guy's dead. Wait, how did that guy even get there? How did he get there? Oh, he must have got feared or something. Holy shit. This is... What is this group? This is crazy. Whoa, what are we doing here? What is this guy doing? We have got an infiltrator, guys. Guys, oh, I'm going to die for that. No, I'm not. I'm not going to make it. Guys, we have got an infiltrator. Yo. Yeah. Wait, hang on a minute. Hello, Firebrand. Would you like a quick recap on what you are supposed to do? Because this guy has never done this before. Yo! Nice. It's always the Guardians, man. Are they in the same guild? Ah, they're not, actually. Honestly, if I was the comm, I would just immediately kick. I am the Alak Lord. Yes. Let's see what... The firebrand is not responding, by the way. Hello. Do you know what to do on this fight? There is a first time for everyone. This is a group asking for very experienced players. And also, this is why, Grumstruck. You'll notice he's not responding to me in any way. I'm actually offering to literally tell him what to do, right? Even though he very obviously doesn't, which is fine, by the way, nothing personal. He's joined a group that he isn't qualified for. He's refusing to talk to me. Hello? Yeah, I literally cannot get a single response from this guy. Whatsoever. Yeah. And I'm offering, I will tell him what to do. I'm perfectly fine with doing this. I'm not going to fucking flame him out, right? I just want him to respond to me so I can tell him what to do. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They have 86 KP? How? Nice me. Wait, this guy has 2k. Wait, how is this possible? How does he have 2k LI and doesn't know what to do? Yeah. Oh my god. Nice. Well, killproof doesn't always work. Yeah, I mean, the firebrand is not responding in any way. Yeah. 2,000 escorts, is that even feasible? I mean, maybe. Yeah. He isn't responding to me in any way. Okay, who is green 3, by the way? It should be the tank, but they are not responding to me in any way. I can do it, but it's a bit weird because I am the boon man. Yeah. I haven't been here this often yet. Wait, is this a bot account? Oh. Because that's not true. He has, actually. That's actually false. He does have the kill proof. This is the weird thing. Ah, is this a bot account? Because that isn't true. 86 Doom's token, right? And you can see that this is they actually have a lot of kills on these bosses. It actually might be someone either playing on a different account. It might be someone playing on a different account. Or there could be RMT in play here. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Or a DPS main. What if they're saying they haven't done it before? But weirdly enough, that isn't true. This account has done it before. Yeah. Indeed. Real money trading. This is killproof.me. It is the KP site. Yeah. He said I haven't been here that often yet. 86 isn't that much, and that's quite a lot though, because you get on average 3. That's 28 Doom kills. Why is this guy playing fucking core NG? It's actually not a terrible build, to be fair, actually. Giga Chad. Yeah. Nice. This is sus. Yeah, this is very suspicious. 28 Doom kills in the last 4+ years. Yeah, but I mean, that's a decent amount, right? This, by the way, guys, is why logs are important. This is why logs are important. Because you can instantly detect buyers if you have access to logs. So, for example, you know, if I apply to your group, okay, you know, you see the Giga Chad 98 tank pars on Sarkrath, you go, oh my god. Oh my god. Get this guy in here, right? But if you see someone basically has like no damage on fight, you just don't let them in the group, right? You simply don't let them in. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Oh, man, that's funny. Let's go. Well, I guess I'm green 3. Grumshock that with the prime. I mean, look, you know, guys, I hate to say this, but do you guys want to remind me what Max said when I was chatting with him? Your tanks are your best players. I know. Like that sounds like a great opinion to me, guys. Sounds really good. That's what we like. That's what I like to hear. You know, it's good. Very true. Very true. Very true indeed. Tanks are indeed the best players. Yes. Yes, yes. Yeah. Supposed to be your best players? Yeah, they are. They are supposed to be your best players. And that's exactly what, that's the exact setup we had on our Aberrus progression, guys. The exact setup that we had. I have no respect for healers or ranged DPS. Melee DPS, a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. But ranged and healers, nothing. Absolutely none. Nice. Let's go. Yeah. Ooh. We're in. Dog. Tanks equals cone. Wait, healer equals cone. Ranged DPS equals Chadga. Melee DPS equals Giga Chad. That is true, actually. I'm going in. Dude, this is such an unhinged group. What the fuck have I... What have I joined? What is this? Oh, it's too slow. My transfer. Oh, it's over. Oh, no. Nice. Look at all these buttons we're pressing, guys. We're just pumping right now. Doom dies so quickly these days, but like the level of power creep, it is actually wild. It is wild, my friends. I am a green. And that's all I've got to say. Need to go back here. The reason I did that, by the way, is because I saw that there weren't going to be that many ahead here. So I went back. We can get away with that. I should have cast Plague Lance sooner, though. Should be fine. Doom's gaze falls on me.
I see.
Can transfer the 8 torment. Go. Look at that. Good torch 4. What is this guy doing? I'm out of range. What is... Now, see, this is where things get weird. Oh, wait, is the tank dead? This is just weird. Is everyone going to do green too? Okay, that guy's doing green too. Okay. Alright. Okay, here we go. Ooh.
I see a light.
This is the hardest boss in any game ever. Doom normal mode. Okay. We blast.
Join one another in sacrifice.
Doom's gaze falls on me.
There's the green 2. We should just be phasing. Oh, someone got hit. Got the corrupt there, though. Is this boss a condition? I want to point something out, guys. I am top DPS on a lack DPS, by the way. This build's very good, to be fair. This is a very good build. But yeah, I am top DPS on a lack. Wipe on 10%? It would be a little bit rough, wouldn't it? Yeah, I have no idea what the tank was doing on the first run. I don't understand. Like, it's fine now, but on the first run, it was just like, he's never been here before, right? You know, like, I don't understand. Wait, what are we doing? Okay. Oh my god! Dude, he's... Okay, holy shit. Yeah. He was... wait, did someone die there? Wait, what happened to the comm? No! Okay, we got it. Yeah. What is going on? This is a little goofy, guys. A little goofy situation. Ooh. Okay, I'm going again. Wonder if it's gonna die to Condis. There we are. The fate of Tyria hangs in the balance.
The voice in the void is silent.
We did it, guys. We did it.
They did as they were meant to do.
What an unhinged group.
And what happens now?
The comm died.
No one left to rule the
And the
underworld.
Soul Beast died.
Isn't there? Now leave me.
Top DPS by far. Wait, actually, hang on a minute. Top DPS by far on a lack Scourge green 3. And the core Condi Engie was second DPS. That's pretty zaced. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, Scourge is a lack now. Gameplay. I think it's time for the tier lists. It's time. Tier lists are about to enable, guys. The chat has craved tier lists. Is there anything you can do wrong as green as soon as you're up there? Well, you can fly to the middle and die, or not make it in time and then die. So there is that. Now this is what we want to see, guys. Tier lists. Now, hang on a minute. Let me actually get my previous tier lists. Let's see if anything's changed. Wait, this is a year old. Oh, that one. And that's a pretty good video, but, you know, it's too late. Let's go back in time. Here we go. Has this changed? You want the fancy one? Oh yeah, this one is a bit nicer, actually. We'll do the fancy one. Here we go. Oh, look, I still have this one. Unhinged tier. Nice. Reset. We'll do this one. But let's see if I'd actually change anything. I think Chronomancer is probably... I'd maybe swap Chrono and Firebrand, actually. Oh, wait, unless I actually do promote Chrono here. Yeah, I think, probably promote Chrono and downgrade Firebrand, almost. I think, oh, no, there's no fucking way. You probably just promote Chrono, I think. Yeah. Yeah, no way. Yeah, I think the tier list is probably about the same. Honestly, I'd actually be inclined to... I almost feel like combining... I think I'd put all of these on a similar level. Have you guys seen, like, the new Hammer Alak mech, by the way? That build is actually good, in my opinion. Does a lot of damage with Hammer. I almost think next patch, the tier list is going to be more different. Promote S, lower Firebrand. Yeah, I mean, I feel, well, I'm not sure about that, though, because I feel like Scourge and Spectre are, it's better than Harbinger. I mean, Hammer Mech is pretty good. Hammer Mech is pretty good. Well, I'm just a little bit worried, guys. I almost feel like I'm going to be fucking copy-pasting this tier list. Nothing really changed much for the... I don't think much changed for healers. Because think about it, like, in terms of healers, where are we actually at? No way Chrono's lower than Firebrand. Yeah, Chrono probably does get promoted, actually. Promote Chrono, and then maybe leave everything else. Like, Herald is still significantly better than everything else, I think, in general. So let's kind of think about it. Like, Herald is obviously S tier. Then you're going to have Scourge. You're going to have Spectre. I feel like Chrono is actually kind of on the same level as these. I think Harbinger and Mech are actually worse than both of those. But actually, Hammer Mech is... These are definitely pretty good. I'd say they're pretty comparable. And then you have, like, the other shit, right? Below that, that's when you... Honestly, Tempest is pretty good, actually, right? Alak Tempest is actually good, no? I think it's... I guess it's a little bit niche, but it does a lot of damage. It does a lot of damage, actually. A lot of damage, guys. Then you have kind of, like, the stuff that's not really that good. Like, yeah, this is pretty mediocre. I don't think Untamed is good. Berserker. This build is going to be good next patch, but yeah, right now, no good. I think. Mirage. Yeah, Mirage is definitely still unlucky tier. Yeah, Druid is not that good in terms of offensive support. Like, the Alak Druid build is like, whatever. Deadeye definitely is, like, very whatever, actually. Yeah, I feel like the tier list doesn't actually change that much. Like, Scrapper is probably, yeah, it's like there. Catalyst, yeah, it's whatever, to be honest. I almost feel like Catalyst is, yeah, it's probably like there. It's, I almost feel like, I feel like Catalyst is worse than Harbinger. It's, like, worse than these three, I think. It's not bad, though. You're doing a tier list for a patch that's going to be outdated in 2 days? Well, no, in a month, right? Like, the patch is not now, right? Like, the patch is at the end of November. So, yeah, there you go. "23 days, indeed." Yeah, a little bit late on the tier list, I guess, but hey, that's how it goes. I think I'll change the way I do DPS specs a little bit. But yeah, Firebrand. I mean, Firebrand I actually think is... Firebrand at this point I think is actually worse than most of this stuff. Partially because it's quickness as well. I think it's probably the best one in B tier, but I think it's actually worse than this. We'll do it properly. I'm just trying to think about it, right? I'm trying to think about it a little bit before we charge in. I think we need some more tiers, though. Need some degrees of separation. Overall, I think. The boon application of Firebrand is just, like, really fallen behind some of the other options. Like, what you'll actually notice here is that a lot of the builds that are really good here have very high application. Like, Chrono has really good application. Herald has really good application. The mech application is actually pretty good as well. It's a little bit lower on the damage side, though, compared to a lot of the other ones. I think this build does... I think a lack mech with hammer is like 29k DPS, something like that. So it's on the lower end of some of the DPS options. It's definitely not bad though. Not bad at all, if you ask me. Renegade, I think honestly is pretty meh. It's not really that good. Tempest is actually a really interesting one. Like, Tempest is difficult to rate, actually. Because I think it's actually quite powerful. I think it's quite a powerful build. How much damage does this build do? Like, the Condi Alak Tempest. What's the DPS on this thing, guys? Condi Alak mech is 32k. Yeah, but, this is gonna sound really weird, but... Oh, man. It's so obvious that power damage is better than Condi damage when you see how good fucking Herald is. Like, I don't know, guys. I'm actually very biased against Condi builds, I feel like. A lot these days, right? I guess with the exception of Scourge. But, power is just so good. And, like, having Condi, you're so slow. Like, because of how fast a lot of fights are, like, raids and strikes are very fast, right? Like, really fucking fast. I guess the new ones are pretty slow, but man, like, power builds just outperform so hard on the shorter encounters, and honestly, a lot of people do the shorter encounters, right? So this power is so strong. And also open world as well. Like, open world power is so good compared to Condi for open world content. Like, if you're doing meta events or meta trains, having power damage, it just feels so much better than having Condi. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it feels bad. It feels really bad to be Condi in open world because everything just dies so quickly that you don't really generate as much value as perhaps you'd like when you're playing a Condi build a lot of the time. Yeah. Why is power a lack Willy Bender so bad? Well, I think we know why. But yeah, the Herald boon vomit. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of boons. There's a lot of boons. Now, where would I put Tempest on this? Yo, Adrando, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. I think it's actually quite a difficult decision. Yes, everyone hand over your Twitch Prime, guys. Hand it over right now. Do it. Tempest is probably here. I might have to split this tier though. That the B tier is putting in some work here, right? You know, there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work being put in here. Realistically, I think you split B tier into 2, and then you probably take the better ones. I don't think Chrono is really good right now. Chrono is really good as like a lack DPS. It's very good. Newbit, thanks for the prime. Spectre is really good as a lack DPS. 2, we love to see that one. Everything in C becoming D. Oh no, I'm sorry. I am sorry. You Firebrand literally cannot be bad. It is not possible. As long as Firebrand can use Tome 3, and it can take Advance and It can take advance while also taking stand your ground. It is impossible that this is a bad build. It's impossible. Yeah. Firebrand Deimos tier. I mean, I guess that kind of is what it is, right? Like, it is something that you would play on Deimos for the Aegis, right? But it is surprising. It is really surprising, actually, to think about how Firebrand actually does struggle to compete with some of the stronger options, right? And I think a lot of this is because healers are really strong. So the value you get is actually diminished because of how powerful supports are. Like, heal alacrity builds are very powerful right now. And because of that, you kind of lose value on your Firebrand because a lot of the really cool stuff that your Firebrand can do is kind of covered by your healer a lot of the time, by your druid, for example, or by, you know, your heal scourge or whatever you're under, you know, whatever you're your mechanist, right? A lot of the value that you'd get is covered in another way. But yeah, is the healing? Well, this is offensive. Well, we'll actually properly go over it. Like, this is not the actual tier list, guys. Don't worry, okay? Yeah, I actually want to think about DPS. I just want to kind of get this organized in my head before we leap into it. So let's very quickly go over the DPS builds that I think are really good. I think Vindy is really good. I think Scourge is really good. I think Virtuoso is really good. I think Reaper is really good. I think Soul Beast is really good. I think Weaver is really good. What else do I think is really, 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 really good? I think that actually might be about it of the ones that I consider to be exceptionally good. Yeah. I think maybe Hollow would make it there as well. I think Hollowsmith is very strong. Berserker. I think Berserker is way better next patch. I think Berserker is probably going to be... I think Berserker actually might be S tier next patch, actually. Yeah, pure DPS, Nike. I'm just trying to get the thoughts in order. What do I think are, like, really exceptional DPS builds? I think Berserker next patch would be. I'm not sure right now. I think the playability issues kind of hold it back a little bit currently, but yeah, this is kind of what... Hollow is not S. Yeah, I wouldn't say it... I wouldn't put it in the same category as these. I think these are exceptionally good. I think Catalyst might also kind of make it up there as well. Reaper over Berserker? Reaper is 100% better than Berserker. A million% better than Berserker. Berserker has a lot of damage, but Reaper is just so much value, and it's such a rock, right? It's like an actual rock in your group. It's very nice. I'm a big Reaper fan, actually, overall. Yeah, I think I'd kind of be inclined to put Catalyst, actually, in S tier, to be honest. I think it's very strong. Hollow, I think, is maybe a little bit below these, but I think it is actually very good overall. Let's see. I think Berserker actually does... It fits in pretty smartly in this type of area. Same with, like, Blade Sworn, I think, is really good. This is actually really interesting. Like, where would I put Spellbreaker these days? You know, Spellbreaker is probably, like, an A-tier build. I really like the stability on Spellbreaker, but it just has some really weird issues. I think it just has some really weird issues with not working properly on some fights, and that's actually a really big problem. The fact that it doesn't... Spellbreaker just doesn't work correctly sometimes, I think is so bad. It's just a huge feels bad, man, to be honest, when that happens. Blade Sworn is a bit dog. Yeah, I think I'm maybe a little bit biased because I think it's really good on HTCM, but I think you're actually right. I'd probably maybe dunk it down a tier, actually, because it's too niche. Yeah, you're right, it's niche. I think that's definitely true. It's more of a niche build these days. Still good, but pretty niche. Yeah. But it's not bad at all. Reaper has Shroud 2, one of the least fun skills in the game. Yeah, but it's like a small DPS loss, not to press that. It's a bit annoying that it's a DPS increase, but it's whatever. Yeah. It's whatever. Harbinger is S. Nah, no shot. Harbinger is S. Harbinger, I'd put it in A tier. I think I'd put Harbinger in A tier. I think I'd put Druid in A tier. I might have to split the tiers here a little bit, because I actually think some pretty underrated builds is like DPS Herald and DPS Firebrand. Pretty underrated overall, in my opinion. Like they're maybe on the lower end of these. I think quite a lot of these are better than that, but these are actually really nice, I think, overall. These two builds are very good. Yeah. Yes. DPS Chrono. DPS Chrono is actually pretty good, yeah. That's very true. But again, I think what we're probably going to do, it's going to be like A+, and this is A, and then this is B. So I think what I would probably do is, I think some stuff kind of ends up in this direction, a little bit like this. Yeah, you probably go this direction. And quite a lot of stuff ends up in A tier, to be honest. I think, I'd honestly be, yo, Dranks to the raid. You guys killed Lich King yet? I'd be like really, I'd be really inclined to kind of do something like this. Get the Renegade in there as well. Is Chrono better than this stuff? Maybe. Any point in doing tier lists if everything is good? I mean, I guess so, yeah. I just like to do a little bit of preparation here, guys. You know, you guys are seeing the thought process. You're seeing the thought process unravel, my friends. Tempest. This build is actually surprisingly good. It's a lot better. Isn't Herald 36k DPS? I think it's more... I think it's nearly 40, no? I think it's just shy of 40. Same with Firebrand. Like, Firebrand is about 40k, no? Maybe after Relic nerfs it's a bit lower. But I think it's something like that. Yeah, honestly, this is why I'm actually we're gonna be doing a bonus tier list, guys. A bonus tier list after all the usual ones, because I want to talk about the builds, a tier list of all the builds that are coming up next time. Actually, yeah. Because I think Scrapper is going to be incredibly good next patch. Herald will be really good next patch. I also think that Heal Chrono is going to be really good next patch. Very exciting, actually. Yeah, power is 41k. That's fucking... Dude, holy shit, that is a good build, actually. What the hell? Yeah, that is a very good build, actually. Maybe, honestly, 8 it might be a little bit too low for it. It's not as good as Vindicator, though. Nah, it probably... yeah. It's maybe a little bit low tier. I feel like a lot of stuff ends up in A tier, to be honest. I think, you know, your Daredevil's going to be in A tier. I think DH is going to be in A tier. You're probably going to have stuff like Tempest in there. Spectre's probably fitting in there as well. Willbender's probably in there too. Scrapper is probably going to be B. Mech. I'm honestly really unimpressed. I'm really unimpressed by this. Like the... like DPS mech, I think it's kind of lame, to be honest. I don't think it's very good. It's probably going about there. Willbender? Wait. Willbender with Firebrand as well. We're not going to include, like, severe bugs, obviously. I don't think Deadeye is very good. Mirage kind of in a similar situation as well. And then Untamed. I don't even know... Dude, this should tell you everything. I honestly have no idea what the fuck Untamed even does anymore, right? Who knows? Yeah. I don't even know what this shit is. Which Berserker is good? Condi or Power? Mirage C tier? I mean, Mirage is a little bit... It's a bit of a sad spec, isn't it? To be honest. Might be a little bit better next patch, though. Yeah. I have no idea. I have no idea what the hell's going on. But I think that something like that kind of makes sense. I think that's about right. Yeah. Yes. Which Berserker is good? Condi or Power? I think both of them are pretty good. Power is very good, though. Untamed, Unhinged, Unbothered, Moisturized. Happy in his lane, Focus, Flourishing. I don't even know what that means. Yeah. Nice. 40 to 43 on the usual suspect encounters. Yeah, but on like one... That's not that impressive, though, is it? Right? Like, at the end of the day. I mean, it can do really well on certain encounters, but it's like a very weird build at this point. It's like, very weird build. Yes. Yeah. Condi Virtuoso is good. It is good. I mean, Mirage has just been bullied by its other elite specs, funnily enough. I think, you know, Chrono and Vert are so good that it's gonna be over. Yeah. Yes. Mirage can't be below Untamed. Who even plays that? Actually an extinct species. Well, I mean, how much damage does it even do? I have no idea how much DPS fucking Untamed even does, guys. It's probably like 40k, right? It's I honestly hate I kind of hate the DPS tier list because everything is so overpowered. It's like, how do I even rate this stuff, right? It's so broken. Yeah, Mirage not getting big buffs. He is getting big buffs. I think Mirage will actually be a lot better next patch. Yeah. Well, the thing is, guys, just doing 40k DPS kind of isn't good enough anymore. I know that sounds really insane, but just 40k isn't enough because every build does 40k. If you actually look, Vindy's 40, Scourge is just under 40, Vert is 40, Reaper is 40, Soul Beast is 40, Weaver is 40, Catalyst is 40, Hollow is 40, Zerker is above 40, Spellbreak I think is at 40 or just shy, Harbinger's 40k, Druid is 40k, Renegade is about 40k, Chrono is 40k, Herald is 40k, Firebrand's 40k, Daredevil is 40k, DH is weird 40k, Tempest is 40k, Spectre is 40k, Willbender is 40k, Bladesworn, I think Bladesworn is weird, but does a lot of damage. Scrapper, I think, I think Scrapper actually does, I think Scrapper's damage is actually quite mediocre, but it's not that bad either. How much does Power Scrapper do, guys? It's probably like 37k if I had to guess. I think it will be 40k next patch, right? That's for sure. I don't think it's 40k right now. Condi Mech is, I think, about 40k as well. Deadeye is 40k, but it's scuffed. Untamed is 40k, but it's untamed. And Mirage is like 40k sometimes, right? I think you could probably put Mirage in here. It's like kind of in weird tier. Like it can be good, but it's a little bit niche, a little bit weird. That's probably what I would end up having it as, to be honest. Yeah. Weird meme, guys. Some weird memes. Yeah. Procession of Blade should spin for 10 seconds. Make DH great again. You guys like all the spins? The big spins? Okay, so we've thought about DPS a little bit, and we've thought about the quickness a little bit, the DPS builds, like the DPS boon builds. Let me actually think about healers. So what would I say about healers? Man, you know what's weird, guys? Heal Firebrand is actually bad, right? I can't believe I'm saying that. Like, it's actually not that good. Currently, it's actually not good in the current meta. It's actually very strange to say that, but it's not very good at this point. Yeah, Mirage is 0.38% play rate. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's rancid, right? Like, and it's just not. It's not good. Yeah, like if I think about the healers that are really good, it's obviously going to be Druid is just honestly spectacular. I think you know what. Yo, Steph, thanks for the raid, man. I really think that... Oh, it's so annoying. Like, I think Scourge is actually broken. Like, Druid probably wins out in terms of overall brokenness, but honestly, I really think that Druid and Scourge are actually at somewhat similar power levels. In terms of how good they are at what they're doing. When they're allowed their opportunity to shine. The Druid is less composition dependent. This is why I'd probably rate Druid higher than Scourge. Because Scourge kind of requires... It requires you to have your offensive support give you more boons. Right? This is the weird thing. Scourge and Herald... in my opinion, is actually better than Scourge and Druid. But the problem... Herald and Druid. Like, if you have a Herald, Scourge is absolutely broken. It is just beyond broken in terms of its power level. But it is a bit more reliant on your team. Druid doesn't care about your team. Druid is amazing in every single group ever, right? Like, that's the big advantage of Druid. Scourge, I think, is a better build. In terms of its power level, its raw carry potential, but it's slightly more situational than Druid, whereas Druid is just, it's not situational, it's always good. Firebrand is just weirdly not good. If I was thinking about healers, I think Herald probably stands alone in A tier. I think it's worse than both of those. It's comparable to Heal Mech, I would say. I would say, you know, this is really interesting, actually. But, yeah, Firebrand is worse than both of those, 100%. Tempest is worse than Firebrand. Yeah, it is. It's kind of close, though, actually. But it's surprisingly close, but it definitely is. Heal Scrapper is worse than all of that. So you've kind of got, like, this is how it looks for healers. It's actually very weird. Healers are probably the ones that kind of struggle the most. Like, Heal Scrapper is not good. Heal Chrono right now isn't good. Heal Spectre right now is not good. It's a little bit more like this, though, to be honest. I wouldn't say these are D tier. They're just not really that good. That stuff is about there. Heal Catalyst. Heal Catalyst is actually... That build actually isn't very good. Heal Spectre is easily the best one here, actually. Heal Spectre is arguably the same as Tempest, I almost feel like, actually. This build is pretty decent these days, overall. I think it's better than these, but it's worse than that. That's for sure. And that's basically all the healers, right? Like, Heal Willmother doesn't exist. That's not a real build. Heal Untamed is probably C tier as well. Yeah. Heal Harb is not a real build, guys. Heal Renegade, yeah, that's not a good build. That's also C tier. Yeah. And Heal Bladesworn. Heal Bladesworn is actually probably the only build I would actually say isn't actually good. It's this. This is a build that exists, but it is extremely bad. Yeah. Yes. It's over. Renegade deserves D tier. Honestly, you might be right. I actually think Heal Renegade is worse than all of this. Like, that build is not good. Yeah. Yeah, this build is not very good at all. I don't think. It is pretty dismal. D for dismal tier. It is better. It's better than... Nah, it's not. It's better than Bladesworn. It's... Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely better than Bladesworn. Yeah. Heal Willbender. I mean, Heal Willbender just isn't really a build. It just doesn't really exist. It's if we were gonna put it here, it would be D tier. I don't think it's good. Why Heal does not see its minimum Firebrand tier? I mean, is it though? Heal Tempest's application is mediocre. It's honestly, the thing that it did really well was healing, and other things heal better than it now, to be honest. There's been a lot of heal creep. The thing that Tempest used to have, it used to be a much better healer than Druid. That's no longer true. Druid is a much better healer than Tempest these days. So it's... I don't know. It's not a bad build, but I don't think it's a good build. To be honest. Has harder competition. I agree with you, but that's kind of part of it, right? That's kind of part of the tier list. Like, we're thinking about competition here. It's one of the reasons why Heal Firebrand is worse. Heal Firebrand is worse because it has to compete with Herald. Especially next patch, right? It's very hard for it to compete. But I think I think this is kind of what the tier list would look like. I'm pretty sure this is where it goes. Its application is just so bad, right? Like, its boon application is very mediocre compared to basically everything else here. That's where it really struggles. Untamed. I mean, you could put Untamed in B tier. It's one of the, like, new healers that's honestly not that bad. I mean, I don't think its boon application is good, though. It has quickness. I think it can do might, right? It can do quickness, might, and protection. And I guess it has... I guess the new Ranger Spirits help it. They're a lot better, right? It's very, you know, yeah, it's definitely a bit of a build. I think it's worse than Firebrand, though. Like, Firebrand gets hard carried by the fact that it has stand your ground. Like, stand your ground is such a good skill that it is nice. It is a good skill to have that. And I think that the tomes are still very strong. Like, it has a lot of flexibility on it. 6k healing each time? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's actually that good. It's definitely decent. I will grant you that it is better than all of this right now. So I think we can maybe put it in B tier. But I don't think we can go any higher than that. But wait, hang on. It doesn't have stability, does it? No, it's shit. No, this build is fucking dog, okay? This is a dog build. This is dog. It has, like, very bad boon access. This is a dog mess build. It returns to the depths. Yeah. Like, B tier, at least, they have, like, full coverage, mostly. Like, Spectre and Temes, they have, like, full coverage, at least. Yeah. Heal mech is S tier. You know, honestly, heal mech actually might get downgraded, because I actually do think that Herald is better than mech. Mech is almost like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that is true, actually. Thing is, it's better than Firebrand. It's better than Firebrand. I think it's very debatable. I think it's debatable. I think it's very debatable. Very debatable. I really like Herald right now. I like Heal Herald a lot. And let me think about mech. Where would I play mech in raids and strikes? This is the thing about Mechanist. I feel like the only place I really want to play heal mech in the entire game is HTCM. And, like, everywhere else, I'd rather play Scourge or Druid. This is kind of what I mean. It's like, where would you really want to play this build? Where it was, like, mech really good? Yeah. In these situations. Is Heal Scourge viable for HTCM? Oh, yeah. You can basically do loads of crazy stuff on HTCM. It makes it, like, a little bit more annoying, but you can definitely do it. Yeah. I'm with the good Alak mech. I mean, I think Alak mech is still a really good build. It's just there's kind of tough competition, right? Like, Heal mech didn't get worse. The other builds got better, right? Heal mech is still good. It's just that Druid and Scourge are better. It's that Heal Herald is better, right? This build hasn't changed that much. After its initial set of nerfs, it's been pretty flatline for the entirety of the game, right? And it's actually the same with Firebrand, by the way. Firebrand hasn't got worse. Other builds got better. Notably, Herald, Scourge, and Druid got significantly better over the course of it, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, mech probably still deserves to be in S tier. I think Herald does have a couple of weaknesses. Herald has a couple of weaknesses that maybe it deserves to be in the same tier as mech. They both have weaknesses. Like, the healing of Mechanist is relatively mediocre. And its stability access isn't amazing. It's good enough for basically everything in the game, but it's not amazing. Whereas Herald has amazing application, but it can't do the be two places at once thing. So, although that doesn't matter very often, though. That only matters on basically HTCM, right? It's the only time you care about that. Herald's also really nice, actually, because it has the best tank. It's, right now, easily the best tank. Because it is unkillable. If we go and look at this particular build, I can show you what I mean. On the Rev, it's the trait that gives you barrier for each boon that's on you. It's extremely good. Yes. Very nice. Look at this shit. Resilient Spirit. Every 3 seconds, you gain 364 barrier per boon on you, capped at 5. It's actually insane. If you play this build, you are the tank god. You are utterly unkillable when you play this. You cannot die. It's true. And of course, you actually have you have blocks on both sets as well. You have Warding Rift, and you also have Shield 5 Crystal Hibernation. So that's very strong. And that's getting better. Oh, honestly, you know what? Guys, people are talking about Crystal Hibernation, this one. Guys, people are talking about Envoy of Exuberance. Okay? But people have missed this. Okay? People are missing this shit. Crystal Hibernation is going to be such a good skill next patch. Because you do a little block, and it's also going to pulse that healing to nearby allies. That's going to be like a full heal on your entire subgroup, while you're also blocking and basically immune when you use this ability. So you're going to go immune and basically full heal your team at the same time. It's going to heal for, honestly, 3k per tick 4 times. It's like an AoE 12k heal on a pretty damn short cooldown as well. 20-second cooldown with Alacrity, right? It's very strong. All of the shield toolkit is going to be very good, I think. Next patch. And if we talk about next patch, this is where things get exciting. So if I'm going to rate the builds that I think are going to be really good next patch, I almost want to be daring and say Heal Chrono actually might be S tier. That's not impossible. This build actually might be insane next time. It's very good. I think it's going to be very good with the setup. I think it's... The problem is... It might not be as good as Scourge and Herald, but it will absolutely be as good as Herald and Mech, 100%. Just by looking at the numbers, I'm very confident it'll be that good at least. So if we have like S+, right? Like S+ is where we put Druid. It will be at least here, I think. I could actually imagine it being an S+. To be honest, it might actually be that good, especially in certain situations. 100% is very strong. Next patch, and also I am going to do this tier list afterwards, guys. We're just kind of going through the thought process here. I actually think DPS Scrapper is going to be really good next patch. I think it might actually be an S tier build. I actually think DPS Scrapper might be S tier, guys. No joke. Because it's just getting 500 extra power just slapped onto it. Wait, what does DPS Scrapper do now, guys? Someone tell me. It's probably I want to say it's around like 37k DPS. It's something like that. In that sort of region. Well, yeah, maybe it's not good enough then actually. Oh, it might only be A tier then. Right now it's kind of mediocre, but I think it's going to go up at least a tier. 37, 38. So if you add 500 power to a 37, 38k DPS build, yeah, that says to me over 40k for sure. Yeah, that's probably going to take it to what? 41, 42? Okay? Ish? Yeah. 10% increase. Yeah, that's kind of what I would be guessing. Is kind of like 41, 42. So that's going to be quite good. But the thing is about Scrapper, it's going to be unkillable, right? It's going to be totally unkillable build. It can res allies. It will be able to give stability. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty good. Yeah, it's very bursty, right? Because you get your gyro, you have grenade barrage, and you have your hammer burst. It's pretty bursty build. Maybe it is going to be good. Yeah. Herald is 41k. Wait, how much DPS? Guys, someone tell me how much DPS Herald is. Is it like actually putrid or what? DPS, I'm Googling it. DPS Herald. Herald was 41k last patch. It's not anymore. Dude, no one fucking knows. No one knows how much damage this build does. How is this possible? How could nobody know? It's like lost forbidden knowledge, guys. How much damage does it do? Herald is 36.5. Oh god, that's really bad. Holy shit. How is it so... Wait, how is it so bad? What? That's so trash. Oh no. Oh my god. That's brutal. For so many boons for a DPS though. But yeah, then you should just play Quickness Herald, right? Just play Quickness Herald then. Then you can do even more boons and barely lose any damage, I guess. Yeah, because that... Wait, so hang on a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Here's what you guys are telling me. Quickness Herald is 32k DPS. Full DPS Herald is 36k DPS. So you're telling me that you trade 4k DPS for giving everyone quickness and might. Basically 25 might and quickness to everyone in the entire group. Yeah. DPS Herald is dog shit. Yo! Never mind then. Yeah. You guys lied to me. You told me it was 40k. If it was 40k, it would be pretty good. Okay? I was like, oh, that's a pretty good build. That's not bad. That's not bad. But if it's 36k, it is worthless trash. Oh. Yeah. Do you guys like it when I, do you guys like it when I call builds worthless trash? Is that what you're here for? Is that what you like in the, you know? From the tier lists? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please step on my dreams. Let me in on a little secret chat. Do you guys enjoy reading the comments of the tier lists where people get mad that I called their build bad? Because I will make a confession here live on stream. I do. Yes. It is funny to me. I enjoy it. It's funny. I like it. Yeah. Yes. Anyway, back to us kind of sketching out the thought process for the next patch tier list. I reckon DPS Herald actually will be a fair bit better next patch. The damage is going up on it a fair bit. I think it will be kind of comparable to the Scrapper. You know what? I'm going to make a bit of a risk guess. Have we got any Mesmer nerds here? I bet Emmy would know this. But here we go. I actually think a Lack Mirage is way better next patch. I think it is actually getting helped out so much by this. Because it's now getting the Chaos boons from Bountiful Disillusionment. So you're now going to give a Lack, Might, Vigor, Fury, Stability, Stability access on that build even more so with if you take the Utility skill as well. And that is good for a start. And it's getting a lot more damage. The Staff 3 clones, the Phantasm, right? It's going to do Torment instead of Vulnerability on top of that. And someone would have to do the numbers on this. Maybe someone has. The new Illusions trait line could actually be interesting. Because you get a percentile damage mod on your condition damage now from summoning an illusion. And Confusion is getting, that Grandmaster trait is getting a duration modifier, which I suspect is going to be a base duration modifier of 33%. And that means that that will then be compounded by your expertise, which, and bear in mind, Staff Mirage applies quite a lot of confusion, right? You have quite a lot of confusion on your Staff Mirage. And as a result of that, I think that build could actually be very good. I think it will do a lot more damage, and will have way better boon access. So I actually think Mirage is going to end up significantly better in the next patch. I'm not sure how much damage it's going to do, but I do think the boons are going to be way better. The other things that are going to be, I think, are getting way better is actually, yeah. Wait, listen. Dude, yeah, you can tell us, Trig, actually. Oh, is it not base duration? Bro, if it's not base duration, then it's way less exciting, I guess. But I was kind of thinking it was going to be base duration. Because a lot of traits like that are, right? Wait, so what you're telling me is, okay, you know what? You know, he's saying this is copium. Bro, you're telling me a Grandmaster trait is 33% confusion duration, and Whenever you dodge, you apply confusion. Wow. What a great trait. I can't wait to pick that. Okay, I can't wait for that. What an exciting GM trait. But yeah, I think, anyway, back to the meme. Next patch, I actually think Quickness Berserker and Berserker are both going to be way better. It's really difficult to rate this, because... Do you know that any confusion here is better than no code? That is true. That is true. It is better than nothing. But, I'm not sure if that's the standard we want to set. Like, oh yeah, at least my Grandmaster trait doesn't do nothing. Okay, whoa, I'm feeling so good right now. I think Quickness Berserker and DPS Berserker are actually really nice next patch. I think DPS Berserker and Quickness Berserker, I'm almost tempted to say S tier. I think the playability on these builds is going up so much, actually, that I like this build a lot. I think warrior players are going to love it. I think it's just going to pump. Honestly, Quickness Berserker is going to get abused in records. In fact, it already is, actually. It's already getting abused a little bit now. I think it's going to get mega abused next patch because of how much application you have on this build. It might actually be insane. I think it could be really, really strong. Like, it kind of pains me to rate it in S tier, though, because the problem I have with doing this is that it is like a pure glass build. It gives quickness and fury, basically. I guess you can technically give might on that, but you have to do the tactics trait line, and you don't want to do that. I don't think warriors like playing that. But yeah. What do you think, Nike? Like, my read on this is that I feel like this build should be so strong, right? It should be, because it's going to do so much damage. Because you literally need 0 boon duration. All you do is you trade 1 trait. You lose some ferocity, right? You lose ferocity when you're in Berserk, which is always, basically. So you're losing some damage there. But it seems so good, like, on paper. It seems so powerful, that quickness build. It should be insane, I think. It should be insane. And then, let's see what else is changing. I think Dragon Hunter is actually way better next patch. I want to say it'll be like more of an A tier build in this regard. Yeah, I think it's a lot better. I do like the Aegis a lot, in my opinion. Loads of Aegis all over the place. Yeah. Yes. What else is changing? It's not much. It's mostly just these, really, isn't it? Nice. Is this post-patch? Yeah, I'm doing a bonus tier list because I love tier lists. And these are where I'm thinking about putting the builds that I think are going to change the most. So this is like the speculation tier list, right? In my opinion. For example, I think Heal Chrono is going to be very good. I think Quickness Berserker is going to be very good. I think DPS Scrapper, Heal Scrapper, and Quickness Scrapper are all a fair bit better. So DPS Scrapper is way better because it has more damage from its Grandmaster trait now. And Heal Scrapper and Quickness Scrapper now have some really cool picks in the adapt traits. They can pick Super Speed or Stability, either the top trait or the bottom trait. The only downside for the DPS, and the DPS build can do this too, by the way. The downside is that you actually do lose damage because Super Speed gives you more damage if you are a Scrapper. So applying Super Speed to yourself is quite important. So there is a slight trade-off there, but Stability gives you more damage as well. So Mass Momentum is not the end of the world. Or rather, well, no, that's not how it works. The Grandmaster one gives you Stability. Mass Momentum gives you Might. Whatever. It's a little bit of a trade-off, but you have 5 target Stability on Function Gyro, which is pretty good if you ask me. DPS Heralding is going to be way better next patch. I didn't realize how bad this build was. The thing is, I blame you guys for this. You know, I trust my audience too much. You guys are like, yeah, oh my god, DPS Herald is so good. And then someone tells me, it does 36k DPS. Build is absolute dog mess. It's a lot better next patch, though, because that GM trait getting buffed up is good. It's pretty good. Wait, do so few people play Mirage, guys? Have all of the Mirage mains just given up? Who has got the numbers? I bet Trig's got the numbers. How much does a lack DPS Mirage do next patch? I think they've actually all gone. Every single Mirage main quit the game. I'm not even joking. I almost can't imagine it at least being pretty decent next patch. I can't imagine it. Because you're going to give 25 might, protection, fury, alacrity, vigor, stability. It can't be bad. It literally can't be bad. Surely. Right? Isn't getting a big damage boost? I guess it isn't, because I think some of the changes to Chaos actually might reduce damage. I think that's why they're making Torch better, right? So I think it's kind of the Chaos stuff is like a buff nerf, right? I think some of the damage is going down, but they're putting it back in other places. Yeah. I don't even know. I almost struggle. I just struggle to imagine how it's going to be bad with how much boon access it has. Like, builds like that just do so well. I guess its damage output might just be too low, though, compared to some of the alternatives. Yeah. Maybe I'm on copium here, guys. Maybe I'm on, like, the big copium. How much damage does Staff Mirage do right now? Tell me, guys. How much DPS is Staff Mirage? It's probably like 22k or something. Like, Z DPS. It can't be that bad. It can't possibly be that bad. Wait, is it 31k? Oh, but this is probably the cancer build, right? Oh, yeah. I found a YouTube video for 31k, but it's the... Ooh, yeah. Realistically, there's like 2 people in the game who would do this rotation effectively. It's... Wait, holy shit. This is fucking zaced. Wait, what is this, guys? 31k with allies, 33k solo. Being around other people, you lose. Oh yeah, because they get fury. The clones get fury. So, oh no. So you lose damage when you're with other people because they don't get the fury anymore. Ah, that's fucking funny. I love it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, because you don't have the traits being reworked, right? Yeah, because it's Chaos Aura, and you won't have 100% uptime on Chaos Aura. So yeah, you're going to lose some damage there. I guess it's kind of going back on Staff, right, with the Torment. Illusions change won't affect us as you use Chaos. Ah, yeah. There's no possibility that you drop dueling then? I guess not, because you get so much bleeding, right, on your sharper illusions. I guess it's not gonna be worth it. Feels bad. Yeah, the Warlock doing Torment is pretty good. We don't know the number on that, right? But yeah. Swap out Chaos? I feel like there's no way you're dropping Chaos, though. There's no way. It's too much value for a boon build. Yeah. There's no way. It's impossible. Yeah, this is... I mean, you aren't dropping dueling on Staff Mirage. Yeah. I think it would be interesting if you did drop dueling, but I guess it's just not there yet. Yeah. The other thing about this build is that this, one of the things that really affects the play rate on this build is that this rotation is pretty punishing, no? Like, this is basically a 0% boon duration build. This is, like, full Viper, right? And that means if you fuck it up, it's dog shit, right? Like, this is definitely the build when... If you see a lack Mirage in Pugs, you know it's not going to be good, okay? Like, you know that you're not going to have any alacrity the entire time. Watch out for that one, guys. Yeah, the uptimes on Staff Mirage in Pugs, it's not good. It's not good. Skill 2 on Staff is dog. I mean, it's a bit of a weird skill, yeah. Like, this is one of the reasons why Condi Deadeye is a bit weird with pistol main hand, because you do the teleporty back thing, and that is very annoying in pretty much any situation. You know, it's not good. Not good. Yeah, there it is. But they don't understand how to dodge correctly on Mirage, indeed. I don't know, but I just can't imagine this world. How can it be that bad? How can a Lack Mirage be that bad, guys? Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it's fuck. It's so, the boons, Bountiful Disillusionment, that trait is going to be so good. It's going to be such a good trait. It's so good. Oh, man. But yeah. My copium tanks have been drained, guys. My cope tanks have been emptied by the Twitch chat. Yeah, it is very slow. It is the slowest fucking build ever. They're trying to make regular Mirage faster, right? I think next patch it's getting a fair bit faster. And they're fixing the auto attack thing. So it's like a little bit easier to play and easier to pull off. Yeah. Ah, yes. Very nice. Condi Chrono will become broken instead of Mirage. Oh yeah, because you got your, then you can do like Chrono Phantasma, right? And like you'll get millions of them. Yeah, you get like a million little clones just going crazy. All the Phantasmas just gonna be pumping. Yes. Condi Chrono with a lack. Yeah, maybe you end up with like a Condi Boon Chrono kind of popping up. Yeah. Mirage is certified meme tier in PvP, PvE, and World vs. World. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of true, yeah. Yeah, maybe Rifle Mirage is going to save the day, guys. Rifle Mirage. It is not worth it to play Mirage. XD Tree. Firebrand 2. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I'm not sure if I can... I have bad news. I'm not sure if I can remove the tree emotes. And I'm going to say why. They're sometimes just so appropriate. When I think about a build like Mirage, I feel like XDD Tree. I feel like Tree Conga. Well, here's the thing, Nike, okay? Imagine someone comes up to you, okay, and says, I love Heal Blade Sworn. Do you not feel a little bit Tree Conga? Is there not a little bit of Tree Conga in you at that moment? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No? not even a little bit? I think it's just perfect. You know, this, yeah. The trees. DDX tree. Heal Soul Beast. Yeah, sure, Master. Why not? Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. It just has this perfect element of insanity to it. Right? The emote is just insane in an appropriate way. What else is changing next patch? This is basically all the new stuff, right? Catalyst, they're just basically making it like more playable. Nothing's happening with Blade Sword. Nothing's happening with Soul Beast, really. Spectre, well, Spectre is changing, but in a pretty insignificant way. It's going to have more might uptime now. Because it's going to do the AoE might with Bountiful Theft, which is actually nice, actually, but I don't think it's worthy of putting it on like a speculation thing, to be honest. Weaver's the same. Wilburn is the same. Yo, plays us the raid, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. Scourge is the same. Ren is the same. Reaper is the same. Mech is the same. Yeah, nothing's really changing here, right? Playability changes on counter can make it better. Yeah, it's not like a new build, though. It's going to be the same build, right? It's going to be the exact same thing. It's just like more playable. And it definitely will be better, right? Because it will be easier to, if you drop stacks, you don't get as punished. Oh, let me check this out, actually. Let me take a look at this. Let's see how far Plenix made it. I'm going in. Solo HC. What level did Plenix get to? Here we go. Plenix made it to... What level is he? I can't actually see. He's got the rested thing there. Is he level 10 or level 12? I feel like he's level 10. He has... Ah, here we go. Ah, oh, yeah, he's level 10, because he has exactly 1 talent point. Very nice. Plenix Solo HC. Oh, unless he already put a point in enhancement. Oh, yeah, no, he didn't. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Where was this? What's the emote? Where? What the fuck is this? Like, what is this emote? Roy saying that he loves snow cones. Yeah. Wait, that happened? It was not fake. It was in Luaren's chat. Nice. What kind of tier list is this for? This is for the PvE builds that are going to be showing up next patch, pretty much. That's what I think, anyway. Or like the builds that are popping up again. Yes. Indeed, 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 indeed. Very nice. Berserker only at S. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, maybe this actually could. It might end up in S+. It's going to be completely broken, right? Like, oh, well, probably. Unless the damage comes out, it's going to be insane. Absolutely insane build. You're actually, that's kind of a good point, though, yeah. Like, Quickness Berserker might actually be, like, predicted S+ tier. The only reason I would maybe rate it a little bit lower is because I feel like it's not going to be Giga broken in pugs, right? If that makes any sense. Because it just does, it does a huge amount of damage and applies quickness and fury. So it's like, it probably won't be that broken in, like, normal play, if that makes any sense. Like, will it be Giga broken in record runs? Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty Giga busted in record runs. But in, like, normal play, it's probably going to be really strong, but maybe not, like, mega broken. Yeah. Everything is bad for pugs except for Herald. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I would always rate Quickness Herald. I'm kind of talking about Heal Herald here, right? This is a slightly confusing tier list. It will make sense from the YouTube viewer's perspective because I'm going to go through exactly what I mean, right? I'm going to go through it one by one. So to kind of talk about this, I'm talking about Heal Chrono here. I'm talking about Quickness Berserker, DPS Scrapper, DPS Herald. Oh, I kind of need to talk about Heal Herald as well. I almost I need like a tier list that has multiple builds on it. Oh, this is terrible, actually. This is fucked up, guys. I can't rate all of them at the same time. So I actually think Heal Herald is going to be really good next patch. Heal Herald might even, oh, man. I think DPS Dragon Hunter, I think is actually going to, I think it's a lot more playable, a lot nicer to play next patch with the Aegis. And then Alak Mirage. I think Alak Mirage is getting improved a lot, but unfortunately, might not be that good still. Like 44 to 45k DPS. Yeah, I think DPS Berserker is without a shadow of a doubt going to be an S tier DPS build next time, right? Very strong. Gonna be a really good build. Yeah. Yes. Virtue's DH is already identical to Radiance without Aegis. Yeah, I know, but it's gonna make it like even more playable, right? The playability is gonna be higher, right? Grab a core rev icon for Heal Herald. Yeah, I mean it's different. Yeah, I guess we could do that. We could just put in. What? No, we can fix it in post, right? Nah, honestly we can't do that. I'll just get the editor to fix it, guys. Okay, the editor will fix it. Trust me, bro. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, I think warrior mains are gonna be happy with the changes. That's for sure. All right, I better actually do the tier list though, guys, because bear in mind that was not me actually doing the tier lists. That was us doing what I would normally do off stream, but I've been completely drained, guys. So you know what? This is the bonus you guys get. You guys get bonus content as stream viewers. Okay? Because I've been super tired this week. And normally, before I do a tier list, I'll kind of map it out in my head and do some preparation. But I basically haven't actually had much time at the computer this week, so that didn't happen. Therefore, we did it on stream. I don't like the Zerka changes. Oh, that's really surprising. It feels like such a fun ability. I really like the design of Smash Brawler. It sounds really fun to me. Like, you know, you've got to keep up your combo for as long as you can, like extending your berserk out over and over again. I think that sounds really fun. Like, sure, there might be some balance issues, you know, with the Heat the Soul. That might be a little bit busted. So I can definitely, if you're kind of concerned about balance problems, I think, yeah, you're not wrong. But yeah. That's what it already was. Yeah, but the way that it funneled back into itself was like less fun. It was you would use outrage skills to do it. But now it's kind of like it's kind of like using your berserk ability juices you. I think that's just inherently way more fun. I really like the idea that the more berserk primal burst you use, the longer you stay in berserk. I think that's way better and way more exciting than using outrage skills. And of course, you'll still be doing the outrage skills, right? One thing about Berserker, by the way, I'd be really interested. Like, how can you actually just drop outrage skills next patch? Can you just do it entirely with Berserk? Like, how long can you keep that up for, right? If you don't actually use that many outrage skills. Because I think that's actually kind of cool. If you can do that. Because if you can do that on Berserker, the build becomes way more flexible. You know, then you can take a banner, right, maybe. If you needed some utility for your team, you could take War Banner to revive allies. You can take some more CC if you want to go in that direction too. It makes the build way more free, right? Instead of having to commit a lot of your utility skills to upkeeping your mechanic. Outrage on your bar. Yeah, I actually don't hate having outrage on the bar that much. Because I don't hate outrage because that's actually kind of a good skill, right? It's like a stun break too, right? I like it. Headbutt stays for CC. Yeah, sure. But if you didn't need the CC, you could probably swap. You could swap out, right? You could probably take the elite banner as well if you wanted to. And I like that. That's good. That's kind of what makes a DPS build strong, is its ability to do a variety of things. Very exciting. Very exciting, if you ask me, guys. But I believe it's time. I believe it is time to actually do the tier lists. You never lose headbutt. Well, don't get me wrong, it's a good skill, alright? Okay? Can we finally start the tier list? Yes! I have literally stalled for 4 days on this. Although, to be fair, didn't have a particularly good week. Alright, I didn't have a very good week this time around. So, listen, you have to bear with me, guys. I wasn't quite myself this week. So, it is what it is. We have now made it through the start of the fight. Yeah, I guess that is annoying, right? Because you can't instantly get your adrenaline without that. You'd have to build up a little bit. So I guess it kind of compromises your burst. For sure. Adrenaline. Gotta get into Berserk. Tier lists. Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna bat. I'm gonna bat right now. Bat jam. Let's go. Beans tier list. Oh, shit. I can do that. Dude, me and Nike could do Beans tier list because we're both bean enthusiasts. All right, let me close all these random fucking windows I've got open. All right, here we go. I do like you know, I like some baked beans, okay? Untamed S+ tier. Untamed is not S+ tier, Trig. Okay, it's not S+ tier. All right, here we go. Presentation mode. It's time, guys. Beans with bread are a classic. Time to analyze your threshold for beans. Can you adapt to new pods? Studying your resilience to extreme flatulence. Toast. Your resistance is required. This is only a precursor to your tin canning. Very nice. Very good. Beans tier list, guys. Untamed is complete shit tier. Let's go. Crazy. Yeah. I'm actually an Untamed main. I was the #1 Untamed on Wingman once because nobody plays it. Whenever you put an S tier, we played it everywhere, everyone. You need to define the guilds to meta. You know what I love about this? And I will admit this. This actually is one of the reasons I do tier lists. Is because, no joke, oh my god, holy shit. I saw something insane. Someone... I'm not sure if this is true. I'm actually going to press this. I don't know if this is true. But apparently, the guy who did the tier lists for Meta Battle, was mad at me for copying him. I was like, I didn't even know Meta Battle did tier lists. Okay? And it's not exactly original, mate. Okay? Like, yeah, no one's pretending this is original content. This is from the fighting game community, right? This is from fucking Smash, right? Nobody's being original here. Let's not pretend that we are. It was like, but honestly, I like that stuff. It's fucking funny to me. I think it's hilarious. And also, people unironically think that ANET balance and nerf things based on what I say. And the idea, I'm not gonna lie, guys, this is my dark side. I'm letting you guys into my dark side. The fact that people might see my tier list and then actually get mad that they think ANET will watch it and then buff or nerf based on that. It is just so funny to me. I can't help but do more. I literally can't resist. I just love the idea that people think that that's how it works. And do you know what? It's even better. Do you know why it's even better, actually, guys? Let me tell you why it's better. It's because Trig is actually watching the stream right now. He's adding fuel to the fire. You know, like, all we need now is for CMC to show up, and they actually watch the tier list, and they're kind of like, yes, Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude, there you go. We actually have meetings where we sit down and watch your tier list as a group. We take notes. That is based right there, guys. You know, you've got to be careful. You got to be careful with Twitch chat, Trig. There was this really funny meme a very long time ago. A dev called ANET Paul. We were talking about rewards in World versus World. And Paul, as a joke, he was like, oh, you know, do you not get enough drops from, like, the random ascended gear you get from the chests in World vs. Is that not enough? He was obviously joking, right? Because he was very well aware of this. And someone screen capped that, posted it to Reddit, and he got roasted for having no idea about World vs. World. You gotta watch out. You're gonna get clipped out of context. You're gonna get screenshot. It's over for you. But anyway, right. I'm hydrating, guys. Then we're smashing these tier lists. We're doing healer tier list, offensive support tier list, full DPS tier list, and then speculative tier list. Here we go. 4 times. You guys are getting 4 tier lists today. Enjoy it. Here we go. Yo! Yeah, the icons are good on this one. I keep... It's hard for me to find this tier list, though. Sometimes I can't find it. Sometimes you just can't find it. Yeah, MK there, tier 1. Boom. Nice. 27 squillion years. I love to see that. I really do. Very nice. How you can make an offensive tier if you only play one spec? Well, wait, what do you mean? I mean, you can, you know, there's more than just Herald. Bookmark it, I should bookmark it. You're not wrong. That is what I should do. But I just don't do that. Can you make the Thief great again, please? Thief is actually really hard for ANET to balance, I think, because Thief is amazing at certain things. What you'll notice, actually, and I don't know if this will make you feel better about the position of Thief or not, but Thief is usually very good in high-level play in certain situations. For example, you'll quite often see Thief play in speedruns of raids, right? And certainly of fractals and dungeons. Maybe less so in fractals, to be fair, actually, these days. But certainly in dungeon speedruns, certainly in raid speedruns, you'll see it pop up quite a lot, actually, because it does certain things extremely well. And it's just, sometimes those things aren't useful. Like, the things that Thief does really well are not that amazing in pug groups. It actually kind of suffers from a similar problem as Warrior, in that it is a bit inflexible in what it can do. A lot of other elite specs, they have a lot more kind of support roles a lot of the time, and that's typically what works out well in pug groups, is having a bit of support in your toolkit, like having some utility, having some value. That's what tends to go very well. Whereas Thief is changing a little bit with Spectre, but it's not there yet, right? Yes. Okay. Gamers. It is time. Once again, it's time for tier lists. We've recently had a little bit of a balance update, and here we are. Tier lists are back in business, okay? What this tier list will describe is the state of the game. If I say it's good, it is good. That's how it works. And if it isn't good, then ANET will make it good, because we all know, that ArenaNet watch these tier lists, and that is how they decide the future of the game. That is a fact, okay? That is a fact, my friends. Definitely not a joke. Anyway, let's get into it. We've got the usual tier list today, and in fact, we have an extra one. It's going to be the healer tier list, defensive support tier list, okay, the offensive support tier list, the DPS tier list, and a little bit of an extra one. Because we got the balance notes for the next patch at the end of November so early, I thought it would be a little bit fun to kind of do a speculative tier list. So in other words, we're going to take the new builds, throw them at the tier list, and kind of see what's going to happen with the new stuff, how good that's going to be. So anyway, let's go ahead and get into it. First up, it's going to be the defensive supports. And some of this might surprise you. Things haven't changed that much in terms of how good defensive supports are. Certainly, we've watched the meta develop. And, you know, people have learned how to play some of these new builds. Some crazy stuff has come out, like Druid, if you play it really well, can give Alacrity to 10 people. Who would have seen that one coming? Scourge is incredibly powerful as well. And just in general, things have just developed. People have been playing around with it, and that's kind of what's happened here. It hasn't really been a crazy balance adjustment. It's more like the meta has evolved, right? The meta has evolved here, rather than any actual changes. So just to kind of clarify what that means, is that the game doesn't need to change for the meta to shift, right? Because players find new things out, they learn new things, people adapt to new strategies, and that takes time. And that's the main thing that's happened here. No surprises. I actually think that the top two healers right now are actually Druid and Scourge. And I actually need to kind of contextualize this S tier here. So Druid is the better build overall. It is not very situational. And what I mean by that is that Druid is always good. There is no group composition where Druid is bad, and Druid is pretty much good exactly everywhere. Like anywhere in PvE, like in open world, in strike missions, in raids, hell, honestly, even in fractals, it's a good build. It works everywhere. Scourge is a little bit more reliant on team composition. Druid does not care about team composition at all. It's just very, very versatile. It can do whatever you need. Scourge actually is more broken than Druid, but only if you're pairing it with a Herald, pretty much. Like, if you put Heal Scourge with DPS Quickness Herald, that is unbelievably broken, unbelievably disgustingly strong. It still doesn't have the full range of boon application, though. that would kind of allow it to have that extreme flexibility of the Druid. So that's why I'd probably say that Druid overall is a little bit better. Druid's utility is a bit better too. Like, very noticeably, it has the ability to push things extremely well, which is usable in a couple of, like, niche situations and raids and all that kind of stuff. But Scourge is absolutely insane. Like, if you have a composition that enables this, this build is wild. Barrier is just so powerful. Like, Barrier is so strong. And the amount that it's capable of applying is second to none. It is incredibly good at sustaining your team, surprisingly good at healing. Boon application is pretty okay on what it, you know, what it needs to do. And what it can't do is going to be filled out by your other support all the time. It is a bit vulnerable if you don't have a Herald, but if you do, giga broken. Next up is actually going to be the same two, I think, that we saw last time. It's going to be Quickness, Heal, Herald, and also Mechanist. I'd actually be really tempted to almost drop Mech down a tier because its healing is actually surprisingly mediocre. However, I do think it makes up for it in its flexibility. Its stability axis is also a little bit not super hot, but honestly, a lot of healers, their stability is not amazing. These days, right? Like, you typically rely on it from other sources a lot of the time if you need to have, like, very high stability. You can get, like, a couple of stacks on these builds here, but usually it's kind of a group effort when it comes to that as well. But yeah, both these builds still incredibly strong. It's really hard to say which one of these two is better. I think it's actually quite situational. Heal Herald, if you can be stacked all the time, and as a healer, you don't have to go out and do a mechanic, this build is amazingly good. So if you're tanking, and it definitely is, in my opinion, the best tank in the game currently, it is unkillable. In terms of its sustain, it's ridiculous. It has massive healing and really good boon application. In fact, it has the best boon application out of any healer in the game currently, as basically everything it does is 600 radius, so its application's incredible. Doesn't have Aegis until next patch, and next patch, I think this build is going to be pretty epic, actually, as a result of that, because it's going to have some better healing and, of course, Aegis, but, well, more on that later. And Heal Mechanist, just very versatile, very flexible, doesn't care about being stacked. You can be in two places at the same time, so still very good. Does have some weaknesses, in my opinion, but still very good. It's one of those builds that you're never sad to see it, but it's not like, oh, wow, it feels so good to have a heal mech. Like, that's the big difference between A tier and S tier. Like, you're never going to look at Heal Herald and Heal Mech and go, oh, man, this really sucks. Like, they really struggle on this fight. But I think there aren't that many places where these two builds are genuinely exceptional. Of course, I think Heal Herald is amazing on the new Fractal, and Heal Mech is still very powerful on fights like Harvest Temple Challenge Mode, very notably. But on these ones, you're like, oh yeah, we've got Druid, we've got Scourge, this feels so good. Very common to kind of have that feeling, have that sensation when these are in the group. Whereas these, like, oh yeah, you know, I don't hate this. It's not too bad. And now, moving on to the next one, and this is almost... It's almost unbelievable. In fact, I'm going to have to adjust this to S plus S and then A, because I don't think any build is actually calling anything like C tier or, you know, is inappropriate, I think, honestly, in the current state of the game. But yeah, Firebrand. I think this build is actually not that good anymore. I can't believe I'm saying that. Seriously. This is so wild. But yeah, Heal Firebrand is not that good. Its healing is decent. It's pretty okay. To be frank, it doesn't hold a candle, certainly, to Druid, and not to Herald, really. Its boon variety is good. Where it actually struggles is application. Its application is surprisingly mediocre. It is short range. It's got the cone thing going on, which can be a bit rough and pug sometimes. If you have to go out and do a mechanic, if you have to be at ranged, it really struggles with that. So it doesn't, it's not as good at doing mechanics as other things. It's pretty decent at tanking, but honestly, it's not that good. You kind of have to face tank a lot of stuff and rely on Aegis, where a lot of these other ones have just extreme sustain. It does have a lot of variety, but again, Heal Firebrand has kind of lost value in other builds getting better. Like, having really good stability and the ability to use Reflects and apply Aegis, that value has gone down. Because bear in mind, over time, we've been adding more stability and more Aegis, and that's continuing as well. This is going to continue to happen. The next patch, this happens too. There's more stability being out the place. There's more Aegis out the place on a lot of other different builds. And as a result of that, the value that Heal Firebrand brings has actually kind of reduced, in my opinion. And I do not think... This is not a build that I really play very often, to be honest, myself. And it's not a build that I think is super, super high impact. It certainly used to be, but these days, honestly, not so much in terms of the value that it can bring. It's certainly not bad, but I wouldn't consider it particularly good either in the current state of the game. It's simply been outcrept. It's a build that's kind of stood still, and a lot of other builds have got better. That's what's going on there. It also does struggle because it's a quickness build, and this is true of Herald as well, by the way. It's why you might think, wait, hang on a minute, Teapot. You're saying Heal Herald is S tier? Why don't I see them? You don't see them because Herald is actually competing with itself. If you're playing a heal quickness Herald, you're not playing a power DPS quickness Herald. And of course, think about this. If you're playing, it's actually like a double whammy, because if you're playing a heal Herald, you're not playing a quick DPS Herald, and you're not playing a Druid or a Scourge. Does that make any sense? So you're kind of sacrificing two amazing builds in exchange for a really good one. And of course, again, does that really matter that much? No, but players like to play the most broken stuff, right? Who doesn't? So that's why you're going to see a slightly lower play rate on, say, Heal Herald, and maybe even Heal Firebrand. That build's still pretty common because everyone in the dog has got this geared, right? It's a very common build. But the fact that it is a quickness build does hurt because of how amazing the offensive quickness builds are, because that means you have to kind of give up on the incredibly good Alacrity support builds. This is more of a balance concern in general, actually, and I'm almost getting dangerously derailed here, but I do still see this as a bit of an issue in Guild Wars 2 balance overall. Heal Alac builds are amazing, and DPS quickness builds are amazing. So the other way around, when you say, oh, I'm going to do a heal quick and a DPS alac, because DPS alacrity builds are actually on the weaker side compared to the quickness builds, and vice versa the other way, you kind of... The differences in balance between quickness healers and alac healers actually gets magnified because you're also trading off having a quickness DPS for an alac DPS. So it kind of stretches out the difference in balance because making that decision has almost double the impact. For example, you know, a really big comparison would be quickness herald, power quickness herald, compared to a DPS Alacrity Mechanist. It's a huge difference between these two builds and like how much value they can bring to the table and just the output that they have. So that's like another kind of balance concern that I do think is still kind of existing within the game. But anyway, that's enough on Firebrand. Next is going to be B tier. And it's Tempest. Build needs a little bit of love, I think. I almost feel like Tempest really got improved a lot, but then everything else got improved more. Somewhat similar to Firebrand in this regard. I just don't think this build can really do anything better or do anything super, super well compared to anything else here. It used to have exceptional healing. Now it kind of doesn't, right? Because everything heals a lot now, right? Like the healing on Herald and Scourge and Druid is kind of ridiculous. So Tempest doesn't have that. It used to have that 10 target too, pre-EOD. Doesn't have that anymore. So it kind of lost some of its really powerful things that it could do. And it also has difficulty because it has to trade off healing on its auras for giving alacrity. And that's kind of brutal, to be honest. As a trade-off. This one needs a bit of love, in my opinion. Needs some reworks. This would be a dangerous change, to be honest, but I think it could be really interesting if shouts all had charges so you could use them twice in PvE. That could be pretty interesting. It makes them way more usable, and honestly, that would be a scary change, but it would be maybe something that you could do to improve some of the application, some of the healing. Still, it would struggle with the fact that it has weird healing at this point because you have to be in water attunement pretty much, or use your heal skill. It's a little bit more rigid. It's also one of the very few healers that has an actual rotation to it, to its boon application. You have to cycle fire and earth, so it has that kind of like extra weirdness. It also has big application issues. The radii on its boon application is just not that great, to be honest. It's like 240, right, on our Tempest compared to 600 on Herald, for example. That's the most extreme examples, but the application, to be honest, on all of these builds is better. It's comparable to Firebrand in terms of application, but even Firebrand has better application, to be honest, than Tempest. So you're very punished if you don't end up, you're not stacking right, and I don't know, like there's no kind of like big payoff really for playing the spec in my opinion, currently. And then next up it's the other stuff. And I think we're going to talk about Spectre. I actually think Heal Spectre is pretty comparable to Tempest in terms of its power level. Right now, this is a build that is kind of nearly there, to be honest. Because if you think about it, right, you kind of want everything to be an A or S tier. That's your dream, right? You're probably going to have some builds that are overperforming a little bit, these ones, and you're going to have like a couple that are maybe on the weaker side. But I think you want everything to be kind of in this A or S tier range. And Spectre is not quite there yet. It's pretty damn close. It's one of those builds that I think people underestimate. It heals a lot, actually. It heals a lot, and it does have barrier application too, which is always a really nice thing to have. Boon access got way better over the last couple of patches. And yeah, I don't really have that much to say about it, to be honest. It's pretty good. It's definitely playable. It is, again, a little bit reliant on your group composition, because it doesn't have insane coverage of every boon in the game. So making sure that your offensive support is also relatively boon rich is very helpful. I think in particular, it kind of has a couple of issues with protection sometimes. Can be a bit awkward to maintain that. So if your offensive support can apply protection, that makes this build a lot better. So yeah, got to watch out for that one. Enjoy, 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 enjoy. In that regard, let's see, what are the other healers that we actually have here? That's basically all of them, isn't it? Oh yeah, then we get to the more questionable ones. Heal Scrapper. Yeah, this build it's not good. That's, you know, people do not like it when I say that Heal Scrapper is not good, but let me actually say this. Let me speak to the Heal Scrapper mains. I am on your side. I want this build to be better, and that is why I am saying that it is actually not very good. So that we can complain about it, we can write a million forum posts, and then the ANET will surely listen and make it better. It is getting made a fair bit stronger next patch. I don't think it will be quite there yet, but it's not good. Your boon application is honestly a little bit putrid on this build. Your healing is mediocre, to be honest. Your application radius is also pretty mediocre. You have super speed, which is nice, but other things can do super speed as well these days. I don't know. You have some reviving on your gyro, but Scourge does that better. Honestly, Druid's res potential is insane too, actually, with Glyph of the Stars. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's not that good. Next, Renegade. You know, this is a build, if I was feeling mean, I would put this in D tier. I think this build has had quite the fall from grace. Again, like in days gone by, it's actually pretty good, especially in fractals. But now, no, this build is absolutely rancid in terms of what it does. It does nothing. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, it's basically fading into the background of the tier list as it fades into the background of the video game. That is the reality. Kind of goes in with the Heal Chrono. Heal Chrono is better than this, but Heal Chrono is not good now. But wait until next patch. Spoiler alert, I actually think that Heal Chrono next patch will be S tier at the minimum. Okay, there you go. I just spoiled my own tier list, guys. Now you don't have to watch that. Oh no, well, you should watch it anyway. Okay, so you can revel in how much I praise the awesome new Chaos trait line. But anyway, yeah, not good overall right now. But that's because it needs a rework, and that's exactly what it's getting. Its healing is mediocre, its boons are mediocre, everything about it is mediocre, but not for long. Catalyst as well. This is one of the builds that I am ceaselessly disappointed by Heal Catalyst. Like, whenever I look at it, I get a little excited. I go, whoa, guys, you get 2 boons on each of your spheres. That means with 4 spheres, that's all of them. Whoa. Well, it's not, but it's like, that's a lot of boons, guys. Whoa, that's crazy. It's not good. It's not. You do nothing when you're not in water. Your utility skills suck. And at this point, everything gives every boon in the game. So giving really wide boon access, not good enough. That's it. And finally, you might be thinking I've missed out on one build. And I have. You're right. Heal Blade Sworn. I renamed this one by accident. Omega Lull. This build is easily the worst heal build in the game. You know, if I was going to say that any build is actually bad, I would actually say Heal Bladesworn. Like, the C is not bad, with maybe the exception of Heal Renegade. These are perfectly acceptable builds that you can 100% play. This build is actually not good, okay? This build is actually a bit bad, to be honest. And I'm actually not totally convinced that Heal Bladesworn will ever be a thing, because the staff weapon won't help it that much, because it's only getting bursts, right? It's getting it won't get a new burst skill with staff. So you'll have the weapon skills, so maybe that's enough, but I actually think Heal Berserker is actually a lot more likely, which actually sounds like a lot of fun, by the way. I'm pretty hyped about that. Should be really cool. Oh, I forgot about Heal Untamed. Ha 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 ha. Well, you know what? This is not even a meme. I don't even think this build is that bad. I think I'd put this... It's better than all of this. Yeah. Yeah. If you give Trigon CMC one more patch, this is actually going to be a sick build. If this gets the same treatment as Chrono, so maybe they give... I feel like they've already reworked nature magic like 17 times. Maybe if they really take a hammer to some of the Untamed traits and kind of get some more supportive ones oriented in there, honestly, I think this build actually has a lot of potential. Right now, it has strong healing, decent application radius, actually. It can do quickness, it can do protection, it can do might, heals a decent amount. Ranger utilities are good, by the way. You have Aegis access there with your Stone Spirit. It has stuff going for it. In my opinion... Oh, honestly, it's significantly worse than Tempest and Spectre, in my opinion. Is it, though? Oh, it's very composition reliant. It can't give stability, so if you do play this, your alacrity provider kind of has to carry that. It has to carry that a fair bit. Oh, I feel like it's better than this stuff. It almost isn't, though. Like, Chrono almost deserves to go up a little bit because of this, but its healing sucks. It can't go up. Scrapper is like, yeah. It's easily the weakest one in this tier here by a long way, in my opinion. But it's honestly not far off. If you're a Heal Untamed fan, honestly, just stay tuned. This is one rework away from being a pretty sick build that I think people are really going to have a lot of fun with. New weapon could help too. One thing that is a bit awkward right now is you're kind of locked into staff because if you are not on a staff, you do nothing, right? Like, because it almost had the Scourge problem. Like, Scourge only had like one healing ability for a long time. Then they tried to spread out that healing into some of the traits and making some of the utility skills better and so on. And Untamed is in that situation right now. This is not even a build, right? Like, this is a single skill. You're basically a staff ambush, right? Like, that's all you are. That's your only purpose. Someone actually had a pretty cool idea earlier today that they could make a trait that modifies your unleashed pet skills to give boons somehow. I think actually that's a pretty cool idea. I could see them doing something like that in the game, and that would really help it out, I think, quite a lot. So you kind of have boon application when you're unleashed and also when your pet is unleashed. That's actually cool. I think that's fun. I actually think that's really fun. That could be a good idea. And again, a lot of potential on this build in terms of healers. We could mention Heal Willbender as well. I don't think I'm gonna tell it to you straight. I do not think this is a build that ArenaNet is planning on making exist. This build doesn't exist, right? It's not a build. And I don't think ArenaNet are looking at it. Maybe someday in the future, we could see this build, like Heal Willbender, pop up. Maybe. It's not... I'm not saying it's off the table, but it doesn't exist now, and I don't think ArenaNet is currently making any moves to make it exist. And because of that, I will not put it on the tier list. The reason we have Bladesworn here is because I actually think ANET want Heal Warrior to exist. And you know what? I do too. That's going to be fun. I think, overall. They do want to make that a thing. I think it will be Heal Berserker, but anyway, that's for later. It will eventually exist. I don't think this will exist in the immediate future for a very, very long time. But yeah, that is it. And again, not much has changed here. Again, a few tweaks here and there because of some meta shifts. And some of the balance changes have certainly affected some of these builds, kind of indirectly. A lot of these builds themselves haven't been changed, but the meta has shifted because of other changes to other builds, right? Like boons being distributed to other builds kind of makes these builds less valuable in certain contexts, if that makes any sense, right? Because if you are really good at giving stability, that's hype. But what if other classes have stability too? That means your amazingness giving stability is now lower value, right? And that's kind of the story of how a few of these have kind of shifted. And I would put Scourge so highly because of the dominance of Herald. Because you're almost always going to have a Herald, especially in PUG-oriented groups. Scourge is just fantastic. Like, hence it being promoted here a little bit. And Firebrand's value has dropped a little bit because of these meta shifts and a few of these tweaks to other builds. But broadly speaking, this stuff is basically the same overall. And that is going to be the end of our defensive support healer PvE tier list. Job done. There we go. We're getting through this in double quick time. We love to see it. Fantastic stuff. Tier list complete. Oh, thank you very much for the raid, Canaldo Beneco. That's very kind of you. All right. Let's reset it. All right, then, gamers. Next up, another tier list. Another day, another tier list, another meta-defining adventure here in Guild Wars 2. We're talking about offensive supports. Things that do damage, things that also apply boons at the same time. Honestly, some of my favorite builds in the game. Some of the most fun builds and some of the most powerful builds in the game for PvE. You will see these everywhere. They're amazing in open world. They're amazing in fractals. They're amazing in raids. They're amazing in strikes. They are good. I would recommend playing them. But which ones? Let's find out. Here we go. So, would anyone like to take a guess at which build is, in my opinion, the best? Anyone at the back of the class, maybe? You know, want to speak up? Oh yeah, it's a Lack Willbender S tier best build. No, okay. It's Herald, unsurprisingly. This build did get nerfed. Some changes to the damage on Greatsword have actually shaved off a good chunk of its damage. Its damage is nowhere near as outrageous as it was previously. Is it still amazing, though? Hell yeah. Stability access, 25 might, fury, quickness, protection, boon extension passively. That doesn't come up often. Bear in mind, you extend boons by activating your F2 passively, so everyone gets more duration. Then you extend everyone's boons. I mean, this is an S+ build. Like, this is... It's a big outlier. It really is. It is still performing much better at what it does. For all the reasons I just expressed, and more. 600 radius, and while we're kind of on this topic, this is something that people are complaining about recently, and you know what? They're actually right. They are correct. There is a bit of an inconsistency in application, and maybe Herald application is too good. Maybe the application on other builds should be brought up. I think maybe it's a little bit of both. But yeah, the inconsistency in radii on a lot of these boon effects is a huge factor of balance. Like, the fact that this build applies 25 might and quickness, and protection, and fury, and swiftness at a 600 radius, that on its own, even if you slashed its DPS a lot more, it would still be insane. Because that level of consistency, reliability, is just so powerful. And then you've got the fact that it's incredibly tanky, does a lot of damage, has amazing CC, can take Jalis very easily for stability access, damage reduction access, making itself even more tanky with the Jalis hammers. It's just, it's one of the most, like, perfect builds in the game. It's almost everything you could ever dream of for any kind of group PvE. For any kind of group PvE, it is the perfect build. To be honest, it is pretty spectacular. Okay, with that out of the way, let's move on. I'll actually quickly rename these here, because again, the power level in the game is pretty high right now. Saying anything is kind of bad is a little bit ridiculous, but S tier is actually going to be a Lack Scourge. I love this build. I think it is so damn strong. It really is. You have all of the Scourge goodness, but now you also give alacrity, protection, little bit of might in there as well, and Aegis, of course. You can do Aegis with your snake Can take the snake, guys. Enjoy the snake. Embrace the snake. Still doesn't have really wide boon coverage in the same way that Herald does, but honestly, that's probably for the best. It's very high DPS build, fully ranged, has the revive, has the Aegis, has the prot, has the alacrity, has a little bit of might in there. Again, very versatile build, just all-round amazing. Look, it's not uncommon. When I pug on this build, I am often top DPS sometimes. Seriously. Maybe not often, but you can get top DPS on this build, especially on fights where it's amazing. I pugged a Doom today before the tier list, and yeah, I was actually top DPS on Alacrity DPS Scourge. It is a fantastic build. It's unbelievably powerful. I would recommend playing it, or not. It's entirely up to you, I guess. Boom! Very good build. Okay, next. Let's see. What should we do next? Ooh... let's do Firebrand again. And you know what? It's similar to what we said with the heal tier list. This build is not that good anymore. It's honestly not that good. It sounds really weird to say that in today's day and age, but as we've seen the meta develop, we've seen that this build just does not perform that well in a lot of situations these days, like compared to its competition. It gets out-competed very heavily. I would say the only boss where this one really shines is where you need really heavy Aegis. So I think notably in Fractals, it can still be good. And in Deimos, right? Certain raiding counters, certain strike counters where Aegis is amazing. It's really good. But to be honest, a lot of DPS builds have actually been improved a lot over this. So a lot of builds have got better. Builds in general have better utility, more flexibility, more boon access. And that has drained the value because Firebrand used to be the top dog. It's like, oh, you guys can apply maybe 1 boon every 5 years. Ooh. And look at me, I've got all my tomes. But these days, a lot of builds can kind of do that. Because you don't need to have all of it at once, right? A lot of the time, you can go, oh yeah, well, I can take Aegis for this fight. Oh yeah, I can do Reflects on this fight. No problem. So a lot of the specialness of Firebrand has actually been lost over the last couple of patches. It certainly is true that you can do all of that in one go, and it can shine in certain situations, but it's not that dominant. And again, it also has to compete with Big Dog Herald, where it's going to lose, because its boon application is much worse. Like, it doesn't really generate that much might. That is getting better next patch, by the way, but it's not going to be as good as Herald, that's for sure. A lot of the things that Firebrand can do, Herald does better. And a lot of other builds also can kind of compensate for any gaps that might be left by the absence of a Firebrand. Weirdly enough, I almost might end up putting this in B tier. As insane as that sounds for Firebrand, it might end up getting downgraded as we continue. I think Chronomancer is actually a build. I was a little hesitant on this last time, actually, because, again, I don't think it had been fully fleshed out, but I think Chronomancer has actually earned its spot in S tier at this point. I will say that this might be a slightly skewed perspective based off speedrunning, because a lot of my rating these days is done in speedruns. I do like a full clear speedrun, and there Chronomancer performs extremely well. It's excellent at utility. Its boon application is very solid, and it can do a lot of damage while doing it simultaneously. It's great for solving mechanics. It's great for movement, great for mobility, great for damage. While, you know, performing its function simultaneously. And it definitely is one of the ones that you need to play well to get value out of it, but I actually think it deserves to be up there. It is a very, very good build overall right now. I think it's in a good spot. And hey, you're going to be able to heal on it next patch as well. You love to see it. Well, it's one thing that I actually really do like about Chrono, this is really cool, is that you can do quickness or alacrity. I think that's really fun, because it means if you're a Chronomancer player, you can basically play 2 builds for the price of 1, and you can be very flexible when you're joining a group, and that is powerful, by the way. It is worth noting that the meta element is relevant, right? This build is going to make it really easy to join groups, because if they're looking for a quickness, you're in. If you're looking for an alac, you're in. Chronomancer will be able to fulfill all 4 support roles next patch. How exciting is that? You can be a DPS quickness, DPS alac, heal alac, or heal quickness. How fun is that? Honestly, I cannot wait, but Again, once again, I find myself getting sidetracked. Also going in S, it's going to be Spectre. No surprises here. This one is not one that has a super high play rate, but do not make a mistake. Doesn't mean it's not good. Good damage, amazing CC. Application is a lot better than it used to be on its alacrity now that it uses Shroud instead of having to use the Wells. It is good. Very good build. Has some support elements in there as well. I like this one. Spectre is pretty good. I am a Spectre enjoyer, so I think it definitely has also earned its spot in S tier alongside all of that other stuff. Let's see. Mechanist coming up next. This build, people are sleeping on this one. And I think, you know what's really funny? I think people don't like Mechanist. There's a lot of anti-mech sentiment in the community because it's considered to be this like kind of disgusting, putrid class that, oh my god, it is the scar that Solar left on the game, right? Like, you guys know that scene? Oh man, can we edit this? Can we edit this in? You guys know that scene at the end of WoW Legion where Sargeras like stabs Azeroth and then gets sucked away and put in prison? Like, that was Solar. Solar was just coming in. He was being drained out of the company, right? And as that was happening, his last gift was like Mech. He just stabs Mech into Guild Wars 2. I think a lot of people feel that way about Mechanist, but this build actually is good. To be honest, this build actually is very, very strong. Underrated, in my opinion, especially now with Hammer. I think this is, without question, A tier build. Very powerful. Hammer Mechanist, Hammer Alacrity Mechanist, still very, very good. Does all of the good stuff. You can do 25 Might. You have Fury application. You have your Alacrity. Good damage as well. And pretty high flexibility. You can do good CC. You can remove boons with Throw Mine. You can do more CC with Throw Mine. You can do more damage with Grenade Kit. A lot of good stuff going on here. It's also very, very tanky. Can support its allies pretty well. And you do have your all-in-one Aegis and stability button on your F2, which is just a very, very good skill. It's one of the best skills in the game, let's be honest, with that one. But yeah, the new mech build uses Hammer. Hits pretty damn hard too. Very comparable to a lot of the other Alac builds. A little bit lower, of course, but it is power, so that definitely gives it the edge. So I actually think this one is very good. Certainly comparable to Firebrand right now. Indeed. Okay. So, what's up next? Let's do Quick Scrapper, which I think... Ooh, this one... I think it's going to be A tier. The biggest problem with Scrapper is that Herald exists. I'm just going to say it. You know, let's not muck about here. It is basically just a worse version of these two. I want to see them kind of really lean into Scrapper's specialties. And that is happening next patch, by the way. Next patch is getting better stability access. And that's pretty cool. I like that. That's really useful. It still has that function gyro kind of ability to revive allies. I think one of the biggest things that could happen for Scrapper, and this would require them to kind of rework NG again. Right now, a lot of Scrapper builds either use function gyro for quickness application, or they use it for damage output, right? To give themselves super speed to get damage. This is actually the design issue. One of the reasons why Scourge does so well here is because you can use your revive skill. You can use your Signet of Undeath whenever you want. Okay? But with Scrapper, there's actually kind of a decision process there, which is, in my opinion, not ideal. I would really love it if Scrapper could really reactively use its function gyro, which, in my opinion, would make the build a lot better. Again, would require some reworks because it is kind of baked into how it operates now with the blast finisher stuff. And, of course, some of the super speed application and so on. Like, a lot of the traits link into the function gyro, which kind of leads to that ability being very bloated and very stacked. Still a very good build, though. One thing to always remember about Scrapper is it's bursty, it's power damage, it's unkillable, right? Does have that revive. Can have some pretty big flexibility on it. Again, you've got Throw Mine. You can do Bulwark Gyro for stability if you want to as well. Like, lots of good stuff in there. Overall, as a build. Again, I think has just got a little bit left behind. Needs, just needs some changes overall to help it keep up. Because again, the overall power level of the game is increasing, certainly in terms of boon application. And Scrapper is one that is, it's still there. It still exists. It's just chilling out. It's having fun. It absolutely is. I do like the super speed thing as well. Like, making it a really big super speed specialist could be fun, but again, that's going to be niche, right? So I think it does have to... It has to have the super speed, but also have, like, the value that you expect from an offensive support build as well. I think that... Oh, no. Oh, yes. I forgot about Harbinger. I was going to say, I think we're about done on A tier, but I think we're going to have Harbinger here in A tier as well. I think, yeah. It could be S tier, actually. This build is very good because it hits extremely hard. I don't think it quite... yeah, it doesn't have the value of these three. These are extremely high value. And Herald, obviously, exceptional value, which, of course, then competes with Harbinger because they're both quickness. So I think this is, yeah, it's a very solid A tier. One of the more aggressive supports, does a lot of damage. Still has some pretty reasonable CC. You can kind of tech into some pretty good CC as well, which is nice. Its boon application is on the weaker side, to be honest. It's pretty easy. If you miss the elixirs, you're pretty sad. If you're not too close to the Harbinger, you're also pretty sad. But it's definitely pretty good. It's... Yeah. Harbinger, still a good build. A lot of fun to play, by the way. The feedback I always get from players who play this build is that the rotation is one of the most fun rotations in the game to play. This is for the damage variant and, of course, for the support variant as well. So that's the good news. You may not be the most broken build ever, but you might be one of the most fun builds ever. And you know what? That's pretty good if you ask me. Okay. What else are we rating? We are going to talk about Catalyst. Quickness Catalyst. I feel like I say this every tier list, and so I'm just going to say it again to keep up the theme. I look at a build like this, and I'm always amazed at how disappointing it is. Like... it doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't understand. Like... I just don't get it. How can it be so not that good? How can it be so mediocre? The boon access seems really good. The damage kind of should be good, but it's like, nah. This is there. It's just one of those things that isn't that impressive overall, to be perfectly honest with you. It's not that impressive. It's okay. It's okay. I think it's because it I think a big part of it is that its utility skills are very weak. Like Catalyst, LE utility skills in general are very mediocre. You'll notice this is very true here, by the way. Look at all these classes. Do you notice anything in common? Oh yeah, they all have sick utility skills. Herald has Jalis, right? Can even take Ventari. Scourge, Necro skills are good. Chrono skills are honestly pretty much the best in the game at this point. Thief utility skills are very good. NG utility skills are really good. Guardian utility skills are really good. Necro skills are good. NG skills are good. Like, LE, it's always like, it's just... It's not quite right. It applies a lot of boons, but they're kind of the ones you're going to have a lot of the time anyway, in the way that the game's currently playing out. Definitely needs to work. And I'll throw a lifeboat out to my LE mains here. Catalyst is probably the only elite spec in the game that I would actually like to see fully reworked. Just flat. Like, from scratch, do it again. It is by far my least favorite elite specialization in terms of its design. I do not like core LE with F5. I don't like it. Even though it's good, DPS Kata is very good. And Hammer is a fun weapon. It is. But, yeah, no. I'm not a Catalyst enjoyer whatsoever. Not good. Let's see, what's up next? Offensive support, Tempest. Tempest is really interesting because this build actually kind of slaps now. I feel like it has to be A tier. Yeah. It has to be an A tier build. It's maybe a little niche. I've seen it mostly crop up in speedruns. That's the classic elementalist thing there, right? So certainly you do need to have this build in the right environment. It definitely can be susceptible to things going wrong. If things go wrong for you, it gets a little bit wonky, that's for sure. But if you execute this build correctly, the Alacrity Tempest build, this is a conditional Alacrity build, it is actually kind of pumps. You know, I have a really sneaking suspicion that I'm actually underrating it here as well. I really do. It's just not a build I've actually seen play out that much. I've only seen it in very niche situations, but in those situations, it looks incredibly strong. And then I look at it on paper, and you see that it's got some good damage. It can support its team well. It actually does have some good diversity and boon application. You know, it can do might, it can extend fury, you can do protection, all this kind of stuff. Of course, you have the alacrity on top of that. It's a pretty versatile build overall. I do think it needs a little bit extra. It needs a little bit of extra stuff going on here. Improving the radii, I think. If you improve the radius here, really good, to be honest. But again, as we kind of mentioned previously, the issue is that you're going to be running a quickness healer with this. And most groups these days are running alacrity healers, right? So you're going to see this build pop up in like solo heal situations a lot of the time. And also in if you're running a quickness healer, which isn't as popular, and solo heal is where I think the build can really shine, and that's obviously even less common. So again, that's kind of the issues why the play rate of this build is not going to be super high. To be honest, in PvE. However, I do think that can 100% be the case if some of that boon application radius does improve over time, and some improvements to Elementalist utility skills. That's one of my big wish lists for balance in this game, is Elementalist utility skills improvement, taking them away from being damaged. Because hell, even on this build, basically all of your utility skills are just do more damage, do more damage, do more damage, right? Like, which in modern Guild Wars 2 is a disadvantage. I'm just going to say it, guys. I'm not going to mince words. If all of your utility skills do damage, that is not good in modern Guild Wars 2. Because of the way things are. There we go. Okay, next. We're kind of getting to the content now, guys. We're getting to the memes. Berserker. So, I'm actually going to put this in B tier, and I'm going to explain, because all of the expert warriors are going to say, but Teapot, this build actually pumps, bro. Yes, but until next patch, the playability is lame. Okay, it is extremely lame. Oh, fuck. the warrior mains have got me, guys. Sorry about that. The warrior mains have got me. But anyway, this build is just not good enough. Oh my god, sorry. Hang on. All right. I think we're good. Okay. So, internal cooldown on quick kill supplication. Not fun. Damage is actually good. And that's why there have been some very fast kills using this build that exist. However, I don't think that warrants it actually having a high tier. Like, I would rather have all of this stuff in my kind of pug group than a quickness berserker. That might change next patch, but not for now. I don't know. Not good. Don't really like it. Also, one of the glass cannon. Well, it's not a glass cannon because Warrior's actually pretty tanky, but it's kind of like a. It's a very non-utility focused build, which, in my opinion, is not that great. But anyway, next patch though. Look, I'll give you a little preview. I'm leaking my own tier list here, but guys, berserkers, I want you to know that I love you. And let me give you a sneak preview, unironically, of where Quickness Berserker might be going next patch. Oh. 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 Oh, yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about it. You guys are going to be busted soon. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Okay. Next. Quickness Deadeye. No. Alack Willbender. Ah. Yeah, I mean, I where do I even put this? I mean, you know, so, like, Willbender is one of those builds that, yeah, I mean, it's not very good. I think it could be. Look, I feel bad for Willbender players because I feel like they're always getting the short end of the stick. So let me actually try and soften the blow a little bit here and spread some hope and joy and happiness to all of our wonderful Willbender mains out there. You have got the power of Guardian on your side. You have Advance. You have Stand Your Ground. This build will eventually be good. I think what I'd love to see is if this build gave 25 might, that would be exciting. If it could give protection and 25 might, that would be very exciting. If it could give protection, fury, and 25 might while giving alacrity, ooh, that would be extremely exciting. So memes aside and copium aside, I think if you just slap a couple of boons on this build, it ends up being really good. Or if you just make it do a lot of damage. The problem is that really high damage supports aren't going to see high play rate because that's not what generates you a win rate in pugs, but it would at least make the build good. And right now the build is just kind of unimpressive, but it also doesn't really fit well into most groups simultaneously, so the play rate is not great. So I would like to see either boon access on this build go up a lot, alacrity application go up a lot, because it's one of the rare builds in the game where you have to attack in order to generate your boon, which is super awkward sometimes. So it has some design issues, some playability issues, but it also just doesn't really have its niche, right? It doesn't have its special thing that it can do, or it doesn't have that overwhelming value. You know, because in some sense, it's actually very comparable to Herald, no joke, right? Because it's a power build, it's melee, and it actually has a fairly large radius, right, on its alacrity application, and it does have some damage to it. Like it's kind of a similar build to Herald, kind of, but it just doesn't have the breadth, and it doesn't have the ability to give boons while not attacking, right? And that really is a huge detriment, especially seeing as it's an alacrity build. And again, we've gone over this before, right? Alacrity builds, in terms of offensive supports, or sometimes have a little bit of difficulty because there's some pretty stiff competition, right? It's funny, actually, that a lot of the S-tier builds are a lack, but yeah, it's a lot of the other ones, they have some problems. But there you go. Let's continue. Alacrity Bladesworn. You know, this build was actually pretty good for a glorious moment, but you know, Bladesworn is such an interesting one, like, in general, actually, because Bladesworn really suffered with Secrets of the Obscure, because it doesn't have a relic that works for it yet. There's actually, you know, once this build has a relic that works, I think there's maybe something that can come up in the next couple of patches with some relic changes and some new relics being added to the game. But when this build has a relic, and when Bladesworn has a relic, it's going to be a lot better. As of right now, I don't think it's very good at all, actually, to be honest. So yeah, it belongs here. This is where it belongs. I don't really have much to say about it, but that's because it doesn't have much to say for itself. It gives a lack at 600 radius, which is actually pretty nifty, but it better do because it's very immobile, right? Like, this is not a super mobile build, so it better have some good application. But yeah, it's quite insubstantial, I would say. Yeah, exactly. The one, it was like the Pather relic, might have some potential there. Let's continue. Untamed. Untamed. This build has damage, but nothing else. B tier. It's better than this, but it's not as good as that. I mean, Untamed kind of has this problem in general, right? Like, they said, aha, look, you know, skedaddle, skadoodle, you now have quickness. Wow. And there you go. What does that do? I mean, it makes you B tier. That's what it does. It's not S tier. It's not S tier, Trig. See, look at this. Look at this guy. Okay? This is ANET Balance Leader. He thinks Untamed is S tier? Like, we're doomed. We're totally screwed. It's over. So, let's go next. Oh, Druid. Oh, this build. Oh, my God. I'm so sad this build almost like doesn't exist. I'm so sad about it. But it's almost Kondialak Druid. It almost like doesn't even deserve to make it onto the tier list because it's like not even a thing, right? Like it doesn't really exist. So maybe I won't even put it there. It's a build I would actually like to exist, but right now it just doesn't. Like the traits are too competitive with each other for it to really pump sufficiently well. Like obviously it can do the Alak just fine, but your damage, it'll be compromised, right? That's a bit unlucky there, I guess. You hate to see that. But yeah, I'm not even sure I even put it on it. I don't even know where I would even rate this. I don't even know how to put it in context. Renegade. Renegade. Oh, it's you know what's really difficult? This is like trying to compare music from the 80s to music now, like modern time music. It's like how do you compare those two things? Because Renegade is just a build that has been frozen in time. It's like a time capsule. When your grandkids say, oh, what was Guild Wars 2 like, 10 years ago? You can show them Renegade. Because it's just one of those builds that I don't think is really... It hasn't really gone anywhere, to be honest, right? Like, it's... Ah, man. Yeah. It can do protection. It can do alacrity. It has a lot of damage. I do know that. It does a lot of DPS. But... No, it's not that good. I think it's actually better than B tier. It's better than this stuff. But I'm not sure if it's as good as this stuff here, to be honest. It's almost like... I'm actually going to do this. Hang on a minute. We can fix this. Fractal tier. Because as usual, it's still good in fractals. But I don't think it's as good as A tier here, to be honest. It's better than that, not as good as that. Just doesn't really have like the extent of flexibility that a lot of the other builds have, in my opinion. And also, I've heard that you probably heard this before, right? But if you're playing this, you're not playing that, right? You're not playing Herald. Like, why? Do you pick the wrong elite spec buddy or something? Like, what's gone wrong there? Okay, I don't understand. Yeah. But yeah, why is it good in fractals? Because it has really good CC and good burst damage. And those two things make it kind of overperform in fractals compared to kind of a lot of other content. I'm maybe being a little bit harsh. I think I'm being harsh, actually. You know what? So, yeah, it probably deserves to be an A tier, actually. It's very low play rate. It's very low play rate, but... That's mostly because people are playing other things, not because it's actually bad, right? It's important to separate that in your mind. Because it has a low play, it doesn't mean it sucks overall. But speaking of things that do suck, Mirage, yo! Yes! This build, listen, the Guild Wars 2 balance devs, they chose violence with this build. Oh no! Yeah, obviously, Confusion Change was not kind to this thing. Unfortunately, poor Alak Mirage. Definitely struggling a little bit. Still can do damage, but it has a very slow ramp-up time, and in general, the game has got a lot faster. The Alacrity application is not that bad. It's one of those things where I see it in my pug group, I go, well, I'm not going to have a lack for this one. I think it does require a bit of finesse to actually pull it off correctly, to actually generate the boon. So one of the harder ones to pull off, in my opinion. Does have Mesmer utility. It does. But I don't think that's good enough to actually save it from the depths, Not enough to save it from the depths, in my opinion. And that is why it belongs in C tier. It is, that's where it is. And that, I believe, is our last offensive support. I think that's it. We got through it, gamers. We made it through. Still pretty similar to how it was last time. I think overall, pretty damn similar. A few meta evolutions here and there, like people kind of getting to grips with a couple of things. Some new progress being made overall. And it's going to change next patch as well, actually. which is exciting. So in just under a month, we'll see some new stuff kind of pop up here as well. But there it is. That, in my opinion, is the offensive support tier list. And you know what's actually kind of interesting? This will be a remark closing. Notice this. Look how this is actually very similar to a DPS tier list at this point. Almost everything actually has offensive support. I mean, some of them maybe aren't super well fleshed out, but I think it's actually really interesting to see the evolution of the game, right? Like before, you know, this would be a relatively small tier list, right? You wouldn't have all of these icons here. A lot of them would be kind of in the, you know, in the dock here, as it were, right? But you know what's really fun? Almost everything can do this now, which I think is actually kind of interesting. I think it's actually, it's an interesting thing to note, I think. And the game's in a pretty good spot. I think things are rapidly improving, by the way. There are some big, rapid improvements being made to these builds that are really squidging them closer together. The only build here that I view as genuinely problematic is Herald. If this build actually gets changed, and I'm not going to lie, it might be apocalyptic. I would not like to be CMC or Trig, because they're going to... No, actually that's not true. I actually predict they'll make things more like Herald rather than Herald less Heraldy, because I actually think that probably is better for the game. It really enables a lot of build diversity, because I was complaining about Herald kind of bullying a lot of these builds, and that is true, but Herald being so good was actually good for the game, and I'll explain why briefly before we move on to the DPS tier list. Having Herald be so strong and having this quickness to support build have great boon coverage and great versatility, it enabled so many heal Alak builds. Like heal Spectre, like combined with buffs to that build, of course, immediately became like honestly a really cool and fun option to play alongside heal Scourge. Also got enabled there. And it really does help kind of spice the meta up a little bit and make it more flexible and make building groups a little bit easier. So I think Herald is too much right now. It's a bit overkill, so I think it does deserve nerfs. However, I think it would actually be really cool to see a lot of these builds become more Heraldy, right? Rather than just making Herald worse, I'd Heraldize some of these specs to give them that flexibility, because I think it's good for the game, especially the Alak builds. I think this build, Tempest, I'm really excited for this. If they improve the radius on these boons, if they give it just better application in general, overall for everything, and maybe give it some better utility, improve some of the utility skills, and make it less kind of forced to really tech into DPS utility skills. Yeah, that's a big if, by the way. Big wish. But this build could be really cool. It could almost be the equivalent, right? It could be basically the Alacrity version of Quickness Herald, Quickness Power Herald, which I think would be super fun if that ended up being the case. You know, and much as I hate to say it, making Mech a little bit better could actually do that too. If Hammer Mech became really, really good and had excellent application, I could, you know, you could see, you know, Power Alak Mech also filling a similar role to Herald. And you know what? Let's be honest. Both these builds are piss easy to play. Is it really that bad if Power Mech was also really strong? Oh, no, I don't think so. But anyway, that is going to about do it. Pretty healthy state of the game, in my opinion, for offensive supports. I give this a fairly high rating in terms of state of the game. Certainly a lot of possibilities around. A lot of possibilities around, in my opinion. And yeah, enjoy. Chronomanes rejoice. You made it to S tier. But anyway, that's it, gamers, for this tier list. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. Follow, subscribe, you know, watch the other tier lists, all that kind of good stuff. You know what to do. Leave a comment. Tell me why I'm unbelievably wrong. I always love reading those so I can laugh at them and then make it even worse, okay? That's right. When you leave a comment on these tier lists, you know what happens, okay? I just try and make the next list just to annoy you as much as possible. That's what we do here. And then ANET make the game to annoy you even more. Ha 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 ha. For legal reasons, that's a joke. But anyway, tier list over. Next. All right. Here we go. It's time. The DPS tier list. PvE DPS tier list. Group PvE tier list. When you're surrounded by your friends, you're blasting, you're pumping. My least favorite tier list by far. And I think I am going to try and do this a little bit differently. We're going to be a bit scattershot, then I'll refine it. What I'm going to do is we're going to throw the builds on that I think are really good, and maybe we'll jiggle it around afterwards. However, I will say this before anyone gets angry. This will be my least precise tier list, and I'm actually going to contextualize this why. So, 1, everything's actually pretty damn good, and most of your, and there's pretty much any DPS build is going to be perfectly fine, and actually perform really well if you play it well. 2, most of the heavy lifting in group building, so, you know, I'm going to put together a squad, I'm going to go do a raid, or do an open world meta event, or do a strike mission, or do a fractal. Most of the heavy lifting is in your supports. It kind of doesn't matter that much what DPS you pick, because they're all pretty good. And all they've got to do is do damage most of the time. So, and of course, it's very situational. Like, some builds work better on different bosses, right? Like, some builds, like, struggle a little bit more on different encounters, right? So, you know, whatever. So, this is not going to be a precise tier list. This is going to be me saying, I think these builds are awesome, versus like, yeah, these ones are pretty good, and, yeah, these ones could use a little bit of work, in my opinion. So this is not going to be a super precise, accurate tier list. This is going to be just a little bit of the builds that I think are really strong and are really useful. Not quite as analytic as the other ones, because I think it's actually impossible to analyze it. It's too situational, and just the way the game works, it almost barely makes sense to rate things in this way when it comes to DPS because of the nature of the game. So, with that out the way, let's get into it, and let's just throw some good builds in there. So, usual suspects. Scourge is really good. We'll go over why, and we'll talk about this. Vindicator, I think, is exceptionally good as well. I think Weaver and Catalyst are extremely good currently at the same time. Reaper, hell yeah, that build is awesome. Insanely good. Soul Beast is insanely good currently. Let's see. Are we putting anything? Would I put anything else in the I really like this build quite a lot tier? I think that'll do for now. Then if we go down to the kind of A tier stuff that I think is really good, I think I would put Berserker in there, actually. Condidra, I think I'd put Condidra. Oh, I forgot Virtuoso. How could I do that? What is wrong with me? Yeah, okay. It was hiding. It was hiding on the right side of my screen, okay? Listen, it was hiding. So there we go. Condidra is arguably an S tier. It's... I'm not a huge fan of the build, to be honest. But anyway, we'll get into the weeds in a moment. We'll get into the weeds in a moment. Spellbreaker is definitely going to be an A tier, in my opinion. Hollow is A tier for sure. Harb, I think, is actually very good. Probably Daredevil as well. Yeah, Daredevil. Yep. Ooh. This is what I mean. This is where things get really tricky, actually. This is where things get really spicy. Bladesworn, this will be a surprise rating to many of you. I think this build really suffered with Soto. It suffered more than I actually anticipated. I think I rated this a little bit too highly last time. This build is extremely niche now. It's very good on specific encounters where you really need that colossal burst damage, but it really just did not benefit. Warrior in general struggled a little bit. You'll notice that Spellbreaker is not in S tier, and this is because Warrior just simply did not benefit that much from Weapon Master training. And Relics didn't help. Relics kind of hurt Bladesworn, if anything, actually. It really did not. It did not come out well out of that, let me tell you. So that's why this is going on there as well. Yes. Okay. Let's see. I kind of... let me change the tiers here as well. I think it's going to be S+, S tier, A, like previously. Because I'm going to have to put some stuff in here, and calling Bladesworn B tier just honestly feels wrong, right? It just doesn't feel right to me, guys. It doesn't feel right. I think in A tier as well... Oh, man, how are we going to do this? I think we're going to slap... I think Renegade is S tier. I think I'm going to downgrade Daredevil. I think Firebrand is going to be here. Chronomancer is going to be in A tier. Yeah, Chrono is going to be in A tier as well. I think Tempest is going to be in A tier. Willbend is going to be in A tier. I think Spectre's going to be an A tier. Scrapper, I think, is going to be... Oh, no, Scrapper's in B tier. Herald's also in B tier, unfortunately. Dragon Hunter. Where is DH going to go? Oh, yeah, Deadeye is in B tier. Mirage might actually be, like... Mirage is so weird. Where do I even put this anymore? I'll put it in B for now. I think Mirage mains will say it should be in absolute dumpster land. But we'll put it in B for now. It is not looking good. It's a little bit rough out there, guys. It's rough. It absolutely is. I think Dragon Hunter is actually good. Dragon Hunter is... It's A tier at worst. I think at worst it's going to be an A tier here, I think. Untamed. Nah, it's not that good, let's be honest. And Mech. Mech. Condi Mech is good. But it's... I wouldn't say it's exceptional. Maybe I'll give Mech an A. Like the power build really lets it down. Obviously, like Power Mech is not that good. Colony Mech is pretty good. It's pretty good, but it's not that bad. Now let's kind of go through this. Let's actually go ahead. We've done the rapid fire tier list, and I'm going to go through it, and I'll see if anything is just completely off, and I'm completely unhinged. So, Scourge. It's ranged. It can revive people. It does a bunch of damage. Did get nerfed, but not that bad, right? Exceptionally good. Very high DPS, high utility, high value. I am never sad to see a Scourge. Vindicator is actually a bit of the... a rising star, I think. It's a build that was kind of bubbling under the surface for a little bit, I think. Because it was just like, it doesn't quite do enough to be value. But hey, a lot of it, what it was competing with, got nerfed, right? A lot of the builds got nerfed. And this build rose up from the ashes. I think this build is exceptionally good right now. Because it does fantastic damage, can package in Chalice for utility very easily. It's bursty, it's power damage, it's tanky. Very good build, actually. Very, very strong. One of the best power builds right now, I think, for group PvE. Catalyst and Weaver, we've kind of seen this before, right? Like we've seen this before. We know what this is. It's Ellie. Ellie loved, absolutely loved Weapon Master training with Sword and Warhorn being shared all over the place now. One of the biggest winners, actually. The biggest winners overall. And as a result of that, it is very good. Very high damage. Very, very good. It's getting tankier. Every patch, they're making these builds tankier, by the way. You know, we're going to get to the point, guys, where Ellie, like Weaver and Kata are actually like monsters. They're going to be tankier than Warrior, you know, soon. If we keep going at this rate. Again, it's very good. Good burst damage. Good CC on the Weaver in particular. And some like free boons on Catalyst. Always a welcome sight, in my opinion. A well-played Catalyst is always good. Reaper. Honestly, do I really need to say that much about this build? Honestly, this build has got to go up. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I love Reaper. It's so good. It's so strong. Like, the changes they made, especially to Shroud 3, is... Ooh! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Woo, yeah. You just have 50% damage reduction added onto Enshroud. You have self-stability on Shroud 3. You can get stability on your Elite Shout as well. Has mega AoE, mega CC, mega everything. This is... yes. It literally is Power Scourge. You don't need Power Scourge to this when you have Reaper. Its only weakness is that it is, of course, a full melee build most of the time. You can, Staff is still good. I think a lot of builds are running like Dagger Torch these days for like max DPS. To be honest, though, Staff is still good. I kind of like Staff. It's because I play PvP, guys, okay? I play PvP. I like the Staff weapon. Soul Beast, again, very similar story to Weaver and Kata. It's just one of those old faithfuls. It just hasn't really gone away. Its damage profile is what really helps it, of course, with the Soul Beast. It's very burst-oriented, which is very favorable in Guild Wars 2 encounters, kind of similar to our Elementalist builds. Like, they're bursty, right? Same as, well, honestly, a lot of these, actually. It's very good for that reason. and it just does a good job. You can play sword on this. You can play axe as well. Personally, I am not a big sword enjoyer. I think axe soul beast is really good. There's way less force movement, way less animation locking if you're playing with axe, and it's not the end of the world in terms of DPS. But yeah, one of the old faithfuls, to be honest. It's just consistently good and still remains that way. Condi soul beast is good too, by the way. Don't see that one nearly as much, but it's actually very good. And Virtuoso. Standard stuff here, guys. Standard stuff. We all know it, guys. Powervert actually has fallen off a fair bit, to be fair. But Condivert is still one of the tip-top builds in the game, to be honest. It's got it all. It's similar to Scourge. It's Pink Scourge, right? You have fantastic utility, all the Mesmer good stuff. You can portal, you can stability, you can blink all over the place, you can distort yourself, right? You're fully ranged. It's just good. Heals itself, has good CC. Just an all-around great package, right, in terms of a build is Condi Virtuoso. Power is still playable. You'll mostly see it pop up on HTCM, obviously. But yeah, Condivert, really, really good build overall right now. So that's kind of like S tier explained, in my opinion. Next is going to be S tier. Berserker. This build does a lot of damage, and it's kind of just almost like your quintessential DPS build, to be honest. It is also just very naturally tanky. You're playing warrior. You have a trait that gives you more vitality. You already have high health and high armor. Your heal skill is going to full heal you, basically, in your rotation. Whenever you use it, it's going to make you immortal for a while. Just a solid all-round damage choice, in my opinion. It does lack a little bit in utility. Like, you can take War Banner. You're not going to be happy about it, but you could do it. I think that next patch, this is going to get massively improved. Again, we'll talk about that in my speculative tier list, but it is a very, very strong build overall. Just hits really hard. So, honestly, similar to Condi Druid. Condi Druid, bit of a pumper. A bit of a pumper build overall. Hits very hard. Does its thing. It does exactly what it says on the tin. A lot of these builds are kind of similar to this, right? Like Spellbreaker. I'm a big Spellbreaker fan, actually. I feel like the only reason I actually wouldn't put Spellbreaker in S tier is because it actually struggles with functionality in some places. There are some places where the build just doesn't work. I think the really notable one is where Magebane Teller just instantly snaps on Conjured Amalgamate in the raid encounter. I'd say that if you think about like an open world DPS build, I'd say Spellbreaker is like Giga S tier alongside Reaper for the same reason. Very good stability access. This build basically gives itself a very high stability uptime while also doing excellent damage and having a really robust amount of tankiness. However, for kind of all group PvE, I think its damage profile is a little bit less favorable compared to especially the stuff in a lot of the power builds in S tier, and it just has some actual functionality issues where it just doesn't work properly on a couple of encounters, which really sucks. Notably, it doesn't work on structures properly, right? And that sucks, which is no good. Some of it does, right? Like yeah, I don't think it works on HTCM actually either. But yeah, I don't know. Bit of it feels bad. Holosmith, there's honestly not much to say about this Holosmith, really. It's just a really solid build. A big community favorite, in my opinion, in terms of what it can bring to the table. Really fun build to play. Hits very hard. Pretty sustainable, actually, on that as well. It's got good mobility. It's good at handling fights. It's good at navigating encounters, in my opinion. It's always been a build that's good at that. And it continues to do that. Yeah, it's not much to say. It's just good. Harbinger, this is kind of Scourge. It's like a de-scourged version of Scourge, honestly. Like, just all-out damage. So I think it doesn't really have the value of its kind of bigger and better Necromancer buddies up here in S+, but it's a fun build to play, and it hits very hard. So one of the stronger Condi options. Renegade is actually really cool. I'd say it's kind of comparable to Harbinger. It just does a shit ton of damage. This one has a bit more utility package into it. I think the Kala toolkit is actually really cool. Actually, the Kala toolkit is so much fun because you can heal your allies, you can give them lifesteal, you have some really good CC options there. It's a half-range build too, because you're going to be short bow and you have your mace in your other set. So you actually do have a range component, and any build like that is always going to be heavily advantaged in any kind of group PvE. It's really good to be ranged. That's it. Oh, Spectre's got to go. What was I thinking? I just saw that I put Spectre in A tier. That is a little embarrassing, guys. Yeah, Spectre is absolutely an S tier build. I was almost like thinking, why is it missing here? Where is it? I forget to move it up. This is just a very, very good build. The weakness that it does have is that it doesn't have as much cleave AoE potential as a lot of other builds, but often that doesn't matter. You know, if you're fighting a big world boss, it's not the end of the world. If you're fighting a raid boss or a strike mission boss, a lot of the time that's not the end of the universe. But this build is very, very good. This is for the DPS Spectre. It's surprisingly bursty for a Condi build as well. Like, Thief actually has this edge in terms of its Condi builds over a lot of other Condi builds, in that it is very burst-oriented, because you have the Venom application. You can ramp pretty damn quickly on this build, which is really good. It is very, very good indeed. And then we got onto the A-tier stuff. And let's see if anything is going to move here. You know, I was talking to Emmy earlier, if she was in the chat, and you know, oh man, Chrono is pretty good right now. Like, does it deserve to be here in A tier? I kind of think it does, to be honest. I feel like it does. I've heard some rumblings about Condi Chrono next patch, actually, which might be interesting. But Power Chronomancer, I think this is a pretty good build. It's a pretty good build, isn't it? I'll leave it in A tier though. Like, look, I feel like Mesmer mains, they're the kind of player who likes to be oppressed. That you guys like being in A tier. I know you do. You know what? Do you guys know why there isn't a Mirage post on Reddit every single day? It's because, you know what? Mirage players want me to do this. This is what they want. They want this to be Mirage tier. The absolute bottom of the barrel dog shit spec. Rat piss spec. That's what they want. But anyway, A tier, very robust builds. I think DPS Firebrand is actually, these are not ordered, by the way. We're just kind of slapping them in there. Like, it's too hard to kind of make the differentiation. DPS Firebrand, one of the most consistently underrated builds out there, because it has solid damage and has just good all-round utility attached to it. Not exceptional. It's certainly not a build that is going to completely blow your mind, but it's kind of got that Guardian to it. Like, Guardian is almost like capped at A tier or above, just because of how good the utility skills are. It's like hard to imagine a universe where any Guardian build could actually be bad, simply because of the value that they can bring to the table. And this is kind of the same story. We can kind of do all the Guardian specs at once here. Talking about Firebrand, DH, and Willbender. They do good damage. Like, they actually do very respectable damage, actually. I think, especially Willbender, actually, hits pretty hard. With power, and DH is also over 40k as well, and has some really good defensive potential. One thing to look at with Dragon Hunter is they've been very consistently reducing the cooldown on the virtues, on your block and the F2. And I think that's a really good change for Dragon Hunter. The one thing I don't like, and I don't know, maybe this is just me, but I was doing a bit of a review for this. I was preparing for the tier list, and I was playing a lot of different specs, just messing around in some open world and some strike missions. And I found myself playing Longbow Dragon Hunter, and I was thinking, what the hell is this? Why am I getting animation locked on 2 and 5 on Longbow? I was like, this is horrible. They made Greatsword a lot better. I was like, man, I want to play Sword on this build. I am done with this Longbow trash almost immediately. Maybe that's just me, though. So I think there's some playability issues with DH that kind of make it kind of unfun sometimes. It's not the end of the world, but I don't know. I don't like it that much. I think Willbender can house this a little bit better. But yeah, it's DH, unimpressed. Unimpressed, guys. Okay, but anyway, that's how it is. We talked about Bladesworn a little bit previously, and again, I just think it's fallen into a very niche role currently. Expect to see this rise when it has a proper relic that it can use, yeah, and there you go. Expect to see that. It'll be very exciting, I'm sure. You know, we're all waiting with bated breath. Thief. Daredevil, this is just one of those ones that is pretty niche. Where it's good, it's really good, and everywhere else, it's like, oh yeah, all right, you know, Daredevil, pretty good. Damage got increased a lot recently, of course, with the staff changes, so it's very respectable DPS. On some encounters, it can really bring a lot of value to the table. Of course, some of that really OP utility was nerfed, like the Ecto stuff. Was nerfed down, like a lot of the damage on some of the stolen skills in instance content got reduced, but it's just a pretty solid pick overall right now. Again, I do think it suffers with this a little bit. You know, I'm not a huge fan of the amount of animation locks on this build, and playability is important, especially when it comes to play rates, so it is what it is overall. I think Tempest players might be surprised to see this, but DPS Tempest has actually got a lot better, I think. It has been improved significantly over the last couple of patches. I think the big one that happened is they made Transcendent Tempest, the Grand Master trait. They just slapped an extra 10% damage on it, I think, which has just made this into a pretty damn solid build at this stage. Of course, Weapon Master training really helped too, because now you can have Sword, and Sword is pretty much your go-to DPS weapon on anything Elementalist these days. So that really helped out, because you kind of combine the Weaver and the Tempest almost at that stage. And yeah, here you go. DPS Tempest. Very, very nice indeed. I love to see it. Incredible stuff. And Mech. Yeah, you know, Mech. Yeah, I just don't find myself impressed by Mech, to be honest. Power Mech is all right. You know, it's all right. Very reliable build, not the highest damage in the universe, but yeah, whatever. Condi Mech, yeah, it's alright, but I feel like it's a bit of a do-nothing build, to be honest, on Condi Mech, you know? And do-nothing builds, I'm not impressed by do-nothing builds, and Condi Mech is that. Is it cozy to play? Does it do some decent DPS? You're absolutely right, yeah, but I don't think there's nothing about it that really shines, really impresses me. Overall. It's definitely good in the same way that Scourge is. Scourge is great when you have uptime problems and there's a lot of movement in the fight, or when the boss kind of buffers itself with an AoE and, you know, you can't properly attack it, and Mech can shine there too. But yeah, it's kind of like Scourge, but not as degen, you know? That's what it is. Okay, B tier. These builds, I'm a little bit sad about these, okay? Hey, you know, before I did this tier list, do you know what I was excited to do? I was excited to put this build, okay, in A tier. The Herald mains convinced me. And also, I thought it was pretty good. It was doing 41k DPS last patch while also spewing out some boons. I thought, wow, that's actually pretty good. But then, what do I learn, guys? What do I learn? Unfortunately, Greatsword got nerfed. And the build that actually got completely caught in the crossfire, yep, you guessed it, it was DPS Herald. So DPS Herald actually went from a really exciting 40k build down to down to 36k. Oh no! you hate to see that. You really hate to see it. Yeah. This build barely does more damage than Quickness Herald and doesn't give quickness. The only reason you would play this is if you misclicked and you picked the wrong trait by accident. It's a 4k DPS gain over not giving any quickness and way less might out, and just like way worse boon application. This build is it's unfortunately not good. Stay tuned for next patch though, I guess. Scrapper. This is just another one of those ones that's just not quite good enough. Its damage is, I believe, around 37, 38k. And it's better than Herald. Holy shit, it's better than this. It almost deserves to be promoted to A tier, I feel like. It almost does. Its damage profile's good. Oh, I'm kind of talking myself into it now. Ooh. Oh, man, I'm not sure about that. It's because it's unkillable. It's got good CC, decent damage profile, can res people, and can do super speed as well a little bit here and there. Oh. Does it deserve to be A tier? Maybe relative. Ooh. Yeah, it's better than this. Untamed might need to get promoted as well, actually, because Untamed's better than this. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. And A tier is extending, guys. A tier is just extending out into the distance, as we can see here. Yeah, Scrapper has to be here. Its damage isn't amazing, but I definitely think it makes up for it in other ways. It's very robust little build. It's going to be good next patch, actually. Untamed. This build has good DPS, but that's it. And no matter how many times Trig bribes me, it's never going up, guys. This is, it's just insubstantial. I don't think it's very impressive. It's not that good. It's imagine if Soul Beast and Druid were just nowhere near as exciting. Then you've got Untamed. Let's go! And then Deadeye. Deadeye is one of those builds, people get baited, okay? Deadeye, if I was teaching a lecture on how you need to interpret not just the benchmark number, but also how that benchmark works and what the build can actually do in a real fight, Deadeye would be my first example. Like, if you want to stay in the target dummy arena and do rotations all day, Deadeye is literally the best spec in the game. Seriously, it is. We love it. Okay, it's great. But if you actually want to play, it's honestly not, it's not that good. An amazing player in a group that is making sure the Deadeye is kind of wrapped up in cotton wool, honestly, you can do pretty well. But I think for general usage, I don't think this build is really going to do that much. I don't think the performance is really going to be, you know, it's not going to be worth it, to be honest. And could it be good? Absolutely, 100%. It definitely can. But it's not good in enough environments, in my opinion, to give it like a particularly high score in terms of its damage output, to be frank. That's the story of Deadeye. Could be good, isn't there yet. This doesn't really have, you know, it can't really cleave well. It can do CC, right? It's very melee, very short range. It's very squishy. Gets disrupted incredibly easily, actually. It's just one of those builds. Almost every build in the game doesn't get screwed over by stuff happening as much as Deadeye. Like, Deadeye gets absolutely shafted by stuff going wrong, which, I don't know. I don't think so. I'm unimpressed. I'm unimpressed, guys. Okay, and that is the end of that. Maybe I'd actually say it's better than Herald, because Herald barely even qualifies as a DPS build at this point, so we'll do that there. And Mirage, I will actually talk seriously about Mirage. Mirage has just always been this weird spec. It's always been weird, because it has been so focused around doing amazing damage with confusion. And are there still fights where Mirage can do well? Yes. There are. It's still going to do well on something like Soulless Horror. It absolutely will. But, yeah. Confusion was pretty important, and it doesn't have that anymore, guys. It doesn't have it. It is gone. It has left us. It has departed away. And as a result of that, Mirage has also departed. Will it return next patch? I don't know. I guess we'll find out then. It's going to be very exciting. But for now, Mirage just goes in weird tier. It's just one of those builds that needs a patch almost like dedicated to it to like really bring it back into the game. Pretty much nobody plays Mirage. All Mirages have gone back into their Mirage cave. In fact, Mirage gameplay is the following. You don't even play the game. You just look at a spreadsheet and cry. That's actually all you do currently. And you know what? If you're into that, that's fair enough. It's good to have a little bit of variety, and for players who are looking for that experience, Mirage is there for you. There you have it. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Yeah. But there it is. I think that's the DPS tier list. Again, hopefully you kind of got the idea with what I was trying to express here. You know, this one is definitely one you'd really take with a grain of salt. This one is certainly one that you want to kind of listen to what I actually said and how we talked about these builds and talk about the general power level of some of this stuff rather than viewing it as like, oh yeah, this is like a very strict order, because this is a very situational tier list, and the hardest one to do in my opinion. In fact, I think it's not even possible to do because of the way the game works. Like almost impossible to actually rate these things in how they actually operate because of just the way the meta is right now, because of the way the game is. And just the nature of the DPS role in Guild Wars 2 is like very mushy, very, very squidgy compared to the support ones. The support ones are much easier to rate because it's much more defined, kind of what you want out of those builds. Whereas DPS, a little bit sus. Yeah, I'm not rating the core stuff this time around because this tier list doesn't have core, because the person who made it despises free-to-play players. Yeah, true. It wasn't me, by the way. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. I love free-to-play players. Especially those that use my referral link. Yo, let's go. But anyway, that's it, my friends. The DPS tier list is complete. If you liked it, like the video. You should also subscribe and leave a comment. Tell me why Mirage is actually S+ tier or S++ tier. Tell me that. And of course, Watch the other tier list, especially the one we're going to do next, which is going to be the speculative tier list. Here we go. Oh yeah, how could I forget? We're going to fix this in edit, though. Fire Wizard is easily the best build. That was confirmed, by the way. It was confirmed on the latest Balance podcast thing with Roy Marks, Trig, and CMC. They mentioned Fire Wizard. You know what's funny? I need to save my VOD because the audio on that stream was destroyed by Roy. He forgot to put the audio in. He tried to put gathering nodes there instead. But the audio on my stream is preserved. So we can all hear Trig talk about the most legendary build in the game. Fire Wizard. But yeah. There you go. Tier list over. Next. Okay. Wake up, gamers. It's time for a special edition tier list. You thought the usual 3 tier lists was good? Well, how about 4? And this is something I might start doing a bit more often, because I think this is really fun, actually. This is fun. We are going to try to predict how good the new builds are going to be that pop up with the next patch. Because we've got the balance notes really early this time, about a month in advance. So I thought it would be fun to actually give a bit of prediction. I already made kind of a deep dive on this, where I kind of talked about all the builds and showcased what I think some of them are going to look like. So you can go watch that if you prefer to see, you know, non-tier list content. But I mean, why not watch both, right? But I thought it would be fun to kind of visualize it, contextualize some of the stuff that I think is actually going to end up pretty strong in the next patch. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. The first one that we have to talk about, and we have to do it immediately. We've got to do it right now. It's got to happen. It has to happen. Heal Chronomancer. This is a build that is just being flat out instantly enabled by the next patch, and I think it's actually going to be incredibly strong. I'm actually going to kind of do the S Plus setup that we normally have here, so we can kind of see where it's going to be compared to some of the other stuff. And Heal Chronomancer, in my opinion, is going to be at minimum S tier. It's going to be really funny if I'm wrong on this, but everything about it looks really good. I think its healing should be very solid. It lacks burst, but yeah, it should be okay on the burst healing, to be honest. The amount of boons access it has, it's every boon in the game, is amazing. It can do quickness or alacrity. It's really good at dealing with Condies, actually. Great Condi cleanse if you trait into that. It can take all of its utility skills for whatever you might need. Its CC is going to be good. It's going to be unbelievably tanky as well. It's the old build for this, like old Chaos Chrono, Minstrel Chrono, was legendary for being easily the best tank. Now that's kind of coming back into play with Chaos Chrono coming back into the mix. I will be so surprised if this build actually doesn't make its way into the metagame. Seriously, I will be really surprised. I think it's very good. The only thing that could hold it back is that players have been historically very scared of Mesmer because of Continuum Split being quite a complicated skill to use correctly. And that's why Chrono play rate, even though Chrono can be really good, it does actually fall down. Back in the day, seriously, a lot of people know me for my Chrono gameplay. Do you know why? Oh, well, but back in the day, do you know I got into Chrono? I got into Chronomancer because one of my friends, who was our current tank, a Chronomancer player, he quit the game. And nobody else was willing to even try to play Chrono. Seriously. And Chrono was harder to play back then, to be fair. But nobody wanted to play because it was so much responsibility. You had to be the quickness and alacrity provider, and you had to tank at the same time. And I think that kind of that history is always stuck with Chrono. People just don't want to play it, right? They're afraid of it. They're terrified of it. And yeah, before we move on, this build, in my opinion, could be S+. There's a universe where it actually could make it all the way up there to S+, at least in a couple of situations. Stability, Aegis, Resistance, Might, Fury, really good protection uptime by the looks of this. It can do Swiftness, it can do Focus Pull, it can do Portal, it can do Mower, it can do Stability, it can do Reflex, it will be able to revive pretty okay, it can cleanse Condies, it can heal a lot, it should have good passes in. Like, it's got all of the tools required that should make it pretty good. Honestly. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Let's go. And next up, let's stay on the kind of heal topic here as well. This is bothersome to me. Wait, no, this is fine. Is this fine? Yes, it's fine. Heal Herald. Heal Herald. Let's go. So. Heal Herald. Big change. Shield is getting upgraded significantly. Big upgrades on shields. Aegis on the 4th skill on a 15-second cooldown. And the 5th skill, the block that turns you into a crystal, is an AoE heal now. Both of these changes, in my opinion, make these way better. Way better, I think. Overall, significant improvements. And... does this move it up a tier? That's the question. Because I already rate this build as an S tier build, as a heal build. Does it now have what it takes to be an S plus build? I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure about that. It's certainly going to be a fair bit better, because Aegis is the only thing that it can't do. It's the only thing it can't do. It has amazing healing, amazing boon application. So, just for context here, Druid and Scourge are S+. I think it actually might be S+, but it will be, I think, the weakest S+ build in terms of support. So I think it will still not be as busted as Druid and Scourge, but just the sheer value you can have on this is going to make it incredibly good. If the radius on the Aegis was a little bit higher, I think it would be better, but it's a very short cooldown. 15 seconds, so 12 with Alacrity. That's a lot of Aegis. Yeah, yeah, 100%. Herald is S+ next patch, guys. Herald, Heal Herald, it's S+, maybe not quite as busted as the other ones, but this is going to be a pretty spectacular build, I think. Pretty damn spectacular build. It will just be able to do literally everything, while still being the ultimate tank god. It's going to heal a bit more when you're on your mace set. It's going to have that Aegis on your mace set. Still does all of the other good stuff. Perma, zillion boons. I like it. S+ tier has been declared. All right. Ooh, this is a really exciting one. So, Power Scrapper. Power Scrapper is getting a huge buff in the upcoming patch. Essentially, its Grandmaster trait, Applied Force, is going to over double the effectiveness of Might on you. You get 40 extra power per stack of Might. That's up from 20. So this build is essentially getting a 500 power increase. That's going to put it way over 40k. It's going to be a 41, 42k DPS build with a good damage profile. I think this should actually nudge it into... It might even be pretty close to S tier, I think, in terms of a DPS build. Like, maybe I would tentatively actually rate it that highly. Maybe still A tier. I put it in B tier right now because its damage is pretty mediocre. It's like 37k, 36, 37k. It's not very good. Oh, no, I think it's 37, 38 to be fair. It's more, yeah, not 36, 37, it's 37, 38. Which is really not that good for the current state of the game. At the absolute minimum, this build is going up to A tier. I could easily see this being a little bit better actually there. As well, with the amount of damage it's going to have, while also being really nifty. It's going to have better stability access too next patch, because you can, for a DPS loss, you can basically gain, you can give 2 stacks of stability to 5 allies when you use your function gyro. Now, that does, of course, alter your rotation if you want to use that reactively, and it will be a DPS loss. However, that is good to be able to do that, in addition to reviving allies. And it will also be an unkillable Juggernaut with insane CC, and solid AoE as well. So, I actually think Scrapper will be very good next patch. Maybe, yeah, maybe I'll say A tier, but like a high A tier, I think, for Scrapper. And ooh, this is annoying actually. We might have to edit this and fix this in post, because I want to talk about Heal Scrapper as well. Heal Scrapper right now is really not good. I will represent it. I will represent Heal Scrapper with mech. We'll fix that in post. And it's currently not good. I'd actually put it as a C tier healer. It's pretty... yeah. However, I do think it will get bumped up at least a tier. next patch, at least a tier, because it's getting better protection uptime, better stability access, and as a result of that, its utility slots are actually getting freed up a lot. You're going to have a way easier time fitting in all of the things that you need to function well. And the might uptime is also getting better with Blast Gyro's cooldown going down a fair bit, and also the tool belt skill for Blast Gyro, the super speed, is going down. So you're less reliant on your traits for giving super speed. Your might uptime is better. Your protection uptime is going to be better. Your stability uptime is going to be better. So some really solid performances, improvements actually, for Heal Scrapper that I think make it a fair bit better. I think it would still be on the lower end of B tier. Again, for context, in B tier, I would put Heal Tempest and Heal Spectre. And I think it's actually still probably worse than those. Maybe just by a little bit or a bit comparable. But yeah, it's definitely getting there. Some really nice improvements there to Heal Scrapper. And I guess we better talk about Quickness Scrapper as well, Power Quickness Scrapper. This build is not getting improved a lot. It's basically the same as the Heal Scrapper, right? Like, it will have the ability to trade a bit of damage for better stability access, which is important, by the way, because right now, your function gyro, if you take mass momentum, you will give 3 allies 1 stack of stability. For 5 seconds with no boon duration, so a bit more than that. But next patch, it's going to be 2 stacks for 5 targets, which obviously makes it not really playable in a group scenario to amazing in a group scenario. And that is going to, in my opinion, make the build have a much easier time kind of competing with Herald, right? Because Herald has Chalice for load stability. I mean, honestly, that one's kind of busted. That's almost like 10 target stability. It's pretty disgusting. But hey, listen, the Scrapper is going to have an easier time. It will be a DPS loss to do that, same as taking Chalice, though, right? So that's not the end of the world. So that's a possibility. It's also worth noting, actually, with Scrapper. This is kind of interesting, but Scrapper's uptime on stability is actually going to be very high, because you could take the Bulwark Gyro, Tool Belt skill stability, the little shield that gives 3 stacks, and your Function Gyro with 100% boon duration is going to be 10 seconds, 2 stacks on 5 targets. So Scrapper is going to have very high stability uptime, actually, as a healer, which could potentially be interesting, actually. You know, that could be interesting in some situations. But yeah, there you go. Quickness Scrapper is getting a little bit better. Heal Scrapper is getting a fair bit better. DPS Scrapper is going to be really exciting. We love to see that. Okay, so next up, oh, I have really bad news. I have extremely bad news. The worst news ever. The Mesmer players came and they drained my Copium tanks. I was actually kind of hyped up for Alac Mirage. Staff, Alacrity Mirage. I thought, wow, the Chaos trait line is getting so much better. Alac Mirage is going to have Omega boons. You know, it's going to have the Might, it's going to have Fury, it's going to have Protection, it's going to do all this crazy stuff. Oh, wow. Alac Mirage is back on the menu. Bad news, though. It's actually... It's going to be tricky. It might gain a bit of damage depending on how good the staff changes are. Staff 3, the illusionary phantom thingies, warlocks, they're going to apply torment instead of vulnerability, so staff gets more damage. But you lose damage in the chaos trait line because your extra damage mod is now when you have chaos aura, not when you have regeneration. So it's a bit of give and take. Okay, it's a bit of a give and take situation. The boon access is going up a lot, though. However, this build does have some significant disadvantages. It has very slow ramp-up time compared to other even Condi builds in terms of its damage output. And, of course, without Confusion, you're pretty sad, right? Because Confusion got nerfed. I will say it's going to be a lot better. And... right now, Alac Mirage is kind of, I wouldn't say a dead build, but it's certainly not a particularly good build. But I do think it's going to be significantly improved. And will be, if only because of the boons it's going to grant now. It will even have, like, baked-in stability access when you hit Distortion. It will give AoE stab instead of even after taking a utility skill. Just because of that, I think it makes it infinitely more playable. I think right now, it definitely doesn't feel good to play this build in group PvE whatsoever, to be honest. However, I think that after the patch, I think it's going to feel way better. You're going to feel like you're delivering way more value to your team, and maybe you'll smile a little bit when you're playing your Alacrity Mirage overall. So I wouldn't say it's going to be amazing, but I will say it's going to be significantly improved. So that's why I've placed it here in B tier. Certainly a build that still needs some work, but I think it will be substantially improved, which is kind of nice. Yeah, DPS Mirage, that's a good point, actually. Weirdly enough, it's not something I've actually looked into. Numerically, I feel like it should actually work out a lot better, because they're making it burstier, so they're making the ramp-up time significantly improved, which is nice. And they're also making the playability on DPS Mirage a lot better. I will actually confess, I don't know exactly where it's going to fall. However, the playability of Axe Mirage is way higher. So we need to explain what the problem was with the Lac Mirage before we can explain why the playability is improved. So Axe is a really interesting weapon. The auto attack chain is massively skewed towards the third attack. And I mean insanely. I think it's the most extreme example of this. So here's the context. Your first auto attack is like 2 seconds of bleed. Then it's 2 seconds of torment. Might be the way around. And then finally, it's 6 seconds of both on the third one. So that is insane how much stronger that is. And that, of course, applies to your clones as well. And here's the kicker. Like, why is that a problem, Teapot? Well, here's the thing. Your clones, the little axes, they do their auto attack chain. But hang on. When you do an ambush attack to do a bunch of damage, oh no, it interrupts their auto attack chain. Yeah, so unless you're really good at this, your clones get absolutely, like, nuked, basically, because they won't be able to correctly do their auto attack chains, right? That you'll basically kind of, like, grief yourself a little bit by doing that. So this should hopefully prevent that from happening as much, I think, with the DPS Mirage build. And they actually buffed it a little bit overall. Like, the damage on it is overall higher, right? You get more con these. So what they did was they basically made it so that the auto attacks on the little clones, they don't have an auto attack chain anymore. They just do the same one over and over and over again. And the overall damage from doing 3 auto attacks compared to a full chain previously is a lot higher. So the build should do a fair bit more damage. It should be a fair bit more consistent, and it should do a fair bit more DPS compared to how it is right now. But yeah, there you go. That's what we like to see. That is indeed what we like to see. So, a little bit of a tricky meme there. A little bit of a weird one there with DPS Mirage. It might do a lot of damage next patch because of some of these issues being resolved, right? These weird interactions and kind of like weird bugs being resolved with Mirage. A little bit hard to say because, again, all the Mirage players, they're gone, okay? They've vanished into the ether. They've gone into the night, into the dark, right? Another build that I do want to talk about a little bit is, Berserker. Oh, let's go. So, Warrior mains. Warrior mains, you cried hard. Warrior mains were trying to outcompete Necros and Thieves for the biggest, and Ellies, for the biggest complainers in the game. And you know what, guys? I hate to say this. I really do. But your complaining and whining has been rewarded, unfortunately. Berserker is S+ tier next patch, if it stays the way it is right now. This build is going to be insane. Just looking at the numbers. Power DPS Berserker is pretty much going to be the top DPS build, I think, in terms of how much damage it can do. While also being tanky, you can also take Bull's Charge now instead of Wild Blow, which is really nice to have on your toolbar. As usual, massive damage, big burst. But actually, the real story here, I feel like the real story here is actually towards the Quickness build. The Quickness build is literally going to be 40k DPS or so, or something like that. I think that's what people have estimated it. And it's going to give Quickness with no boon duration and also Fury to everyone there. Like, will it actually see as much play as Herald? Actually, no, I think, because it's not as hard of a carry as Herald, to be perfectly honest with you. So it's less value, less support oriented. But the build is going to do so much DPS on launch, unless it gets nerfed before we get there, that, yeah, this is going to be a juicy one. And the more important thing here is actually the playability. So let's actually explain what happened with Berserker. So 2 important things happened. So the first is that Smash Brawler, which is an adapt trait, it now says whenever you use a primal burst, it extends Berserk, as opposed to giving you just 5 extra flat seconds in Berserk. Makes the duration longer. Now, you can just go, and just like keep spamming and keep blasting again and again and again, and just going crazy. And that's going to basically make it way easier and way more fun to maintain Berserk for the power Berserker builds in particular. So that's just a win-win right there. The build is going to be way more fun to play, and it's also going to be stronger at the same time. And then the second change was to Heat the Soul. So Heat the Soul is the quickness trait for Berserker, and it's the only difference between the full DPS power build, by the way. You literally change one trait, you don't have to change gear, between full DPS and quickness DPS. One change. And this is where the fun begins. No internal cooldown on that right now. So they had a 5-second internal cooldown when you used a primal burst, you gave quickness. Not anymore. Now it is just full blast, full unhinged insanity the entire time. So you give really good quickness uptime. Build's going to be fun to play. It's going to be a very good Berserker roleplay, right? You just like keep mashing your primal burst over and over again, just going crazy. I think warrior mains are going to get the build that they have wanted for a long time, actually, with this particular build. Should be really strong. Again, it will be semi-game breaking, especially in like speedruns and stuff when it actually makes it here, if it does in its current state from the patch notes, but we shall see. I think even in just like random groups, I think you can still contribute just a huge amount of damage, right? Like you could very easily, you're going to do comparable DPS to a DPS build while giving quickness. Doesn't mean that your healer's going to have to pick up some of the slack in terms of the boon output for your group, but hey, maybe your healer likes applying boons. Maybe your healer is a boon, and you are not a boon. But yeah, there you go. The boy we want is a banner warrior. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, look, that's what, you know, that's the really old school build, you know, going back in time. Double banner warrior. It's a fun build, though, you know, old Condy Berserker it's definitely one of those community favorites, I feel like. Definitely a community favorite is Condy Berserker. But yeah, I like this. We have someone saying, I want banners back. Then we also have banners dies of cringe. I like that. That's good. But yeah, that's Berserker. And I think the final build that I think... I mean, this is probably the least relevant change overall, I'd say. But it's one that I think I do like, so I want to highlight it. It's to Dragon Hunter. DPS Dragon Hunter, Power Dragon Hunter. The trap trait is going to give you Aegis whenever you drop a trait. And I think this is actually a change mostly aimed at PvP. But I think it has some really nice side effects in PvE as well. It's going to be way easier to maintain your unscathed contender in the Virtues trait line. We're also getting a reduction in cooldown to Shield of Courage, the Dragon Hunter F3. The only thing I don't like about this build is the animation locking, but I really like it in concept. It's a very defensive build, has a lot of value. You can block attacks for your allies, you can heal your allies. You're very durable now because it's getting an extra 180 free vitality on Defender's Dogma, which is the minor trait. Second minor trait, master minor trait in Dragon Hunter. Has good cleave, good burst damage profile's good. Pretty robust. You can take good utility skills, right? You drop your sword and you can take advance, or you can take stand your ground very easily. Just a good build overall. It's, again, one of those kind of classics from the dawn of time that has just kind of been hovering there in the background, but I actually think that the Aegis change, the extra vitality change, is really good. If the animation locking problem is kind of like averted in some way, I think everyone wants the Scepter. You guys remember you ran like Scepter Torch on this build? It's actually insane. That's so wild that there was a time where you would actually do that, like Power Dragon Hunter. That's so wild. It's very unhinged, to be honest. But yeah, this is a build that I think it can become really, really good and very much back in the spotlight with just a couple of extra little changes, in my opinion. So yeah, there you have it. And I believe those are all the builds that I think are actually nudging themselves a little bit in the current moment. I don't think anything else super major is changing. We could talk about how I think Catalyst playability is going up, but it's the same build, right? Like, you know, it's the same build. It's just that they've changed it so it's a bit easier to play, pretty much, which does make it better, obviously. but not in a super significant way, to be honest. Yeah, Blade Sworn. Maybe it's honorable mention is Blade Sworn. Actually, there's some potential that there's a new relic that might help Blade Sworn out because it's kind of lacking a relic it can get a lot of value out of right now. Because I believe it's Relic of Pather, right, is now changing. So when you Shadow Step, you get a flat damage mod for 4 seconds instead of just 1 attack, and that actually might help Blade Sworn a little bit. Potentially, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, nice thing with, another thing that happened is Firebrand, actually. Firebrand is also going to be, you get Might when you use Ashes of the Just now, okay, which is kind of nice. Pather won't help, Lamau won't be for every slash, though. Oh, yeah, yeah. Ugh. It would also be really weird with the rotation, right? Like, you'd have to tell it, you'd have to use your, what is it called? Like, the Flicker Step, right? You'd have to Flicker Step every time. It's like, you can't do it every time, right? I don't know. I don't know. It's maybe not then. That was I had some copium for that, but I guess not. Like Firebrand's getting better. Like all variations of Firebrand because you get Might on Ash of the Just. That's mostly going to be for PvP though, to be honest. It's a really nice change for PvP. But yeah, that just about rounds it off, I believe. Some of the predicted changes or kind of where I think some of these new builds are going to actually end up for the next patch. So I hope you enjoyed that. Okay, let's see if I'm right. This is going to be fun. Because you know what we get to do now? We get to wait until the patch drops, and then we can see if I'm right. Although, listen, if ANET nerfs Berserker and it's not Fs+, that's not my fault, all right? I am not taking responsibility for that, and it doesn't count if it gets nerfed before it makes it into the game. So I'm just getting my, you know, I'm covering my bases here before we get there. But anyway, that is going to be about it, and that is indeed the final tier list. You know, you guys on YouTube don't know this, but, you know, I had a bit of a rough week. I was teasing the Twitch audience with tier lists for the entire week. Seriously. Yeah. Okay, so count yourselves lucky that you on YouTube, you don't have to go through that experience. So, there it is. We got there in the end. The tier lists have been delivered. As always, let me know what you think. Hope you enjoyed the content, enjoyed a little bit of speculation about the game, guys, and what's to come. So leave your comments, like the video, subscribe, watch all the other tier lists, watch all my other videos too. More content to come. Buy the game using my referral link, and you know what? You should go on my Patreon as well and give me money there. You know, just do it everywhere. Or join on YouTube. I've given you so many options for throwing money at me. Just pick one, all right? Come on. But anyway, that's going to do it. Thanks for watching, gamers. And I'll see you next time. There we go. We did it. That was a long set of tier lists, guys. That was a huge amount of tier lists. The tier lists are always a drained moment with the Guild Wars 2 title menu playing in the background for countless hours. What are you talking about? I like the Guild Wars 2 title music. Yeah. Yes. Hydrate. Yeah, I mean, the warrior mains nearly killed me, right? They nearly just destroyed me. Yes. Got annihilated, guys. The vanilla menu is way more zaced. Anything else is cringe. You know what else is a drain moment, Vivi? Do you remember this screenshot? Yes. Take a look. Yes. Incredible. React to Asm doing plus 24s on Prot Warrior with Dorky after just coming back to the game. Oh, I did. Is he back on retail? That's pretty hype, actually. Yeah, I mean, people often forget this about Asmon, but Asmon used to be very hardcore. He used to raid Mythic, guys. Like, you got to bear that in mind. I think people give Asmon a lot of flack these days because, you know, he doesn't really play the game, like, mega hardcore. But, you know, he's obviously historically been a very competent player, right? Like, he rated Mythic up until Nighthold. So it's not really a surprise he'd be able to pump that shit, right? Obviously. Yeah. Not really a crazy surprise. I think Prot Warrior is actually a really good choice to come back to the game on as well. Because you, the thing about Prot Warrior is that you don't take much damage, right? The way that Prot Warrior works is that you reduce a huge amount of damage, and then your healer heals you, right? Because of like the way that Ignore Pain works and defensive stars and stuff like that. So if you camp in defensive stars and just like blast, you'll honestly be pretty okay. I think it's like super easy to die on something like Bear. Because you just don't... I think it'll be way harder to come back to the game and play something like Bear or definitely Demon Hunter. Because you just don't have... You just don't have sustain, right? You don't have any kind of just inherent tankiness to you that would just help you live. Yo, boys. Thanks for the raid, man. I was about to stop the stream, actually, but I guess we gotta go do something else. Yeah. T-Bot dreams of the day. His hairline starts to regress and achieve Giga Nerd status. I don't think I'm gonna lose my hair. I'm not losing my hair at all now. And I guess that's kind of where you start to lose your hair when you're getting into your late 20s, I guess, if you are going to lose your hair. And my grandfather, actually, you know, when he died, he was over 90, right? And he essentially still had hair. Not all of it, to be fair, but he had some of it, even at that age. So to be honest, I think I'm actually quite unlikely to lose my hair. So I will never be a Giga Nerd. It's not going to happen, guys. There you have it. Yo, Sneb in the chat. You know what they say about Sneb, guys? They say he's the goose. Yeah. And they say the goose is loose. Yeah. Good hairline genes are pretty rare. Yeah, I mean, it's still growing. Yeah. My hair is in pristine condition. Indeed. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. Are the drops gone? The drops haven't started yet. They start on Tuesday. Yes. Very, very nice. Drops. Yes. I take having a receding hairline as a badge of honor that my Giga Chad body produces more testosterone than it knows what to do with. I like that. It's a good way of looking at it. Yeah. Yes. Maybe the betas have a lot of feminine hair. Jesus Christ. Dude, I never thought I'd see the day Nike has taken the red pill. He is red-pilled, guys. Next thing you know, he's going to be on Stay Safe's podcast. It's going to happen, guys. Stay tuned. Yes. That would be a good psyop. Honestly, that would be some of the most insane content I could imagine. Like, Nike and Stay Safe on, like, the whatever podcast. That would be... That'd be some next level shit. Yeah. Nice. I think it would actually be, we won't talk about this any further, but I think Nike will know what I mean when I say this, right? I feel like there's a lot of... Wait, what? Noah Lack only E-date? What the fuck is this? Okay, I feel like there's a lot of things you can say on kind of like a Red Pill style podcast that sounds legit, but you're making fun of them. Do you know what I mean? I feel like you could kind of poke fun at it, but it would sound like you were legitimate very easily. Like, yeah. So yeah, it's a meme. Nice. Incredible. Your mother's father's hair status that determines if you lose your hair. Actually makes a lot of sense, actually. Because that's exactly the case with me. Although, hang on. No, it can't be as simple as that. No, that it can't be as simple as that. Yeah. Because I know of at least one case where that doesn't happen. So there's still going to be some, like, I guess some, like, dominant and recessive properties that are coming off there as well. You probably, yeah, I imagine you need to, yeah, something like that. Depends on, like, I guess the number of copies of the gene that you have. Or a combination of genes. It's probably fucking complicated. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. It's like a 50% chance. Ah, the miracle of life, guys. There's not much going on here in World vs. World. It's a little bit too late. It's actually really late. That tier list, it was a meaty tier list, guys. A meaty tier list. Yeah. Hang on, give me 1 second. Big. Yes. Plenga. It's time. Alright. Do you guys think Planix will make it to level 60 hardcore WoW solo? Or will he die to some random wildlife? Planix. Planix is going. Easy. I trust Plenga. Plengus. Yeah. Do we have enough supply for this? Yes. Let's see what am I trying to find here? I guess we gotta go get more supply. Off we go. Let's go. Let's remind ourselves of these gnolls. Dude, look how fucking serene WoW is, man. Just listen to the sounds. The ambience.
What do you hear? Oh, we pulled 2. That's bad. Yeah, we pulled all of them. Oh, we are netted as well. That's fucking bad. That's really bad.
The gnolls.
So that's gigabats. Heal, heal, heal. We need to run away here. Yeah, I'm dead.
Gnolls. Look at these gnolls, guys.
Oh, dynamite. No fucking way.
The gnolls. Gnolls. Incredible. That is pretty brutal, yeah. You honestly hate to see it. I mean, wait, you guys are putting Krieger? I guess it is a bit Krieger, yeah. It is pretty sad. What was really weird is that I would show up, and then you know, Jester would instantly die. I think I was there for every single one of his deaths. pretty brutal stuff. It's pretty brutal stuff, guys. Yeah. All right, though. I think I'm basically done with the stream. I actually need to get some rest. Tomorrow we need to do some fucking big gaming, guys. We need to go do Dagda tomorrow, actually. Dude, we actually have a patch. We have a patch on... oh, this guy want me to do it? Fine, I'll do it then. We've got a patch coming up on Tuesday, right? We've got the thing. Next tea time. I'm going to be honest. The next tea time will be when I feel like doing one. I will admit this, guys. I simply have not really been feeling very energized to talk about the game. I don't have much to say, right? Like, you know, there's not enough to talk about. There's not enough to talk about, really, in the game currently. So, if there's something to talk about, we'll do a tea time. But I'm not just going to force it. I don't just want to do a podcast where we just talk about nothing. I just don't think there's anything really going on in the game right now. Because what is the point in that? Berserker is back. Berserker is indeed back. X-Pack episode? Yeah, I mean, we already did that, though. You know, the X-Pack was a while ago.
Never capitulate.
Here we go. Destroy the champion Tower Lord. Do you see that 1 damage confusion tick? That's crazy. This patch will give us a sign. Does it, guys? I hope so, yeah. I think the thing that is most likely to have some discussion around it is how the map is going to be. The open world map, I think, is going to be interesting. Because what is going to be on that map? I don't know. Is there going to be a meta event? Is it just going to be little events? The meta event is coming later. Yeah, I think actually the more interesting is there actually going to be convergences. Are convergences any good? What is the new map like? I think is going to be the really important one. Like, how much content? Like, how much content is it? This is going to sound like a meme, but I actually think the Strike CM will probably be the least interesting thing to talk about. And by the way, I'm actually not saying that the content is going to be bad. It's just like, I think it's really hard to talk about Strike CMs because, I mean, it kind of is what it is. You know, it's... There's not much, like, to discuss around it, if that makes any sense. Like, that hasn't already been said. Anyway, like, regarding, like, the design of Strike missions. I'm not expecting it to be, like, a contentious issue. I just... The Strike CM will be there. And, you know, it'll be content. But, yeah, I'm just not totally sure what we would talk about it. Like, what would we talk about it? Because I don't think it's going to be HTCM. So it's just going to be, it will be a fight that will get added to, like, the weekly farm roster, pretty much, or, like, the, you know, the weekly farm routine. Yeah. There'll be more to say if it's bad. Yeah, and that is my worry. It might, I don't know. I hope it's good. I'm not, like, wanting it to be bad, obviously. That would be very silly. But, yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't... my expectations aren't, like, super high, right? Yeah. 8th grade hideout level? Yeah, I think it might be a little bit harder than that. I don't think they want it to... I don't know. I mean, they haven't really said anything, right? Like, I would really like to see, like, a manifesto from ANET about, like, what they want for this content. Because, you know... I don't know. Like, Strike missions in general, it's just weird, you know? Why does it have, like, 50 million health? I don't understand. Yeah, I don't know. Strike missions almost confuse me. But we've had this conversation, you know, a million times, right? I don't understand, like, why they are the way they are, to be honest. Maybe I'm being obtuse. Do you guys understand why strike missions are the way they are? Personally, I don't get it. I don't get why they have so much health and, like, they're so long on normal mode. Like, who is it for? Like, who wants that? Like, who is the target demographic for a strike mission right now? Like, with, like, the modern design ones. I can understand completely Icebrewed Saga. Icebrewed Saga strike missions, that honestly makes a lot of sense to me. You just get in there and you blast. That makes sense. But the modern strike missions, I don't understand why they are like that on normal mode. It does not make sense. Oh, this guy already threw one. Okay, I'll do that one then. Yeah. Here we go. Raids are instantly and strikes are a long slog. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Alternative to less boss content. I'm not. Well, I mean, if that's their goal, I think they failed, right? I mean, like making the boss longer is not a replacement for releasing more content. I feel like. He's still playing SE2? A little bit, yeah. Not that much right now. I'm a little busy. Yeah. Here we go. Most of which is fun. I love flexing on the meter. Yeah, that's fair enough, yeah. I feel like there's not enough mechanical overlap. I think that would be my big critique of Soto strikes. There's almost no overlaps, right? I don't think there's a single mechanical overlap. Which is weird to me. That is strange, I think. It's always like one mechanic in sequence. And maybe that's going to change on CM, of course. Practice tomorrow. Yeah, I'll try and get a practice run. It's honestly my bad, Jess. Right? Maybe I should have told you to organize it or to set a time. I have had a very rough week. I'm not going to lie. I've had a very rough week. Have not had the mind space to get it sorted. Or synthesizer. Let's go. Wasn't possible to judge the CM by looking at the norm mode. Yeah, that's true. And that's why I'm not... Yeah, I think you're right. We shouldn't be judging it entirely based off the normal mode. For sure. I think especially Aether Blade, right? Like Aether Blade, they added the puzzle mechanic. Next Fractal on Fractal CM will be really good. Oh, I hope so, yeah. I think good Fractal content is always fun. I think the Fractal CMs are some of the better content in the game. That is indeed for sure. Yeah. And I think the Strike CM will take... If you want my honest prediction, I think it will be a couple of tries. It's hard to... I'm not going to lie, we're not that prepared going into it. You know, we know the mechanics, right, obviously, but we don't really know exactly what's going on. We'll probably do a bit of a deep dive and some analysis tomorrow to try and prepare a little bit. But at the end of the day, you know, we're not super well prepared going into it, but it will probably take a couple of tries. Will be my guess. I'd be really disappointed if it died first try. I'd just be sad as well. I think it would just suck. I think it really sucks for the devs if it gets one-shot by, you know, the guilds that play, but yeah. One-shot by the guilds who prep. I wonder if anyone actually prepped for it. That's honestly a good question. I'm not sure if anyone really prepped for this one. I mean, one-shot is definitely not impossible. A lot of the mechanics are very easy. Oh, no, detector. But we'll see. We shall see. Condi Herald during the day tomorrow. I mean, wait, you're probably gonna play Power Herald, right? On progression. Condi Herald maybe in the raid speed run, but I think Power Herald is gonna be better because you can take Jalis on that. You can't really take Jalis very easily on Condi Herald. For the speed run, yeah. Use a Scourge heavy comp would be hard to die anything, anything but full one-shot mechanics. Well, that's what I mean, yeah. And we're going to be obviously heavily abusing Scourge. I mean, look, I don't know about you, but what's your take on the best comp, Nike? I'm just thinking double heal Scourge, double Herald, and then just probably have maybe 4 DPS Scourges and 2 Virtuosos. Probably run Jalis on the Revs just in case. So you can Jalis elite stuff, and maybe you need stability on the CM. Maybe some of the ads are really disruptive. So like, I think you want to take stability just in case. Probably take the Snake on the heal Scourges, and maybe even take a couple of Snakes on some of the DPS Scourges for like massive Aegis application, so you can block as much as possible. And just away you go. I do like taking Virtuosos though. I would maybe even take a Ventari Vindicator, like, just in case you need to block a million projectiles. Like, I think there's actually a universe where that could be really useful. So you could do, like, 1 Virtuoso, 1 Ventari Vindicator, 4 DPS Scourges, double Heal Scourge, and then double Power Herald. Something like that, I think, is pretty much going to cover all your bases. Like, projectile blocking is relevant on normal mode, because you can block her spinny attack, basically. So, you can probably do... You could even have feedback, right, on the Virtuoso for Reflect. Vindy with Bubble? Probably, yeah. So maybe just do, like, double Vert, and then have feedback on both of them, just in case, right? So just do a double feedback instead of that. Because then you can... And you play Condivert, right, as well. Druid instead of double Heal Scourge. I think Barrier is just so good that I'm not sure if you actually care about the healing. I could see 1 Druid and then 1 Scourge, yeah, for sure. Because then what you could do is you could stack all of the DPS Scourges in the group with the Druid, right? So you could do Herald, Druid, triple DPS Scourge, and then in the other subgroup you could do Heal Scourge, Herald, double Vert, and then another Scourge left over, right? So you could do it like that. Because honestly, having Druid is fucking nice, right? The Insanity mechanic would be a lot more intense. Yeah, they even kind of leaked it by accident, right? Like the tooltip was there, right? Ooh. But yeah, let's see. If you do something like this... Wait, have I not... Wait, I need to update this. I haven't updated this in a while. Whoops. But yeah, you can do something like this, right? Herald in both of them. Wow. Look at that, guys. And then you could do DPS Scourges like this. Then 1 here, and then 2 Virtuosos. Like that. And that is a disgusting comp. Holy shit. I'll be right there with a Prime. Nice. But yeah, we'll try and figure out what might happen as well tomorrow. Look at it, guys. Just look at this beauty. Yeah, and something like that, you're going to be very tanky. And you can have double feedback here. Oh, maybe you actually... You could probably have this guy running the snake, this guy running the snake, and then these running Spectral as well, because you might need some CC, right? Scourge use CPC? Yeah, you could even do Scourge with CPC, yeah. You could do that. You are sexy? You know what? That's true, actually. That is a Zaced Twitch chat comment right there. I love to see that. Extremely Zaced. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of theorycraft tomorrow. We'll see if we can come up with some good composition ideas for how it works. That is what we will do. It will happen. But yeah, look at this. It's a good one, guys. It's a juicy one. Look at that. Because you're not going to get DPS checked. Right? You're not going to get DPS checked by the boss. She randomly despawns. This is one of the things that I am dreading. I am dreading the bugs. Ugh. To be honest, it's one of these things that it's so easy to get used to it. It's so easy to get used to it. But when I do boot camp HTCM, it's fucking painfully obvious how much harder the game actually is because of that, right? Yeah. Players will be willing to take some of the boot camps at HCM training if they want to prog. Yeah, that would be good. We can get them in there. But yeah, the bugs are very frustrating, to be honest. I really hope they're able to keep it a little bit cleaner this time around, and it's less buggy, because they are very frustrating, I think, to deal with the bugs. Still until like 4 times today. Ah, very exciting. Very good. Very, very good. I love to see it. Lara in the chat, by the way. Boom. But yes, just in time for the next CM, huh? Very good. Yeah, HDCM progression, absolutely glorious. I was very impressed by the bootcamp, though, actually. Cuspy, you know, the bootcamp is very interesting. I don't know how to describe this. You know, it's... I think I want to make a video about it. About the bootcamp, because the bootcamp exhibit a very interesting quality. They have a really good ability to just do something that I say and listen to me. I know it sounds like a bit of a meme, but they actually trust me quite a lot. I think a really good example of this is actually Cuss Beans. This honestly is so interestingly impressive. So we killed Su-1. We did HTCM with Cuss Beans. This is Cuss Beans POV here, and honestly, this is so interesting. So, shit went fucking badly wrong here. It went, like, really badly wrong for us. Because Green Death, Wicked Frog's leader, actually died on Mordramoth. So we had to do a lot more than usual, right? Like, we had to do a lot more than normal. And this is really fantastic, actually. This is so interesting. I did not expect this to go this well. Cuss Beans, the furthest that she had seen in the fight, was the start of Zaitan, like the first portal on Zaitan, basically. So after this, Zaitan Cuss Beans had never seen this dragon before, never seen Su-1 in any way, or the transition. It was very interesting, actually. And you know what the weird thing is that this is actually insane. Like, this to me is fascinating. Most players who are actually experienced would have died here. Because look at what happens here. We kind of fuck this up a little bit. We don't get our placement quite right on the red. So the next green is actually going to be in the red. I was so impressed by this. This is really cool. Look at this. We get over here, and then it's obviously fucked, right? Like, the green is going to spawn here, like in the, in this like slice. There's no safe space for us here to get in. So I just tell Cuzzy, yeah, just dodge in and dodge out, and she actually did it. I actually, like, I don't know. It looks so easy when you watch it back on video, but seriously, like, most people who farm this weekly would just, like, curl up and cry and die in that situation. 100%. I was really impressed. And a lot of the boot camp has this quality. They're basically able to... They're able to follow instructions, right? They're able to follow instructions well, which I think is a very interesting skill to have. How to get back into Guilds 2? I mean, the best way to do it is to download the game and log in. Okay, after that, honestly, anything is going to work. Yeah, this was first try. It was actually the first try that that Cuss Beans had ever seen any of the phases. Very impressive, very commendable, I think. And we're doing like the really aggressive strat, right? Like, we're stacking the reds in the greens. So like we're doing some like really aggro stuff. Brilliant, thank you so much. Well, okay, I obviously gave you a bit of a flippant, facetious answer, but I actually mean that. Guild Wars 2 is a very easy game to get back into, right? And also, it's just, this is true of all games. Don't worry if you're doing something wrong, because I don't think you even can do something wrong. The only question you should be asking yourself is, am I having fun in the video game? And if you answer yes to that question, then honestly, you're probably doing it right. And you have successfully got back into the game. So, yes, I gave you a silly answer, but I think it's actually a good answer as well at the same time. It's the right answer, while also being silly. Yeah. Where she didn't get the red. I actually do think it was a mistake from Cuss Beans, to be fair, actually. If we go here, you'll notice this. It was right at the end of this phase, right? You notice here? I think this was a Cuss Beans error. She's quite far away from the middle at this point. hang on, we need to go back a little bit, don't we? I think it was... Oh, wait, was it in phase 2? Wait, where was it? Wait, when did this happen, actually? Was it phase 2? Can't remember. Good PvP classes that aren't too insane. I think Berserker's not too bad to start out with. Support Guardian if you want to play a support. It's pretty good as well. And if you want to play something very, very fast, I actually think Spec's not too bad to pick up. The end. Yeah, I thought it was the end of P1. Maybe I'm just insane. Maybe it was like the middle of P1 or something. I don't know. I thought it was like the last one in phase 1. Is it this one? Let's see. Yeah, see? Yeah. Pretty sure this was a mistake from Cuspines. You can see here that she moved a little bit away here. And didn't get it. To be fair, I also moved a little bit away. That was kind of a funny moment. Yes. Play Reaper for PvP. I actually think playing Necro is the worst choice for a new player. I'm serious. Because not only does it work pretty differently in terms of surviving to everything else, which can potentially actually give you some bad habits as a new player, as Necro, you are public enemy #1. So you will be hard focused in every single game that you play. So it is the absolute trial by fire of learning to play PvP in Guild Wars 2. Because you're kind of slow and fat. And if you don't know how to use terrain to your advantage, you will just get trained every single game and absolutely reamed. Yeah. So I think Necro, especially Reaper, like playing Reaper for your first build, holy shit, you're actually gonna get deleted. That's insane. You're gonna get eviscerated. Oh man, it's brutal. Low MMR doesn't know they should focus on the Necro. Yeah, speaking of that, Trig, I think you need to go harder next time, okay? Last time you very politely said that mech was causing problems for bad players. I think next time you should just be fully explicit and say, yeah, Condi mech was farming everyone in bronze, and so we had to nerf it. I think, you know, we've got a, yeah, certain MMR bans. Yeah, certain, you know, causes some problems in certain MMR ranges. There's a couple of issues. Yeah. It's a good meme. It's a good meme. I think it's good. You know, honestly, that kind of stuff is actually important. I think players tend to get a little bit of an ego about themselves. You know, like, I just want the devs to say, you know, when an Ellie main complains, like, oh man, you know, buff Ellie in PvE, it's too hard. The devs should just turn around and say, Ellie is not bad, you are bad. And just, you know, just you know, just hit him with it. Just absolutely just like slam it. Just slam it down. Wait, emergency waypoint? What the fuck? What's going on? Oh shit. Yeah. Let's go. But yeah, for sure, watching streamers is really good. But if you want to know, the really big one, let me tell you a secret. The most important skill for getting better at the game is footage review. If you want to get good at any video game, and honestly, any real life skill that you can do this is also really good, record yourself. Record your gameplay and then watch it back. You will immediately know why you aren't doing well. It is very obvious when you record your gameplay and watch it back. Yeah. Too much movement on Casa. And Yoshi Peter said he had done it fine on Black Mage. That is Zaced, actually. That is how devs should interact with the community. Wait, was this like a false alarm or what? Like, what is this? Yeah. 100%. Yes. Like, if the, you know... Isn't there that story about Ninja Gaiden? That the developer for Ninja Gaiden got feedback that the game was too easy. Too hard, rather. People are saying the game is too hard. And then as a result of that, in response to this criticism, I believe the dev made it harder. That's Giga Chad. That is based. Okay? That is what we like to see. Yeah. Honestly, I really think this is something that I would love to see in both WoW and Final Fantasy, actually. If I'm not mistaken, Final Fantasy has an inside raid team that I believe clears all content and tests it, basically, before release. That is very, very good. They should do that. It's a good thing they have, though. There should be something like that in Guild Wars 2. There probably is stuff like that in WoW to an extent, but it can't be the case because there was some... maybe it's really hard with WoW because they don't know what people are going to pull off. But, for example, Razageth, like, the first end boss of... Dragonflight, it was basically impossible, right? Yeah, yeah, exactly, Mapleos, right? Because, like, Razageth was, like, basically impossible, no? In the initial release, there's no way you were killing that. Maybe with, like, obviously more gear you could, of course, but, like, in the current state of it, it was, like, not even close, right? They had to nerf by 50%. They had to absolutely nuke it. But, yeah. Yes. In PT, you can stack up and break the mech, like some kind of bug. There's some kind of bug, happening there. Yoshi P always complains they're too good. Honestly, I like that. That's a good complaint to have. If your internal testing team is too good, then, I mean, that's happy days. Maybe we should play Bookbender. You know what's funny? Shouldn't we actually play Bookbender? How much DPS does Bookbender do? WoW devs do public raid testing on PTR. Yeah, but they don't do end bosses, right? They don't test the mythic end boss publicly. And that's where issues often come in. Is the mythic end boss. 55k. Nice. That's a lot of damage. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time for Bookbender. Ah, my spine. You doing Guild Wars to a WoW on November 7th? Well, timing actually works out really nicely. The raid for WoW opens on the 15th. So, on the Wednesday. So, basically, I don't really have to play WoW when the patch drops. I probably will a little bit, you know, gearing up some characters and getting the rep. Got to play through the story, right? And, like, blasting the rep and stuff like that. To get the augment rune for progression. But honestly... yeah, I don't really have to play the game. You know, there's nothing that I'm particularly interested in that's actually dropping on the 7th. It's going to be... I can be done with all the Guild Wars 2 stuff easily before the WoW stuff begins. Yup. Yes. And then, on Wednesday, guys, kill Sark. Yeah, we killed Sark. There's going to be a fun one. So, on Wednesday the 15th, at 5 a.m., I'm going live. And I am going to do 12 to 14 hours of Mythic Plus in a row to gear my raid character, and then we are going in to the raid after that. Yes. Yeah. And it's going to be good. Enjoy. All your drops are going to Randy Mandy. Yeah, I think I'm playing with... I don't have a full roster, but I have Dranit and Randy Mandy want to play. So that's 3. So we have healer, tank, and DPS covered. So I basically have 2 DPS spots available for it. Angels. Yeah, we can probably blast. The Havoc. The Havoc, man. Very nice. And yeah, then Mice on Org. Mice on Augmentation Evoker. Augmentation main. Throw it to the OG book. But is this like the mech? Ah, yes. Dude, what this fucking shit. Fucking combination. Combining mech and every other NG spec. Very good. That is what we like to see. Nice. Yeah. I'm Druid. Oh. You know what's really crazy? You know what's really crazy? I don't know if you guys heard this leak, but I heard this. Check this out, guys. Next patch, Augmentation is a tank spec, and Vivi's tanking on Augmentation Evoker. Very crazy stuff. Wait, whoa, whoa. Jester, what is this, bro? Nike, are you seeing this? Jester literally just made a scaly character with an RP name. Lowell Drisseth? Bro, what is going on here? Blood Elf Hunter, Void Elf Hunter, and now we have this. We have, Scaly? Guys, can we get a Jester Lizard in the chat, please? Yeah. Lunaria. Yeah. Just a lizard. Lunaria. Embassy in the chat. Yeah. I love that he named himself Queen Lunaria on Discord. Wait, did he actually do that? Jester, that's a little bit sus, bro. Jester, my queen. Yeah, she did, yeah. His name is Queen Lunaria. What was that staff skin? It's the Suwon staff. Suwon Gen 3 legendary stuff. Why isn't there a status like so being renamed? That's honestly a good question. It's kind of troll. I guess it's so you can't just... I guess they couldn't have a setting like that because otherwise, what if you have like a fucking edgy name or something and people don't want you to have a dumbass edgy name? What a 5 out of 9 M always. I had a pretty rough week, honestly, Drana. I haven't had the energy to get it set up, to be honest. But, yeah. I need to do some keys tomorrow. I need to play keys tomorrow. We basically done fuck all keys. I want to get the 28 Alderman tomorrow. Alt week is over. WoW is dead. True. I don't think we're going to be able to defend this, are we? I think we already used... I think we already used the emergency waypoint. Or did we? Oh, yeah, we already did, yeah. There's not many people here. This is going to be tough. I think I need to go Reaper. Because otherwise we're just not going to have enough damage. But to be honest, I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Season of Discovery. Ah, yes, Lara. You should come and play Season of Discovery with us. Yeah, we're going big. Okay, we are going big on that release there. Ah, there's no way that's happening. It's completely over. Join us, Lara. Join us for a massive D-Gen adventure. Full D-Gen 12 hours a day grind. Vanilla. Vanilla, wow. All dungeons will be new raids. Well, it looks like they're basically toying with Classic Plus. So they're turning a dungeon into a raid. And it looks like they'll do that with a couple of other ones too as well. But they're also adding just like flat new content too. Like they're adding Karazhan Crypt, which is one of the most requested Classic Plus pieces of content. That will just be all new content. I think a couple of areas too. They're adding a new PvP event in Ashenvale too. So it's just, they're adding new content, changing some of the existing content, and adding new abilities, right? They're changing balance. You can be like a healed mage, and you can be a tank warlock, right? Oh, is Nomer a raid too? Oh, that's so fucking hype, actually. Holy shit. Really? Yeah. That's actually huge. Because I like... Nomer is one of my favorite dungeons, actually, in Vanilla. It's just such a good RP. It's like the ultimate RP dungeon. It's so good. Yes. 12-hour grind on level 25 level cap. I mean, I think getting to level 25 is probably... How long does that take? I think if you're really fast, you can do it in under 20 hours. If you're really fast. Oh, BFD, Gnomeregon, Scarlet Monastery, and Crypts. That's actually insane. That's very cool. Scarlet Monastery is going to be epic. Holy shit. Bonus XP because it's a season. It might have accelerated leveling, yeah. But I don't think... I'm not sure if they need to because it's only level 25 to start off with. So you'll get there pretty quick. And there's some cool exploration stuff. You've got to find all of the runes. You have to, like, run around and locate them to get the runes. Blades of Light. Hunter Main. Mist Walker Vision work with Polyluminous Undulating. Black? Oh, I actually have no idea. I have no clue. Yeah, but there you go. Orcs. We're Horde. I mean, I don't really mind what we play. Horde or Alliance. Yeah. I mean, we'll just FC Mythic by then, Dran. It's no problem, bro. Hall of Fame, bro. Alliance for Ret. Ah. How long do you think it will take us, Dranet, to FC? I reckon we'll be progressing. We're doing 3 nights a week. We're doing 3 nights a week. Probably for 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, I think 2 months. I was just about to say 2 months. I'm saying it's a 2-monther. 5 to 6 hours. Well, honestly, we can probably try and ramp it up, actually. Into the next expansion, because this is going to be our first real progression tier. So here we're going to find out who's who. We can 100%, maybe in the next expansion, we can get some grinders who we can do like 6 hours a day. Because honestly, that's where I want to be. Like, I definitely respect that right now. That would be a ludicrous request. Like, a lot of our players are just like real people. You know, they have real lives. They're real human beings who function in society. But yeah, our end goal is degens, right? I want it. That raid drops. That fucking raid drops. Okay, and we are going 6 hours a day, right? Honestly, more than that. 6 hours a day, grinding fucking Mythic, split runs, okay? Split runs all day, grinding Mythic Plus, grinding Mythic rating, and then we go big, right? That's going to be content. Yeah. But yeah, right now, that's obviously not possible. Like, many of our roster are real functional humans. There's degens, right? I'd say like half people, half of us are degens, I want to say, but not everyone's degen, and it's not fair to say, hey guys, we're gonna do like 5 raid nights a week and it's gonna be 6 hours each. That's obviously completely unacceptable. Like, that's not tenable right now. This is the only good schedule. Okay, let's see what we got. Yeah. Ah, very nice. Criterion at 10 hours. I mean, what was this? Was this some fucking slacker shit, bro? What's this? 10 hours, 5 hours, then 12 hours? That's pretty juicy. I guess this was... Maybe you just cleared it too fast. It was too easy. Don't start at 9. I actually do think we start too late, for sure. It's difficult with work. Yeah, it's obviously difficult with work. But yeah, I do think if we started earlier, that would actually be good. And honestly, I've been wanting motivation to get up earlier anyway, so I wouldn't hate that at all. Because yeah, we start at 7 UK time, which is actually very late for Europeans, and obviously even later for Jester, who's plus. Dude, he's a Mythic plus key. Yeah, he's +2. And Nico's +2 as well, right? Very nice. An hour before raid, bro? I mean, I agree, yeah. That's, you know, that's true. Asmon's been timed 25 for the past few hours. Yeah, I mean, Asmongold is not noob, right? Like, he used to raid Mythic. He doesn't now, but he obviously is a player who knows how the game works. I think, to be fair, he is also playing with Dorky, right? And probably some really fucking good players. So it's probably, you know, probably not that bad. But yeah. So I'm not gonna lie, if you fail to time keys with Dorky and those boys, honestly, you're probably beyond hope, right? Like, there's, you know, you know, you're beyond help, okay? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff. Anyway. Yeah. Yes. But anyway. How about 1 hour a week? I mean, yeah, 1 hour a week would be pretty legit. Anyway, guys, I am done. I am done with the stream. I declare the stream to be over because it is. However, back tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow will be a big day. It's going to be the raid speedrun for a little warm-up. And then I'll try and get some Dagda practice in so we can kind of figure out composition, what we want to do. And, you know, we'll talk about the little fight. All that kind of good stuff, right? All that kind of good content. And yeah, it should be pretty exciting, actually. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the tier list. Thanks for watching the stream. Follow the stream if you really like it. Subscribe to the stream if you like it even more and you just love giving me money. It's going to be good content, guys. It's going to be great, guys. It's going to be epic. It's going to be content. Anyway, follow, subscribe. Follow all the social media. There you go. There's the social media. Buy Guild Wars 2. Buy a VPN. Buy the merch. Purchase many things. Okay? You know, it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be absolutely glorious. Hope you guys on YouTube enjoyed it too, guys. 100 people still watching on YouTube. They love the tier lists, man. They fucking love it. It's going to be good. But yeah, look. We can argue about this later, guys. We can sort out the raid times. Maybe we can go a little bit earlier on Saturday. Maybe we can go a little bit earlier all the time. I don't know. Maybe we get up at 5 a.m. and raid on Saturday. Who knows? A variety of things could happen. But anyway, that's it, gamers. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow for the night before a Guild Wars 2 patch. Twitch drops coming back. I mean, goodness me. Look, do you know what my plan is for next week, guys? I am farming drops. I'm going to get up, start streaming Guild Wars 2 at midday. Stream Guild Wars 2 for 6 hours or so. Farm drops. Then, WoW. We swap it over to WoW. I catapult myself up the WoW directory after milking Guild Wars 2 drops all day. And then, do you know what the best part is, guys? Check this out. Check this out. Okay? I then milk the WoW drops, because there's WoW drops at the same time. So I go from Guild Wars 2 drops directly into WoW drops. And then I just milk all the viewers as hard as possible, and it's going to be good. It's going to be great. Yeah. Yes. The frogmen will watch World of Warcraft. They will enjoy it. Well, okay. I just got a friend request on Discord. I was going to stop the stream, guys, but I have to read you this. I've got this message. Hello, I'm Revi VTuber, Revi Lucy, rat emoji, ribbon emoji. I am an artist and a rat VTuber. Feel free... What is this? Like, is this AI? Like, I mean... What the fuck is this? Yeah, like... Oh, man. Yeah. You know who's AI? Oh, man. Link? I'm not linking you, bro. He's gonna coom. Yeah. A graphic designer? Oh, it's a graphic designer. They want to sell me their art skills or make me a VTuber model or something. Yeah. Then oh man, no, I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna talk about Arahad again, but honestly, I don't want to promote him. The guy is kind of unhinged, to be honest. Like, oh man. All right. Anyway, gamers, I'm done. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. I am out of here.